What's going on? I just wanted y'all to see the smile on that guy's face. That was a moment right there. You try to find another one of them smiling to use for a thumbnail. Huh? Alright. Pink is a live shot. Now we're live. Hey, there's one got a little grin on his face too. Look at that. Where Miss Bung? What's this tea? Mark Harper. Joseph and Nader. That is. Brody, what I see? Manuel Ferreira. First one here. Oh, my sister T and Joseph and Nader. 3. Yeah, we got this. We got birds. Omnia, welcome. Look, we just had, probably just saw Tom having a little bit of breakfast. As you can see, he wasn't very hungry. And, oops. Tried it. Didn't eat very much either this morning. Had one plate and then left the other one for Dom. But I touched her this morning. Just barely touched her. You want to? This first time I've touched her. I got it on my phone while I was out there too. And I got it's on the other camera too. Just that little bitty boop. That's progress. Major progress. Dish towel so you won't lose your lips. Lag as your good lad. Right. That's British B, dude. British B, been coming through for years. Probably that is. Why'd you change your name, man? You're British B for literally like 5 years. Time to suit up. In here, fun. Right out as soon. I'm sorry, I just cranked it up. I'm sorry if you had it cranked already. I doubly cranked it, so now we'll be able to hear what the other streamers can't hear. What Associated Press viewers can't even hear. See what I do? Well, I don't give away my secrets, actually. People would often say that during the 2020 protests, like, I can hear stuff on your stream that I can't even hear on the streamer stream. That was one of the perks. That's one of the reasons why restreaming can be advantageous to the whole thing, because sometimes the streamers can't do everything. They don't have, like, the phone can only do so much. I have the ability to play with the sound more than they do. Oh man, I don't even know. The water bowl was completely empty again and had a bunch of blood at the bottom of it. Found the collar was out there. Did move it. He did have it in his hand last night, like washing his hands with it. I didn't see it again. I did go under the house last night when I filled the water bowl up. It might actually live under the house. I was gonna look at this real fast just to see if there's any flies. I don't see any. Well, maybe freckles or cyan will come through and finish that up. That's a good 30 cents, 40 cents food right there. Oh yeah, I wanted to watch this. This is what
appeals court siding with President Trump in his battle with California over the National Guard.
The decision comes just hours after a lower court ruled the president had overstepped his authority. NBC's Chris Palone joins us live from Washington with the very latest. Good morning, Chris.
Like, it's common sense that he had.
Danita, Dave, good morning to you.
What's so funny is Newsom was like, I got a 32-page report here. I am very confident that it's good. Well, guess what, you dummy? Wasn't he a lawyer? No, was he a teacher? Was he?
California Governor Gavin Newsom thought he had won a decisive victory over the Trump administration, but that victory was certainly short-lived, and this morning troops remain on the streets of L.A. for now.
No, they're not. See, that's the thing. That's the thing that the news keeps misidentifying this situation as being troops on the streets. They're not. They're on federal property and only go where the federal agents go to just have their back so that they don't get attacked by rioters. So, yeah. And I think that's how he's getting away with it. Because if he were to tell these troops to be on the streets like they were in COVID, like shutting streets down and shit and telling people what to do. Yeah, no, I think the judge would have let it go, but yeah, no.
As anti-ICE protests spread from California to cities across the country, a federal appeals court says President Trump can continue to direct National Guard troops he sent to Los Angeles to help quell violent demonstrations. The reversal just hours after a lower court gave California Governor Gavin Newsom a sweeping but short-lived victory.
Today is a big day for the Constitution of the United States, for our democracy.
While migrant roundups continue, the president acknowledging his crackdown is impacting businesses and appears to be considering a policy change.
We can't do that to our farmers and leisure too, hotels.
The passionate debate over immigration reaching from the streets
because of his hotels
to the highest levels of government. California Senator Alex Padilla forced from the room and briefly handcuffed after interrupting Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem during a news conference.
I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room.
Was it question and answer time?
I was not detained.
Padilla's Democratic colleagues outraged.
That sickened my stomach.
I need to see
the manhandling
the whole
of a
thing.
United States senator We need immediate answers to what the hell went on.
Secretary Noem insisting it was a case of mistaken identity.
We sat down for 10 to 15 minutes and talked about the fact that nobody knew who he was.
Meanwhile, final preparations are underway for the nation's first military parade in more than 30 years Saturday. The forecast in Washington not looking good.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the tanks at all. It doesn't affect the soldiers. They're used to it. They're tough, smart.
The parade celebrates the Army's 250th anniversary.
And several groups are organizing protests across the country against the Trump administration tomorrow, which also happens to be President Trump's 79th birthday.
I was very hungry today. Okay. Whoa, what's going on with all these platinum quadruples? Lots are leveling up. Yeah. Playful too. I like that. Oh my gosh, that El Brego Garcia fucker has, look at this protest he's got out here. People are like, let him go! Let him free! I want to be his mommy. He can live with me. He can live. Nobody's saying that shit though, you know what I'm saying? Nobody's saying, he can come live with me. I'll sponsor him. No, it's just let him go into our country so he can be a shitbag.
Week, possibly longer. The battle over whether the troops will stay here is still playing out in court. Governor Newsom sued, saying the Trump administration illegally took over the National Guard. Well, yesterday, a judge sided with the governor. Then hours later, an appeals court blocked that move. The appeals court will take up the case on Tuesday.
Now, joining us this morning to explain what happens next is our legal analyst, Royal Oakes. Royal, thank you so much for being here. We have a lot of questions because this back and forth is a little confusing. So let's start first with Governor Newsom and the state. What are their options now moving forward?
Well, the matter is now before the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Governor Newsom won big yesterday. The judge ruled that Trump failed to consult the governor before he sent in the National Guard troops, and that there really wasn't a rebellion. It wasn't violent and armed and organized, although some people might characterize some of it in some of those ways. But now the victory was short-lived for Newsom because almost immediately, a few hours later, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals said, you know what, we're putting his order on hold. We're having a hearing next Tuesday at noon. And here's the key. The Ninth Circuit has 29 judges, 16 appointed by Democrat presidents, 13 Republicans. But the 3 judges chosen at random to handle this case next Tuesday, 2 Trump appointees and 1 Obama appointee. So at this point, maybe Trump has the edge.
So if the appeals court then ultimately rules against the state of California, what recourse does the governor have? Could this go to the Supreme Court? Does it just keep going back and forth and back and forth? Meanwhile, things will stay status quo here the way they are right now.
Right. And absolutely, whoever loses in front of the Ninth Circuit, Newsom or Trump, they may go to the U.S. Supreme Court. But here's the further twist. We're going to have that hearing next Tuesday at noon, kind of a high noon thing, and you get to decide who plays Gary Cooper, whether it's Trump or Newsom. But the three judges who decide this case, again, two Trump appointees, they're both who were in the Federalist Society, as opposed to the one Obama appointee. She was a former Service Employees Union organizer. They don't get the last word, because if a majority of the 29 Ninth Circuit judges say, hey, we want an overall decision by the entire circuit, then 11 of them, 10 of whom are chosen at random, will decide. And odds are those are going to be Democrat appointees. So no predictions here, but the likelihood is that the full Ninth Circuit will give the victory back to Newsom, at which point it'll be Trump who will have to go to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Now, this is just about the National Guard, right? This has nothing to do with the Marines. So if, in fact, the California, we win in California and the governor wins, it will impact the National Guard, but the Marines would still stay.
That's a great point. Judge Breyer's decision yesterday, interestingly, slammed Trump on the National Guard stuff, but he didn't stop the Marines from guarding the federal facilities. He says, yeah, we've got a principle in this country. You don't use the military to do what the cops are supposed to do, but so far, Trump hasn't violated that. But here's the deal. Down the road, you're going to get a sense from either the Ninth Circuit or the Supreme Court as to whether National Guard troops are legal, and very likely the court will say the same thing applies to Marines, so no military. Otherwise, Donald Trump could say, oh, too bad, I lost on the National Guard. I'll just send in thousands of Marines.
Very interesting. All right, we'll see what happens on Tuesday when this goes to court. Royal Oaks, thank you so much for your insight, as always.
You bet.
That's a shot sector, though. I tried it, didn't eat much. Came back this morning. After months. 20-year-old can of government pork. I doubt that's good anymore. It doesn't come down here very often, so, and really hopefully someone hasn't stopped feeding the cats now that they know that I'm down here feeding. What does the tail look like? Tail look different, like less draggy. Didn't it? Yeah, I thought so too. They cut off the end of it, I guess. Dude, he's had another surgery then. Wow. Yeah, it didn't have the thin part that was like dragging all the time. Down here on my steps right now, just licking his lips and looking at the sidewalk, chilling. Doesn't drag when he walks anymore. Dude, that's awesome. I was worried about that, thinking, man, they didn't fix his tail? What the heck? I guess they just didn't want to do too much at once. I wanted to make sure that the arm healed up and he survived that before doing the tail too. Have him get an infection or something, probably. Oh man, the city is doing all that for free, dude. All the surgeries. Apparently, it was a nerve problem was causing his front paw to do that, his front arm to do that. He didn't say it was broken. I asked him about him. I wonder what they said. I wish I'd asked what they thought happened to him, if it was a car accident or a person did it to him or something. Intentional. They'd be able to tell them because it was months after it happened that he got looked at, so. Survivor, dude. That cat we thought it was a broken arm for months. That and the tail was dragging. It looked like it was about to rot off because it was getting skinnier on the end. It was dying. The tail was dying. That's a freaking trooper. And he was still trying to get laid. Because he wasn't neutered yet at the time, too. So he was chasing female cats all over the place with his arm just dangling. Hey, player! What's up, baby? Come on. No, it's the flesh wound. What's she doing tonight? Come on now. Oh. I watched some chick this morning. Like, it was completely, like, people are really confused about what's going on with the National Guard and shit. They believe what the media tells them. This chick. Watch a little craziness for a second. Ready?
Hello, my fellow weirdos. It's Wednesday.
I was randomly recommended this. She has 60 views, 588 subs. This is just an idea of what's out there. What kind of ignorance is out there in the world?
Sometime. It's a little overcast, and I am still recuperating from the election. It takes more out of me than it did when I was, 32 as opposed to 62. But actually I'm getting used to them again now. So I just want to set a few things straight about the LA riots. It's not going to be a super long video, hopefully. Sorry, little nobody. Do you like it? When I play this back, hopefully it comes out good. Unfortunately, that blasted fan happened to go on, so we'll see how that goes.
Do you realize how long it takes and how much effort you got to put in to make your fucking hair do this? You got to do the foil. First, you got to bleach it, and then you got to get the Kool-Aid or whatever the hell she uses, and get the foil and get all the different color. Put this color here. Wrap it with the foil. Make sure it doesn't get on the other hair. To do this one over here. Like either that cost her like over like $100 probably, or it took forever to do it herself. Why? Why? You look like a fucking clown, lady. Literally.
I just want everybody to know the rioting, was mostly...
Respect to the elders and shit, but she needs to do her research, dude. Because right now what she's about to say is what the mainstream media is trying to convince everyone in the country is the reason why that there's these riots in LA. Right here.
The rioting was mostly, and I'll get to it, was mostly peaceful. The only thing that had happened other than peaceful, regular, just chanting, riot, protesting, is eggs were thrown.
What is he talking about?
At cop cars.
Eggs were thrown. I haven't heard anything about that.
Was that a good thing to do? No.
No, they threw. Lady, I hope you get YouTube notifies you of this and you see this. Dude, Molotov cocktails are not eggs.
A reason to have the National Guard, the fucking Marines, is that a reason for bringing them in? Without asking the governor, the mayor, which he didn't. And, you say, well, he showed that he did talk to him like he said. Newsom showed his log too. Trump had the days confused. He doesn't know what frickin' day it is. He thought he talked to him Friday.
He doesn't have to, lady.
It was actually Saturday that they're talking about.
He doesn't have to talk to him at all. He doesn't need his permission to put National Guard on federal property and to protect federal agents. They're working in they're working within their bounds here. They're not patrolling the streets. There's not martial law. You're an idiot.
It's like he doesn't even know what the fuck's happening, and it's not one time that he said it. It was only after.
Here we go.
They brought in the military that pissed people off.
And it's only after they brought in the military that they pissed people off. Before they brought in the military, they were attacking ICE agents as they were trying to perform their duties. As well as Paramount was completely inundated with people outside trying to, I don't know what the fuck they were blocking the streets. They were burning tires in the street. Did they even burn a car that day too? I think they did. Yeah, they did burn a car that day too. That was before the National Guard had showed up. That was all federal agents. That hasn't happened since National Guard showed up, though, for some reason.
Because until then, there was no reason for that.
Right.
And egg throwing is not a reason.
Molotov cocktails.
That is why it got, and then they just start gassing, going in gung-ho like they did,
because they threw Molotov cocktails that day. That day that I'm referring to, Paramount Saturday. Day that supposedly National Guard was called out, but they weren't there yet.
Yeah, I mean, I at least 2 different reporters that I'm aware of got hit by the rubber bullets. I mean, fucking reporters.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the National Guard? That's the police officers of LA doing that. That's police officers. That's LA. Now you're saying Gavin Newsom didn't want the National Guard there, but Gavin Newsom and whoever's in charge of California, like Karen Bass, they approved that. Not Trump. Trump didn't approve. Like, actually, the National Guard hasn't done much at all when it comes to shooting people with anything.
No rioters. There was no milling about. They were speaking. Actually, between them. And the guy aimed, you could see it in the background, he aimed right for her and fired a rubber bullet at her. I mean...
Take that up with LA, though. That's an LA thing. That's not an ICE thing. That's not anything to do with the feds.
They've been taking...
They've been going to schools.
I mean, not just to, like, Home Depots. They've been going to, like, the restaurants, going into the kitchens where they are actually... They're not horrible drug-dealing, criminals. If you have to take them out of their hands out of the dishwasher,
What does that matter? Just because someone's washing... Dude, I've had a full fucking time job before and dealt drugs. It's pretty easy. I knew a security guard in Memphis who was a coke dealer. He was a security guard. Right? Oh, he had a fucking carry... He could carry, before Tennessee was open carry, he had a registered carry permit. I bought fucking blow from him. It's a black dude. I bought for blow when he was in his security uniform. In the security car. He met up with me one time. So, you can miss me with that shit. They got a job, so they're not criminals.
And take them away from the kitchen at their jobs. They've been going or trying, it's been thwarted, trying to go to schools saying, like regular people, like they were just told to pick this person. I mean, this is the shit that they're doing there.
Where are they supposed to get him? If they can't get them,
then he was like, "Oh, you can't wear masks. Any protesters can't wear masks." Well, there's no I did a short on that. We'll take our masks off when ICE takes off theirs. When every single ICE officer is no longer wearing a mask, I'm sure the rest of the protesters would take it off too.
They wouldn't. No, they wouldn't, you dumb cunt. This is what I don't like about her. She seems like so sure about what she's saying, but she's extremely uneducated in this situation. Antifa has been wearing masks before fucking COVID to cover their identity. And they're going to keep doing it. These people, like, the left is known for covering their fucking face. They're not doing it because ICE is doing it, lady. ICE is doing it because they're doing it. Because they cover their face. They cover their face up because they're known for doxing so much that they're scared that somebody's going to dox them. The Antifa. So now ICE is like, well, fuck it. We're going to cover our face up too. Y'all going to be like that. Listen to what she says right here.
You first.
Right.
You started wearing the masks first.
What? They started wearing the masks first? She really believes that.
You take them off. Interesting. You fought tooth and nail during a
with this too. Now she's clumping all of the ICE agents into anti-maskers that didn't want to wear the mask just because they're ICE agents. They must be all anti-maskers.
freaking virus pandemic that is airborne, that can be transferred by spit in sneezing or whatever, and you fought like hell not to wear a mask.
Who's she talking to?
And now they're all eager to get up on in that mask business.
I didn't say that, bro.
That's interesting. Another thing that's interesting, Alina Habba and Christine want to come down Apex Hammer on New Jersey. Start with Bedminster, alcohol-free golf course, resort, and cemetery. Trump's, to be clear. Why don't you rate that? That's practically all he does employ, especially for things like housekeeping,
How would she know that? You going up there interviewing them?
laundry, maintenance,
I think she's assuming
maintenance,
it. What the fuck
landscaping
is
kind
your
of
problem?
people.
Fuck.
He loves to employ not only immigrants, but many of them
Go away, Simon. Shit.
They're not even in legal programs. You know, the kind of people that are in local, legal, or national immigration programs and are keeping to the rules of that. The ones that he's taking and, like, disappearing. He has people that aren't even documented working in his place down in Mar-a-Lago, too.
Okay, lady.
Why don't they go after that? Hmm? Newark's 20 miles from me.
I never said that's who this is. What are you talking
30
about?
minutes from me. Newark's been nailed. Why not Bedminster? Hmm?
What is that?
Oh, it's the president's place? Well, I thought the president wasn't supposed to have any businesses in his name. He wasn't supposed to own any profitable businesses during his presidency. So, if he's obeying the laws, he should have no problem. Because if he's obeying the laws, it wouldn't be in his hands. And if he was obeying the laws, he wouldn't have undocumented workers working and employed by him and taking advantage of them, would he? Of course he wouldn't. Peace out.
I don't know, dude. The ridiculousness that she thinks she's mic dropping some shit right now to the world. Cover yourself, lady. Hold on. We opened the gate at least 6 times already today, dude. I bet he's gonna maybe do another 5 minutes. Dude, he's not even chasing you. You're beating your own ass back there. What are you doing? Well, there's this.
Well, some residents, including American citizens, say that they are constantly living in fear.
KTLA's Alina Bovian live in Downey tonight. Alina.
Mike and Cher, that's right, especially so
Lena,
here in the city of Downey.
fake.
We spoke to a local councilman who says he's even questioning the validity of some of these raids and if laws are being broken.
We've started living in fear.
Downey City Councilman Mario Trujillo speaking about his own community members living in fear. Since the raid started several days ago, several businesses and churches here have been at the center of targeted federal agents rounding up undocumented immigrants. Over the weekend, an unmarked SUV pulled up into the Galaxy Auto Detail and confronted several car wash employees. Here we see one man jetting off immediately as he spots the agents, sending other workers running in panic. According to the owner, 2 of his workers who do not have criminal records were detained.
These officers, perceived officers, we can't even confirm that in fact they are ICE agents. People are describing these operations as abductions, as kidnappings.
And keep my passport in my hand because I am Latin and they discriminate us.
This man telling KTLA he feels especially vulnerable because of his Mexican heritage, despite being a U.S. citizen, instilling fear into the public. In Compton, a crowd quickly dispersed at the site of federal agents in the 1600 block of South Central Avenue. According to city leaders, this was not a raid. The property rather is leased by federal authorities. And in East LA this morning, a man identified as Alejandro Theodoro Orellano was arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to commit civil disorders for allegedly handing out face shields to suspected rioters at a protest on Tuesday. Trujillo says this is all simply to induce fear without any.
The United States of America.
What in the actual hell? You're telling me this is what this guy normally wears? Combat boots, fatigue pants, looking like he's ready to punch somebody? Yeah. They needed to get his ass.
On Tuesday, Trujillo says this is all simply to induce fear without any real order.
Let's just call it what it is. This is Operation Wetback all over again. And it's disturbing that the federal government would do this to us. This is un-American, and I'm calling them on the federal administration to change course. Do your job. We understand you have a job to do. Do it correctly. Do it like previous administrations.
That right there. Do it like what? Do it like the Biden administration? What do you mean? Just not do it?
They were able to get the numbers without creating.
They were able to get the numbers? Are you sure? Where is he getting these numbers from? Get the numbers.
This chaos.
This is the property of the church. This is Downey Memorial Christian Church, and we are not okay with you being on our property.
Wednesday in Downing, masked ICE agents attempted to arrest a man during one of 3 reported raids, but let him go after community members intervened. Melissa Rivas took this video. She says the man was on the ground next to his bike, surrounded by federal police.
We're telling him in Spanish, don't say anything. You don't need to disclose anything. You know, he has no criminal record. He's been here for about.
Dude, these Dems are fucking like telling people to not say anything. I don't see how that helps their situation. Really, don't give them any information. Just act like you're mute. How does that help them?
30 years, like he just was at work. They took him from work. I don't know. They just profiled him.
And a message from the councilman. He says, do your best to support the people in your community, especially if you know an undocumented person who is too afraid to go to work. I'm Lena.
What? So protect them. So I commented on this. Keep up the good work, ICE. There are many people in California that appreciate you. And as you can see, I'm one of the most upvoted comments, which goes to show that even on KTLA, are over this shit, dude. This guy, if the media cannot decide whether they are in the business of reporting news or manufacturing propaganda, or that the public understand the difference and choose their news source. See, people are tired of this shit, man. Even in LA. Yeah, man. It's happening. You think that, especially in LA, but no, dude, it's because we have so many of them here that some of these cities are 95% Hispanic. So I mean, kind of outnumbered. Apparently, even they're tired of it. Maybe we have a lot of legal ones here. Definitely impacting the school system. Breaking news.
Turn now to a traffic stop that is causing outrage tonight. A young man born and raised on Long Island was pulled over and searched by ICE agents, he says, simply because he's Latino. When ICE found out he is a U.S. citizen, they did let him go. But as News 4's Paisley Chang reports, the damage was already done.
Damage.
What's up, guys? Let's see your ID, please.
23-year-old Elzon Lemus, an electrician, was in his work van with a coworker when they were pulled over by ICE agents in Westbury.
Because you look like somebody local.
What's that
for? What are you looking for?
Lemus asks why they need his ID.
All right, this is going to go one of two ways here. Okay. I need to see your ID. If you're not the guy I'm looking for, you're not the guy I'm looking for.
Okay,
right? But we need your ID.
Nah.
Okay, if you don't get your ID, then we're gonna, have to figure out another way to ID.
It's crazy that they're instant like, nah, I don't have to do that. Like, yeah, you do, asshole. This isn't a police officer. ICE agents. Like, I really sincerely hope that there's different rules for them and they're allowed to just ask people for their shit, because they definitely should be.
And it may not work out well for you.
Nah, listen, I'm not rolling up. Keep it down. I keep it down close to safety. What are you doing?
The agent forces the door open and demands Lemus stops recording.
Yeah, because he was about to roll the fucking window up on him. What are these people? And the Democrats are telling these people to do this stupid shit. Lucky they didn't break his glass out. They could have just waited on him to roll it up and broken it.
Born and raised in New York and was stunned.
I felt like my rights were just like out the window, and like it's like that. It felt like I didn't have anything, anymore.
Of course,
like,
they got the black civil rights attorney fucking with the hand on his shoulder. Oh, I'm gonna help you get the money you deserve. We're gonna make some money off this, buddy.
Much now.
Lemus was taken out of the car, handcuffed for about 25 minutes while the ICE agents searched him. When they found his ID, they let him go.
Why the fuck didn't they just? Why didn't he just hand them? He wouldn't have been there for 25 minutes. It would have probably only lasted 5 if he just handed his ID and went on with his way. But no, they not only did he waste his time, they wasted the agent's time, and now they're doing all this, wasting they're wasting my time right now watching this stupid shit.
Pretty upset because they couldn't take us. Me and my coworker, we were fine.
This happening at a time when ICE enforcement operations have been heightened across the country.
They can't randomly, on a hunch, stopping people.
But they didn't. He said he looked like somebody they were looking for. But yeah, whether or not that's just a way for them to do it and not have any I don't give a shit.
That's contrary to the Constitution.
Attorney Fred Brewington says this case is an example of profiling.
Unless there is an articulable basis upon which there is a reason to ask someone for their identification, which this officer did not provide upon a request, there's a concern there.
We reached out to ICE for comment but have not heard back. For Lemus, even though he is a citizen, he still fears being pulled over again.
I felt like I wasn't, like I lost all rights when they pulled me over and all that. I felt like I had nothing anymore.
At this point, no lawsuit has yet been filed, but Lemus and his attorney say they want to get the story out in the public to raise awareness. They also want to ask the DOJ for a full investigation. In Westbury, Paisley Chang, News 4, New York.
Hey, look, Freckles ate the rest of the food. Yo. Surprising, man. This ICE rioters getting arrested in the funniest ways. Somebody made a compilation 17 hours ago.
Enjoying yourself?
You know, covering everything.
Nothing better to do?
Honor your oath. How about honor your oath, bitch? How about that? Honor your oath. Oh, there you go.
He's supposed to get lost. He's supposed to get lost. This guy goes to jail. He goes to jail. Let's go. Put your hands behind your back. Yep.
My camera, bro.
Big mouth. Big mouth. They go to jail.
Hey, my glasses. They're breaking my glasses.
The fucking party's over, asshole. Make sure he's breathing.
I got it.
Run your mouth at me. Now you're on your face.
You broke my glasses, bro.
Yeah, you're fighting us. You should have left hours ago and get a job. Punk ass. Now you go to jail. Let's go.
Name the badge number.
Hold up, this dude was doing this for 13 viewers? Oh my god. He just got arrested for 13 viewers? Oh yo, my goodness, what the fuck are you doing, man? Oh no. I wouldn't even been out there streaming for 13 viewers. Freckles is on top of my... Freckles is just in my front yard right now. They're super hungry too.
Let's go.
Name the badge number. Name
You're such a big man. Putting a girl. A fucking 5'2" girl. One place. Don't touch me. Don't touch me like that. Don't touch me like that. Don't. I'm not even. Dude, I'm not gonna touch you. I'm not fucking touching you like that.
We are, let me just be clear, we are looking at hundreds of people. We have video, we have FBI collecting video, we are collecting body cam, we're collecting social media, we're collecting everything. And we're going to take our time, we're going to identify people. They think the mask is saving them, it's not saving them.
These folks and your photographer just gave us a great shot of the box that was left behind, which showed the brand of mask. I mean, it's not the kind of thing, thank you for seeing this there. It looks like a bionic shield is what that's called.
Today we executed a search warrant on the individual who was seen earlier this week distributing face shields to suspected rioters down in Los Angeles. It appears they're well orchestrated and coordinated and well funded, so we want to understand who these people are and where this organization is coming from. And today was one of those first arrests, the key arrests that we did.
over here.
Okay, okay.
And now I'm feeling bad for this cat. Hold on, I want to see this.
Who the fuck pays for this? Do I talk to the police department? How does this work?
Wants to
George Soros. He's the one that started all of this bullshit. George Soros.
Looks skinnier than he used to.
Hey, it's your boy, Skinny Penis.
He's not looking so good. Definitely skinnier, and it looked like he had something wrong with his head right there. Near his ear. That hurt. And his meow sounds really weak, like. Hopefully he comes back and eats. But so they go to waste. Back. I can see the head wound. It's hard to see. I think it's up here. Rough? Rougher than normal? Oh, it's just dirty. This always look dirty. I think that someone abandoned Freckles. So I'm not used to being outdoors much. Man, kind of stopped. All covered. So many channels. Look at this. Just have bullshit on. Like this isn't live, but it looks like it's live to people. Isn't live. I can't see it, but it looks like it. LA protest. It even says LA protest live. Got fucking 1,586 watches. Definitely not live. They don't always cut from one to another though. Often enough to tell. Another one. That one is really hard to tell. You can't rewind it. Oftentimes they do that to them. Anybody see NBC does this? Live. It says fucking 3.97 million subs. And even in their chat over here, it says LA protest live. Oh, is it? It makes me fucking second guess it myself. Like, why? Oh, is that it? How they get away with it? But it's just LA Pro. I don't know. Fine. Not the same thing. Nice. So there's nothing going on right now. Oh, this is the situation. They're not giving this.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions
throughout.
I want to see
yesterday. Likely you've seen it from all kinds of different. Secretary came right out of his missions for the.
I have questions for the secretary. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact.
She's clearly in the middle of speaking when he's trying to interrupt her because he has questions. What the fuck does this guy think he is? I thought it was answering question time. No, so you can hear her in the middle of talking.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla.
He was trying to, dude. He was trying to get in there and get on the news with her and shit. Just because he's a senator, he thinks that he's got the right to interrupt her news conference. I'm sorry, but I think she's a little over his pay grade. Idiot.
I have questions for the secretary. Came right out of his mouth. That was the moment U.S. Senator Alex Padilla prompted his removal from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's news conference in Los Angeles yesterday. Likely you've seen it from all kinds of different angles. In fact, video to our monitors offer another angle of what happened. See the camera panning over here. You can see authorities forcing the senator out of that room. And then this angle shows him going right down to the ground.
Yeah, well, maybe if he would have left the room when they asked him to because he was trying to got his agenda to try to get on the news and make her look bad. No, he should be brought up on fucking charges or something for that, dude.
Being cuffed. Padilla says he was just trying to ask Noem a question before the Q&A part of that presser.
Before the Q&A. You said it right there. Why would he be able to ask before the Q&A?
After the scuffle, Padilla spoke to our news teams. Here's what he had to say.
If this is how this administration responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing throughout California and throughout.
I think that if he would have waited for the question and answer time, it might have worked out differently for him. What do you think?
The country.
As for Kristi Noem, she says she gave the senator her phone number afterward and expressed willingness to communicate with him, but didn't feel he should have interrupted her.
His approach, was something that I don't think was appropriate at all. I'll let the law enforcement speak to how this situation was handled, but I will say that it's people need to identify themselves before they start lunging at people that during press conferences.
I can't ever like her.
So we did hear him identify himself. Let's bring in CBS News immigration and politics.
You can see if it posts your message or not. You know that, right?
Reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez. Camilo, has the senator said why he chose to handle things this way? And is there any response to what she had to say? He says he identified himself. She's asserting he did not. How is that squared?
Good morning, Reid. This is really turning out to be a he said, she said situation, quite literally. The White House and the Department of Homeland Security, Reid, are alleging that the senator did not identify himself, at least initially, and that he allegedly lunged at the secretary when she was holding this press conference here in Los Angeles, about the increased ICE activity here targeting undocumented immigrants, many of which the department says are facing criminal charges or have been convicted of serious crimes. The Secretary of Homeland Security said that she did not recognize the senator here in Los Angeles.
Brody, your chat is on the screen. You don't have to change anything. For most channels, yes, you do, because they don't do this. If your chat doesn't pop up on the screen, nobody can see it. It's not on there. It's not on here. This chat will only post what gets posted on the other chat. So it's that simple. If it doesn't come here, if it doesn't pop up on the little thing, it didn't get posted.
And that the other officials in the room also did not recognize him, and that they saw him or perceived him to be a threat and they acted accordingly. But according to the senator, of course, he did identify himself at some point, and that he said he was there to simply ask questions and hold the administration accountable for the increased ICE operations, not just in Los Angeles, but across the entire country. And he also...
Dude, do you see this popping up right here? That's hard to see when that happens. It happens almost instantly when you say something. It's pretty big, and it's like, boop. That's hard to see.
Said that the response was disproportionate, to say the least, because he was not only handcuffed but also thrown to the ground, as you can see in the video. What is objectively clear, Reid, is that this has added to an already intense
Brody, wake the
environment
fuck up. Stop.
Here in
You're taking
Los
too many
Angeles,
supplements,
because, as
dude.
you know, we have seen massive protests over the past week in response to that increased ICE activity, Reid.
Yeah, and we also know that there was another
God
night
damn
of
it,
curfew
Brody.
there.
Why are you fucking being difficult to me right now? You see how that just popped up big as fuck on the screen? I get what you're talking about, but why don't you just, think for a second before you talk?
In Los
Canadian,
Angeles,
dude.
what did
You're
you
too
see overnight
Canadian.
there?
Well, the situation here has actually quieted down to some degree. The crowds of protesters have grown smaller, but there is some expectation, Reid, that they could increase in size over the weekend in coordination with other protests that are planned.
You guys don't even care that I have all this extra shit popping up to give you
communities across the country. The National Guard is still here in Los
2
Angeles,
seconds of fame,
guarding federal buildings, protecting federal property,
you never
but
looked
also
there.
assisting
Well, fuck you.
ICE operations by protecting the deportation agents who are arresting undocumented immigrants suspected of being in the country illegally. That is still the case
something,
because
just look away?
the federal court case around the deployment of the National Guard by President Trump is still active.
Ever notice that popping up on the screen every time someone says something? Huh?
And pause a lower court
Doing it for like
injunction
a
that
year
had
or
blocked
more.
the president from activating the Guard here. So that is still the status quo. We'll see how the situation unfolds over the weekend.
All right, Camila, we know you will be there covering it all. Thank you so much for that update.
You feel like a genius, bro.
news. It's on the news. Take the video of me if you want. Because of the paper and shit, I hope you know.
Ooh. Okay, Brody, we'll gonna make it through it, buddy, together. I think it's river dancing his way into jail.
Crowd quickly gathered to protest what they thought was an enforcement on undocumented immigrants. Now a woman who was arrested protesting that day is shedding new light on what agents were really looking for. 27-year-old Isabel Lopez has been indicted on 4 counts, including obstructing, impeding, resisting, and assaulting officers. Authorities say that Lopez punched an FBI agent in the head, kicked and shoved other federal agents, and even threw a softball at the back of a Hennepin County deputy. And what Lopez and others thought was an ICE raid was actually part of a criminal investigation, one that yielded 900 pounds of methamphetamine. Multiple federal agencies executed search warrants at a number of locations. They are all connected to an investigation into drug trafficking, human trafficking, and money laundering. Officials say they recovered 900 pounds of meth from a Burnsville storage shed worth $22 to $25 million. Agents also seized gold-plated guns and portraits of Al Pacino's character from the movie Scarface. Lopez made an initial appearance in U.S. District Court. Remember, these are federal charges, and authorities say she will remain in custody pending a detention hearing.
So you can see there some of these demonstrators being taken away by Chicago PD.
Weapons of all kinds. We arrested a number of people last night for curfew violations. I think 14, and 3 out of the 14 were armed with weapons, handguns. And so when you look at that, what appears to be one thing is something very different. We've seen in those backpacks that they'll have hammers, they'll break up curbstones and concrete bollards, break up into smaller pieces, which they'll then throw at police. They put them in backpacks and walk around like that. I've seen somebody today walking around with golf balls in a backpack. So all sorts of weapons, all very potentially dangerous. We've seen commercial-grade fireworks being fired at our people, with shrapnel being put in, from what I'm told.
One we are looking into about who is funding these insurrectionists and these rioters and these protesters and these illegal criminals. And I have updates for you on the numbers, by the way. Since June 6th, there have been 330 illegal aliens that have been arrested as part of these riots in Los Angeles.
Freckles eat all that food? Who was there? They're illegal. I think I did hear someone trying to do punching rifles. Walking around with a knife and without job use for it.
Look at this. That's what happens to my kid. But you can if you could just move out the way. You're not going to. How is this a peaceful protest if there's nothing to do here? No, it's not. How do you white people feel about stopping a black woman from going to work?
Oh no, not work. I care so much.
So you don't care about stopping black people from going to work? Look at this line that you guys are causing. I'm not causing no problems. I'm not trying to. We're just trying to leave. What's so funny? What's so funny that you're fucking laughing? We're not quiet. It's funny that they're taking our fucking families. That's funny to you?
There's people dying out there because we're here. There's people dying out there. As long as you feel okay. As long as you feel okay. But target for racist, imperialist state. That's all you, man. You know what that even means? Yes, bitch, I'm in college. Explain it to me. Imperialist state. How do you think you know where the fucking we are? How do you think that America is a fuck? Explain me the definition. The definition is expanding your territory all the way from other places, either economically, either militarily. Oh, the definition. He was laughing his fucking ass off. I got fucking dead. You want to read a book? I'll give you like 40 books right fucking now.
Throw it, throwing it. I've never seen actually throw it. Are they milk too? Thirsty. Why did you end such a shitty video? Are they back live? Time is just behind me meowing every 5 seconds at the moment. Hear about this.
Sandra, this is a tragic story. Jimmy Friesenhahn, father of a 5-month-old girl and a 14-year Marine Corps veteran, fighting for his life now after he was allegedly shot by an illegal alien who's a multiple criminal offender. Joining us now are Jimmy's sister, Becky Borjan, and his brother-in-law, Emmanuel Martinez. Folks, thanks for being with us at this difficult time. Really appreciate it. I just want to take a moment to set up the backstory here so folks at home know what we're talking about. This happened back on May the 4th. Jimmy was working security at the El Patio Sports Bar in San Antonio, Texas. He was at the door. He saw a gun in the pocket of a guy who was trying to enter the bar. He tried to confiscate the gun. A struggle ensued. Jimmy was shot 3 times, twice in the bulletproof vest and once right through the neck, which is now left him paralyzed and unable to speak. Now we find out that the alleged gunman, Wilmer Ortega Ruiz, was in the country illegally, had been arrested 4 times, and every time released from jail. Becky, your thoughts about all of this?
I think it's a great tragedy and a failure of our justice system, people who represent and allowed for our open borders. Our last administration allowed those open borders, really soft on those criminals, and I think it's just unfair and unjust to the citizens of America who are here legally. The immigrants who come legally, there is no intent to cause harm or crimes. These illegal immigrants that repeatedly get released over and over, I don't understand that at all.
So here's the arrest record of this fellow, Ortega Ruiz. A detainer was placed on him by ICE May 4th, 2025, right after the incident happened at the El Patio. His first arrest was a DWI in October of 2020. Second arrest, he violated probation in August of 2023. Failed to show in court September of 2023. That was his third arrest. Then a fourth arrest, November of 2024. This is in Bexar County. And Emmanuel, your opinion of how the sheriff in Bexar and then the district attorney in Bexar have handled this particular individual?
Well, I mean, everybody knows here in Bexar County that the DA is soft on these crimes, Joe Gonzalez. And I think the pressure finally got to him. He's decided to not run for re-election. This is a blue county in a red state, so it just seems like we're always going to have this repeatedly. We're never going to be able to break out of this. But it's shameful, it's disgraceful, that it almost seems like these people that are illegal into this country are getting released easier than a normal citizen that would get a DUI or something else. Doesn't make any sense to us.
Yeah, and I meant to say Bexar County.
Justice.
Yeah, I meant to say Bexar County. I apologize for the mispronunciation. So Ortega Ruiz has been charged now after shooting your brother with aggravated assault. Becky, that's not sitting well with you.
Not at all. When you unload a full clip, the intent is not assault. The intent is murder. He was there to cause harm and murder someone. Maybe not my brother, but someone. So the intent has been there. And it's more than an aggravated assault.
So your brother was a Marine for 14 years, deployed overseas several times, including in Iraq. He managed to make it through all of that and return home, and then he's grievously injured in his hometown of San Antonio. Here's what Texas Congressman Jody Arrington said about all of this. He said, quote, "My heart breaks for Jimmy Friesenhahn, a United States Marine who deployed multiple times over his 14-year career, only to be shot by an illegal alien, released from jail 4 separate times by a Democrat district attorney in San Antonio. Another tragic and needless victim of the left's lawless policies." Becky, Emmanuel, it's hard to wrap your head around the idea that he goes overseas, he serves his country valiantly as a Marine, he goes to war zones, and then he comes home, and his future is uncertain now after what happened at a sports bar in San Antonio. I mean, how do you get your head around that?
It's hard to do so. I try to focus mostly on his recovery and try to get the assistance that he needs through some of these more specialized spinal cord injury centers. Like in Houston, we have the Tier Memorial Hermann. I'd love to get him there to do whatever I can on my behalf to ensure that he's got some form of life. Because at this point, this gunman set a life term on my brother. This is something he's going to have to deal with for life. Extensive medical care, and I just want to see what we can do with new technology that's available and get him that care to see if we can have a more functional, more of a normalized state of life, more than what he's got now.
Well, I know that there are a lot of organizations that watch Fox News a lot, and hopefully they're watching and might be able to help you out. Emmanuel, final word to you.
That would be great.
Yeah, just reiterate, the gunman's hopefully, he'll get his justice, but right now it's just about Jimmy and getting him care he needs. We hear about Elon Musk with the Neuralink, and, maybe he could be a candidate for that. But, just it's disheartening. And then you see everything going on in LA and around the country today, and these people are doing all this, and then we have my brother-in-law, going through this from somebody that shouldn't have been here. And I just want to thank our president Trump for doing what he's doing to try to stop this, because if this Ruiz Ortega wouldn't have been here, that's a variable that you could take out, and Jimmy would be fine right now.
All right. Well, I think that there's probably a lot of people who are looking at this situation and thinking, how can they help? So
this guy's saying his title is Trump is a pile of shit.
Get the fuck up, you losers. You losers. You know what? Fine. Hey. Oh, how's 39 Phil? 39 Phil's all right, bro. How are you doing? What's up? Oh, fuck. Dude, I'm gonna have to go get this checked out. Yo, I'm sorry. Dude, I'm not even trying to do this right now while I'm live. Dude, my nail is all fucked up. Dude.
The hell?
Holy fuck. I'm not even kidding. I might have to end this video. Dude. My nail. Holy fuck.
The moron.
Oh, God.
Do you not know what an ingrown toenail is?
How important are our toenails? Rip it off? You sure?
This guy's got 264,000 subs.
Oh my God. Dude, I better not wear socks. What the hell? Holy fuck.
He's just gonna say holy fuck a bunch and not tell us.
I have to go to the doctor for my feet.
What's wrong with his toe?
Oh, dude, I'm not gonna show you that. That's fucking...
My toenail, it's messed up. He's not saying anything. He's not saying it's ingrown. He's just saying my toenail. My toenail. I'm not showing you my toenail. Gotta go, dummy. You suck. Dude. I think he was a millionaire, too.
NBC4's Amber Frias joins us now from downtown with more on that. Amber.
Carolyn, Kathy, usually on any given weekday, you can see a good amount of people out here having lunch at the local restaurants or shopping at the local stores.
When I see my viewers go down
it was really
more than
quiet.
10%.
Downtown Santa Ana has slowed down.
This is 4th Street downtown, and you just saw a car pass?
More than 20%.
Sidewalks are quiet and street vendors are scarce. Martin Ocampo, who owns a Mexican restaurant in downtown, says business was better during the pandemic. He says his sales have dropped 50% since last weekend, and customers aren't the only ones staying away. Ocampo says several businesses in the area have closed temporarily, fearing immigration raids. Street vendors, usually a a reliable part of downtown, are also missing. Only one was seen operating today.
Maybe it's time for a change.
Alicia Ochoa says it's her first day operating this week after staying home several days out of fear. Another well-known vendor, Mr. Diablito, is still staying home. In a show of solidarity, Alta Baja Market, a local store, has stepped in to help.
I have a store, so why can't I sell this fruit for him?
Santa Ana.
You're selling his fruit for him. Okay, but the thing is, you got to be making profit off that. And wouldn't you prefer it to be that way anyway, so that you can sell his stuff for him and make money off of it? Paying all the taxes for property and business and all that shit. Doing. Is she happy? Are businesses happy they're going to be less street vendors posting up shop right in front of the restaurant?
Has long been home to.
Like, this is literally happening right here. Do you see this? Restaurant. Setting up shop right in front of it. I would be so pissed off if that was that restaurant owner.
Immigrant families, and it's the only Orange County city to declare itself a sanctuary. But with increased immigration operations, people say many have gone into hiding. This is video from a market outside downtown Santa Ana. Customers here are also scarce.
Oh, it's heartbreaking. I just
maybe we don't need
like,
so
this
many
community
Mexican
is so
grocery
beautiful.
stores.
That's why my business is here. So
without all the illegals.
It's heartbreaking.
For many businesses,
like,
it's
bitch,
not just about a loss of sales.
Customers are going to be going to another
loss
country
of
probably.
their vibrant community.
So you're going to have to get over that.
And people tell me that having the National Guard stationed here isn't helping either. This is their third day in Santa Ana.
It's like when the ports were like, hey man, we're going to have to lay off workers. We don't have as much shit coming in from China. It's like, well, I mean, maybe you're going to have to lay off some workers then. It changes.
Now they have blocked all streets surrounding the federal courthouse.
That's to do.
Reporting live from Santa
Keep
Ana,
the garbage
Amber
coming in from
NBC4
China
News.
just so that your employees can have a job? That's not how it works. You don't create the supply. You don't. I mean, you don't create the jobs unless there's the demand for them. If it's kind of welder or something instead. Upstream. Where in the country? Everybody's just taking a break for tomorrow.
Come here. Oh, go get peanuts.
Hey, that fucker. Put a thumbnail of him there. There we go.
El pueblo unido.
If Freckles ate the food, right? Freckles came back and ate the food.
El pueblo.
And today's been a very busy morning at the plate. Trident, Freckles, Ross.
How are you this morning? Considering that we are pressed on all sides, but not crushed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Not abandoned, because we are here together, struck down but not destroyed. We always carry around in our bodies the death of our God, so that life of God may
turn the audio
also
up.
be revealed in our bodies and in our communities. That's right. For we who are alive always being given over
Monetize it too.
by the system.
That's right. Come on now.
So that life may be revealed in our mortal bodies, and mortal bodies, come on somebody, as we lift up our humanity in our God. We are all human beings. The first people I would like to recognize, because we have to understand how these ice rays are affecting our communities on the ground. Right here where we are, the merchants are suffering because folks are afraid to come and patronize the businesses because they are afraid of ice. So now you're creating poverty and compounding poverty, especially from folks who are hardworking and have had a vision, come on somebody, for their own community. And so while we are here, I would like to call to the microphone the president of SCIU 721 to give us a synopsis. Give it up for David Green.
We got crowbars. We got crowbars. We have crowbars.
Good morning, brothers, sisters, and siblings. How are we feeling this morning? We're in the birthplace of Los Angeles. I am so proud. My name is David Green. I'm the president and executive director of SCIU Local 721. We represent 100,000 public sector workers in Los Angeles, including nurses, eligibility workers, and my profession, children's social workers. Can we hear it for the members of 721? I woke up a week ago today and walked in my office at SCIU 721, and I noticed a commotion across the street at the Home Depot, right across the street from my union, my local, my home.
Back there.
And I saw vans detaining innocent people and people being swept up in these raids. I saw people being detained without due process. I saw people being detained because of the color of their skin. I saw people being detained because the language that they speak. In our home city of Los Angeles, is that acceptable?
Yes. Yes.
And it made me
Except for these 10 people. They don't like
and
it.
it made me mad. And a couple hours later, I got a missed call from my brother, my colleague, named David Huerta, who was detained not far from our local, not too far from here. And I felt disgusted and sick about what happened with him. But I'm an organizer and I'm a social worker, and I decided this is a turning point for the labor movement. This is a turning point for
my clock isn't working.
And when we're faced with adversity, we stand up and we fight back and we let the world know we're not going anywhere. We let the world know our voices will not be silenced. Are your voices going to be silenced? We're not going to let it happen. We are here because for the next 30 days, we will be engaging in peaceful protest. We will be engaged in sit-ins. We will be engaged in fasts. And I need something from all of you. I need you to join us. I need you to know that there is power in students. Is there power in students? There is power in workers. There is power in immigrants. Our city is incredible because it's diverse. And we've never been more unified with our faith-based organizations, with our fellow labor unions, with our students, with our workers. And the last thing I'll say is, we all need to not suffer in silence at this moment. We need to amplify our voices. We need to make it clear on this ground right here, in the birthplace of Los Angeles, we are not going anywhere until people are treated equally. Are you with me? Something happens when we come together as a community. Something happens when we fight together as a community. What happens? When we fight? When we fight? When we fight? Are we going to stand together? Are we going to be unified? Are we going to win? Oh yes, thank you so much.
Why is the gay flag on this?
We know that our nation has lost its moral compass.
The hell?
I am Pastor Q from Clergy.
Why do they have
for Economic Justice? You guys know it's a
special sticker on the banner?
And I brought some clergy today. Take one step forward, clergy. I brought some clergy today.
Right, man. I think that's why. I bet it's always there.
We are going to be the moral fibrillator that's going to shock the consciousness back into this nation. Believe me when I tell you.
Because when these people aren't gathering together, getting behind immigrants, they're definitely getting behind the pride bullshit.
Mark Corregolo from...
That's what these types of...
Martha, we're back to Martha.
Reverends and preachers do. That's what they do.
From Carlson.
Because that shit pays. Congregation is probably full of gay people.
Thank you so much. My name is Marta Arevalo. I'm the Executive Director of the Central American Resource Center, Carece. Thank you. What we have lived through and witnessed in the past few days is terrorism against our community. We have witnessed kidnappings of our community. We have witnessed violations of
any other country, they would call it deporting.
Constitutional rights
Here,
of our community. And when people
we're supposed
ask
to put them in the
me, how are you
Ritz-Carlton
doing?
as we're kicking them out.
I say, I'm fired up. Are we fired up?
We're supposed to pay them each night that we incarcerate them.
I'm angry. I'm tired.
You get the tacos.
But are we going to give up?
Pastor.
This is part of a concerted effort, a strategic
Tamarind.
effort to push our communities to the
They
brink,
must have all their
to push
ethnic
and oppress
foods.
our communities,
Also,
to bring
where they get
fear
diarrhea.
and terror to our communities, to send the message that immigrants are not wanted. But we know that immigrants.
They're like a cat, you see. You can't just change a Mexican's food to American food. They'll be shitting all over the place.
California is the fourth largest.
They do it gradually, 10% at a time.
In large part because
reduce it by one taco a day. And you add
and it's
chicken
time
nugget.
that we say enough of the lies, enough of the narrative. Immigrants contribute. Immigrants work hard.
Chicken strip.
Immigrants bring culture and beautiful language.
Chicken strip.
And music and dance and food.
You need to wait at least 1 month before you totally transition a Mexican into American food.
Place. So today, I say to our community, we are not going to hide. We're not going to scurry back into the shadows.
Oftentimes characterized by lots of bitching.
We're going to fight. And we're going to do it in a way
Not liking the food.
In a way where we can also amplify our message. In a way where we can tell our stories.
Remember what they were doing in New York, right? Here, anybody who doesn't know, because this bitch is saying the same thing they all say. In New York, for those who missed it, because we watched this live on multiple different times it was happening, but one in particular, Nick Shirley was interviewing people that were standing outside of the hotel that it looked kind of, what are they doing? They had food. They had styrofoam containers full of food. So we asked them, like, what are they doing? They said they're selling food. They're selling food. Well, I thought they gave food for free. Yes, they don't like that food, though. And here's what these people are doing. They were living in New Jersey at a restaurant, cooking the food there. So this restaurant, an American restaurant, was making money off this whole situation, too. And they were driving to New York with all these trays and selling them to the migrants who were probably buying them with money that was given to them by New York, which was subsidized by federal funds, of course, because all these blue states are helped out by the feds. At least they were during the Biden administration, which was that time. Of course, they were being helped out a little bit. So we were buying their food twice, is what I'm trying to say, dude. And that's some shit. While at the same time enriching some probably Mexican-ran restaurant in New Jersey. And that's just one instance. And they were throwing away the food that we were serving them. They were just throwing. We saw multiple videos of these boxes that were literally in the dumpster. Full of food, not even opened.
Comunidades, porque nuestras comunidades contribuyen, son trabajadoras, son lindas, traen una cultura preciosa a esa ciudad, a ese estado y a este país. Y vamos a contar nuestras historias porque importan.
That was their job now. The migrants came here and now they're working to undermine our system. They came here. It saw themselves as being productive American people at that point, probably. Because like I said, you can't transition them too fast to American food. They won't do it. They'll just not do it.
Y todo el mundo está con nosotros. Vamos a seguir luchando. No tengan miedo. Infórmense. Sepan sus derechos. Acudan a nuestras organizaciones.
Then you got the Gazans that were bitching about our MREs being inedible. They would rather eat the slop that's being cooked in those big ass vats, dude, because that tastes with the they care more about that. They're eating it with their hands anyway. Who gives a shit if they do it with their feet? Outside, the old pot. But the bleeding hearts. Send them more of them. I wonder what they probably sold those MREs to Egypt or something, actually. Because there are tunnels that go to Egypt.
My name is Vladimir Carrasco. I'm an organizer with the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights.
Probably not even in Egypt anymore. They've already shipped the pallets somewhere else.
We are here today because our communities are under
rockets,
attack.
the money.
And because we are here to stand and demonstrate a vision of unity, of strength, diversity, and non-violence. Yes. Los Angeles is a city of immigrants, and this city of immigrants will not be complicit in mass deportations. Hell yeah. We stand here today in solidarity with our union brothers and sisters, faith leaders, and community-based organizations to start the summer of resistance.
Well, they served them. They served the both.
Educating our people on their rights.
Plantains and
that
other
looks
stuff.
Like creating safety for our community right here in the birthplace of LA, Placita Olvera.
They actually were serving them ethnic, culturally appropriate
Sacred
foods.
Ground will serve as a central location, accessible location for our impacted communities, our impacted families, youth, allies to gather, to organize, and learn about resources in a place that they can exist without fear. Porque quien salva el pueblo salva el pueblo. This movement draws from a long history of non-violence and non-violent resistance. The campaign is rooted in tactics from the civil rights to the farm worker movement, and that's why we're here as a united front.
Their home country. Just sub sandwich on the side, and they would just put the sandwich away.
So we want y'all to come out here because we're going to center the stories of the people most impacted.
Oh, I see.
This is coordinated.
They
this is
made
community power. We're not going to let them
plantains.
define what LA is. We're not going to let them define our immigrant community because we define our immigrant community. We're shifting the narrative together, and Cheerline is going to continue to help our community no matter what attacks come our way. For 39 years, we've been helping our community members, and we're going to continue to do that. So if you need help, community members,
His hat
call
has
us
a
at
miniature 47 on it. I wonder if he was wearing that hat and that was his like
assistance and referrals.
low-key way of saying he's voting blue for the 47th president. Is there something Dodgers related to that has something to do with? I'm gonna shit
Resistance
about
for us means
baseball.
that we will never stop serving our people with dignity and respect. Porque quien salva el pueblo, el pueblo salva el pueblo. El pueblo salva el pueblo. Quien salva el
pueblo. We know even our children are impacted. But we know an administration that sent billions of dollars in bombs to kill hundreds of thousands of kids in Gaza don't care about your kids either.
That's right.
I just want you to listen to this extremely infactual statement.
Billions of dollars in bombs to kill hundreds of thousands of kids in.
Let's just check something real fast. $55,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, and this number is more than likely higher. And I mean lower than they're putting, because Hamas is who gives these numbers, and they want to look like more people are dying than actually are. So there's that. So to say that did he say hundreds of thousands of children? I don't know about that, dude. All right. Was it hundreds or just 100?
Dollars in bombs to kill hundreds of thousands of.
Hundreds of thousands of kids have died.
Kids in Gaza don't care about your kids either.
That's right.
That's right.
Y'all got a little uncomfortable, but I got to tell the truth.
He's so smart. That's an educated black man.
Don't invite me next time, Felipe. And they
Idiots. Hey, Al, how you been?
So they went to elementary schools and they tried it.
They tried.
But the people stood up and said, "Not, hell no, not yet." They were trying to see if we would allow them to take brown kids from school. It's not going to happen. So, to speak for our impacted folks, give it up for Padilla from UTLA.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Padilla. I teach over at Roosevelt High School. I'm also the parent of two LUSD's kids and a proud member of United Teachers Los Angeles. Two LUSD's kids and a proud member of United Teachers Los Angeles. I'm also the parent of two LUSD's kids and a proud member of United Teachers Los Angeles.
USD's kids. What is that? I need to slow that down, dude. What is she saying? Did she say illegal kid? Oh, God, fuck you.
My name is Padilla. I teach over at Roosevelt High School. Kids and a
I got it.
I'm also the parent of two LUSD's kids and a proud member of
What is she saying?
I'm also the parent of two LUSD's kids and a proud member of
Maybe we should slow it down even. Gotta half speed it, maybe we can get it.
LUSD's kids and a parent of two LUSD's kids and a
Maybe it's not slow enough. Maybe we need to really get that one slowed down and figure it out.
Parent of two LUSD's kids.
Dude, she definitely sounds like she was about to say illegal, but changed her mind, dude. Like in the beginning, doesn't it sound like she's about to say that?
Parent of two LUSD's kids.
And she goes, like she's like, what do I say here? That was weird. Whatever.
And a proud member of United Teachers Los Angeles. You know, for me, my father was deported when I was a teenager, and so I know a lot of my students are going through the same thing. I teach high school seniors, and usually this is a moment of joy. They're celebrating with their families, but unlike past years, this year that was overshadowed by the fear of ICE, immigration coming, anxiety. There was a lot of anxiety this year. I had conversations with my seniors this last week, and this is, you know, our students are leaving their safe space, and they're coming into communities that are torn apart right now by this decisive rhetoric, by this fear that they're feeling. Our students, our families, and our neighbors are being targeted by the militarized immigration enforcement. Our parents, our neighbors, our caregivers are being forcefully taken simply by going to work, going to go pick up groceries, right? Just being at home. The presence of the military-style immigration agents in our communities is a direct threat to our students' safety and well-being. Most of our schools closed for the summer. UTLA, though, is here, and we're not going to step back, and we're not going to back down from this administration's escalating tactics that they're using. The real crisis is the deliberate escalation by federal immigration authorities and the effort to shift the blame onto communities who are responding to the fear, to the grief, and to the injustice inflicted upon them. The presence of the military-style immigration operations threaten our students' safety and health. UTLA will not stand by while this administration tears our communities apart with these cruel tactics. Now more than ever, our students and families need LAUSD to ask that we ask the district continue to stand for our families, continue to provide access to food, resources, and support.
Oh, is that at UCLC?
Our families deserve respect, and our communities deserve to be treated with dignity.
That's what she was saying then.
I want to make it clear, we will not stand for this. We will hold ICE and all law enforcement agencies accountable for racial profiling.
What was an acronym she was saying. That's why it wasn't a word.
Detaining our communities and people across our communities. Our schools should and will always be safe and welcoming places, not just during the academic year, but all year long. UTLA educators are committed to meeting this moment with courage, compassion, and collective action. Thank you.
UTLA is.
And we know, as we launch this summer of resistance, that we got to be rooted and grounded. Yes. We know that this is not just a justice issue. We know it's not just a civic issue.
United
we know it's not just a
Teachers
human rights issue. We know it's a moral issue. We know it's a spiritual issue. So I'm going to ask all clergy to step up as we do a prayer. And I'm going to ask Pastor Andy, whose church has been impacted, to come and lead us in that prayer. He didn't know I was going to ask him to do that.
Let us pray. Holy God, God our Creator, who created each one of us in your image, each one of us sacred children of the same God. We ask your blessing on everyone present today. We ask your blessing on our immigrant sisters and brothers among us in our community that are part of the fabric of this city. Bless us, protect us, help us all together speak up, rise up, and stand together. Stand together for love, for mercy, for compassion, for justice, for a city that welcomes our neighbors, as our scriptures teach us to love our neighbors as we love you. Help us to embody that. Help us as people of faith and conscience to embody that witness and to be a presence of resistance in the days to come. These 30 days of resistance and moral witness. In your many names we pray. Amen.
30 days of resistance.
Further instructions. He wants me to do it, but I want him to do it.
Clergyman with the teachers.
Further instructions. One who I've been on the street struggling with the fight for 15 for over
religion was out of school.
From SCIU 721, my brother, part of the Black and Brown, all of that work we've been doing together. Give it up for Felipe Cassett.
I don't understand that at all.
Thank everyone for being here, and we are going to continue to be here on our summer of resistance. We're going to have, I know our faith leaders are ready to launch our intermittent fast. Are y'all ready? Yeah. Our clergy are ready to launch their intermittent fast. Our community members from the ACLU and the Lawyers Guild are ready to do their Know Your Rights training in Trump 2.0 with the National Guard on the ground, and we are going to continue to non-violently protest and stop the rage. You ready to stop the rage? Let's stop the rage. All right, let's go. We're heading over here. Let's all head over. We're going to start our program. Thank you.
There's no stopping them, dude. For a few days, I've been getting twitches right here. Happened yesterday too. Nothing in there. External muscle. I was trying to look for a national card, and one of them had a thumbnail. This one, this is the one I was pissed off at earlier because I clicked on it, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" Not at a protest with it. We had a protest. Like when I put my thing over it, it showed that. No, it was like that without putting my thing on. So hard to search anything over here. I put protest. Why are all these? Whoa. I guess they can't show anything that's too risque on it. China will get them. What is this? Bitch. What is this? This is like where you can talk to her? Yo, y'all, I've never looked at TikTok on the stream like this. This is weird, huh? Got me to hover over it though. It's outside the Diddy trial. Got in here. Doing something new, man. Been doing here. I can make it easier for you to see. That ass. Actually, around, I'm sorry. RC and my TikTok recommend personal. I don't ever really use TikTok. me. Dudes that were there live. Is actually that though. Not working. Oh, like, oh, oh, that's her. There, that looks fat. That chick doesn't. False advertising. Big old titties though. Yo, got all these dudes like thirsty over here right now. Got 206. Oh, oh no. I don't know what that means actually. Like, I guess a lot of people fart while they were watching. I'm kind of curious to see if she's actually got all these dudes after her right now.
If you come here tomorrow, at least it hacks me. You click on the hack.
I wasn't expecting that.
You just click on it. It will just
make
it will just go off. To exchange the coins directly, you don't even need to exchange VPN.
Exchange just, coins.
If I end the live stream like this now, you will go and check your balance. You will see that you have some money inside. Tomorrow, let me catch you, not say at me. I know all of you that came here today and received gifts. I know all of you. I've marked your name. Don't say at me tomorrow. I will not bring you up. If you like, tap waiting no good. I no go bring you up.
Talking about coins and bringing somebody, right?
You are not part of it. You are not part of it. You are not.
Is she accepting money for something?
Guys, later. Bye. Later. I see you guys later.
Naked cam.
Yes, I need to go and pick her up. Just one coin. Even now they can send it, but stingy cocoa people. Tomorrow be day now. I will catch you now, one by one. Tomorrow morning we are going to be here by.
Detective, you don't want to answer me. Answer me now. I'm proposing.
Proposing what?
Oh, what is happening? Don't be.
I will never let you go till you answer me.
Thank you very much.
I guess I was.
Michael.
Giving her an ass shot, apparently.
Detective.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
TikTok detective. Let's do it here. Answer me.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you a lot.
We are going.
TikTok detective. So you don't like being ignored. I don't like being ignored. I hate it. TikTok detective.
I don't know. Fucking weird. What is going on? Now I'm gonna get recommended those probably.
Priceless, thank you. Thank you, Chucky. Am I saying it right? Chucky Zard? Chucky Zard. Should I call you Chucky? Just let me know what I should call you. Oh, yeah. I love Chucky and the Pokemon Charizard. Oh, okay. All right. So your probably name isn't even one of those.
I'm
two.
actually
You just love Chucky.
that there are just so many people now that stream. I didn't know it was this crazy with it. World, everybody. What's that? Rubber chicken in her hand and like some dazzle beads. Dazzling the chicken. Portland leaders and law enforcement.
And protect our community. Our officers will not be used as agents of ICE. And when we see federal abuse, we will bring it to light, we will take action, and take the fight to federal courts where we will win. As leaders, we will always stand up for Portlanders, all Portlanders, always. As our community prepares for protests this weekend, we affirm the right to free speech while emphasizing that violence, destruction, and obstruction carry consequences.
The old heads might come out because they know it's a big day.
Take a moment before you repost on social media. Take a breath before you post if you think it's immigration action. We must bring the temperature down in our community. Spread resources and spread support and spread love for your neighbors, but don't spread fear. We are strongest when we act with calm and purpose. Together, we must also spread a message of unity. Those who seek to destroy property or hurt people do damage to their cause and must be held accountable by our community. If you see these actions, please report them. Justice must be pursued with a commitment to collective well-being. Reckless or harmful actions will be met with a measured but decisive response guided by accountability. In life-threatening situations or clear legal violations, including violent acts, property destruction, or obstructing the rights of others, law enforcement will intervene to protect our community. Imagine the power of a united Portland, where we champion free speech, mutual respect, and protection for our vulnerable. Let us lead by example. Your peaceful expressions of belief send a powerful message of resilience, inclusivity, and a commitment to safeguarding our community. Thank you for your dedication, your peaceful protest, and your participation in keeping Portlanders safe. Chair.
Good morning, Portland and Multnomah County. I'm Multnomah County Chair Jessica Vega Peterson, and I appreciate the chance to be here today, and I thank all of you for being here as well. We are here because we are standing together. We're standing together during Immigrant and Refugee Heritage Month to say that our sanctuary is important and we must protect it. Right now, communities in this country and across Multnomah County are under direct attack from a federal administration that is hostile to the values that we hold dear. Here, we celebrate and recognize the diverse communities that enrich our county. Here, we know that we all benefit from those who've migrated here, often fleeing dire and violent conditions, have the freedom and opportunity to thrive, pursue their dreams, and give back to their community. And that is something that I see every day, whether that is the employees of Multnomah County who are doing critical work for some of our most vulnerable neighbors. It is what I see in the organizational partners. It is what I see in the immigrants and refugees every single day who are helping this community grow and thrive. Multnomah County is a proud sanctuary county, and that means we must be willing to protect those who need our protection. That means we are committed to supporting our neighbors, families, and communities who are immigrants and refugees. It means we will continue to provide critical safety net services that treat every person with dignity, regardless of their immigration status. That means all are welcome, today, tomorrow, no matter what. We are living in challenging and increasingly troubling times, especially for the communities this administration is targeting. And let's be clear, it is not just our immigrant and refugee communities. We know that communities like our trans community is being targeted as well. So I want to be clear, what we are witnessing at the federal level is not normal. It's unprecedented and it requires us to act. For the first time since 1965, the United States military has been deployed domestically to a state against the wishes of that state's governor. Then it was a decision by President Lyndon Johnson to protect Black children trying to attend recently integrated schools against the wishes of racist Alabama Governor George Wallace. Today, it includes the actions of local ICE agents as they seek to intimidate and detain people who are showing up to our courthouse seeking asylum and legal pathways to refuge. We must not let this federal bullying scare us from exercising our right to free speech. This weekend, we expect Portland to continue its proud tradition of protest. This is a moment in history that requires us to stand up and use our voices. It is also an opportunity to stand for our values without giving this federal administration what it wants, which is an excuse to wreak more chaos in our country in many ways, including a federal budget that represents the largest cuts to our social safety net in history. So, for those of you who are going to be out this Saturday or any other upcoming protests, let's commit to nonviolence resistance. Let's use our voices loudly in peaceful protest that protects the people that we love, the city that we love, the county that we love, and is a true expression of our solidarity with everyone currently under attack. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair. My name is Tony DeFalco. I serve as Executive Director at Latino Network. We are a direct service and advocacy organization focusing on Latina communities around our region. And I'm here today to say a few things. First is about sanctuary. Sanctuary is very critical to our community. Sanctuary means a lot of things. For many in our community, sanctuary has been the reason why they came to this very country. That need for safety. And thanks to our communities, we have created resources and laws like the Sanctuary Promise Act that guarantee our ability to be free from fear when we are accessing critical services like the courthouse, like immigration-related services, and not to be picked up by federal agents when transacting those important pieces of our business. We don't feel safe right now. We are targeted like never before. And what we expect is for our agencies to continue to adhere to and go beyond our sanctuary laws to protect and create resources for our communities. The resource issue is really important, and I want to lift it up. At the same time that we have sanctuary laws that protect us, we also are seeing a shredding of our social safety net like never before. From the federal level to the local level, we are seeing cuts, painful cuts to childcare, to employment-related supports, and on and on. And all of that is a compounding factor in why we need more than ever our local jurisdictions to protect sanctuary, but more importantly, to create resources that allow our communities to go to the very people that are charged with helping navigate through this system that we have, especially in times like this. Because as those supports are being eroded, the places that people can go are fewer and fewer. And that combination, that compounding of impacts from these cuts is exacerbating safety in our community. So this weekend, while we do encourage our communities to exercise their First Amendment rights like never before, to protest an authoritarian government that is literally squeezing us and hurting us like never before, we're also wanting to make sure you all hear us that we need more resources in our community to be able to support our communities through this very challenging time. Thank you. And I'm not sure who's next. I think it's Council President.
The DA is next.
DA is next.
That's me.
Nathan.
All right.
Good to see you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Nathan Vasquez, and I am the District Attorney for Multnomah County. I want to start with just a little bit of context. You know, we here in this room, many of us, we went through 2020 and we saw how a narrative got out of control. And when we look at our amazing community here in Multnomah County and in the city of Portland, it's important to remember that we are actually quite a large county. We're an amazing place full of vibrant neighborhoods, of diverse communities. We have really an immense and wonderful city and county. We are not defined by some of the negative actions that occurred in 2020. In fact, Portland and Multnomah County is defined oftentimes by its amazingly loud and beautiful voice when it decides to protest peacefully. The current protests we're seeing, and the ones that I think people oftentimes are concerned about, are very confined to one building in a small area. And the ones that we have seen where it has gotten out of control are still limited to just a few people. And I want to provide that context because it's important that the many people that are going to come out this weekend and want to have their voices heard, they need to have that opportunity and not have that hijacked by those that would do vandalism.
Yeah, Tel Aviv just got hit.
Commit acts of violence, engage in arson.
This is live.
The people that are going to come out this weekend, they have a real message. They want to vent frustration and anger at times. And I get that.
What?
I support their right to peacefully protest. It's a terrific way for our community to come together, for our collective voice to be heard. But let's not kid ourselves. In the past, the voices of tens of thousands of peaceful protesters have been drowned out. Their message was hijacked by a relatively small number of individuals who wanted their messages of vandalism, destruction, and violence. They thought that's what the
hit on
public should
Tel
hear.
Aviv, dude.
I want our community's voice to be heard loud and clear, one that is important, but is in no way associated with those particularly bad actors. And I'm here to say, I certainly will not stand for that. As a district attorney, I'm here to tell those who would engage in chaos, vandalism, and violence, there's no free pass. That doesn't exist under this administration. I don't care if your political leanings are to the left, to the right, or the middle. If you commit a crime, you will be prosecuted. We've seen in the past few nights some of these groups engage, some of these select few individuals engage in some bad acts, engage in crimes such as arson. And I want to make sure that people understand they will be prosecuted for that. And crimes and being convicted of arson, it changes people's lives. It has a huge detrimental effect. But they will not be allowed to do this in our community. So please, if you feel so compelled, the calling to come out, to have your voice heard, to protest, great, have at it, do it. But do it with respect for each other and for our incredible community. Keep it lawful. If you see someone getting out of hand, tell them to knock it off. If you assault someone, if you burn things, if you decide to break things, you're going to deal with me. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Sheriff Nicole Morrissey O'Donnell.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm Multnomah County Sheriff Nicole Morrissey O'Donnell. I recognize that we are living through an emotional and uncertain time. The events in Los Angeles and across
How many female police chiefs do we have in the country? And did that number drastically increase over the past 4 years?
our country have stirred deep feelings in all of our communities. The issues at the center of these demonstrations, they matter. They deserve the attention and they deserve dialogue. In Multnomah County, we are committed to creating safe communities built on trust and respect. That includes everyone who calls Multnomah County and Portland home. To be clear, Per state law, Oregon law enforcement agencies, including the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, do not engage
He's the sheriff?
in immigration enforcement. Nor do we work with Immigration and
Those
Customs
sheriffs wore
Enforcement to
brown
carry
normally.
out their immigration enforcement directives. As we have always communicated, we
weird.
support the right to peacefully protest and speak freely. It's not only protected, it is truly the cornerstone of our democracy. You have the right to protest, and understand with that right comes accountability. If you choose to participate in a demonstration, we ask that you do so peacefully, take care of one another, and respect our local businesses and respect the spaces that we all share. With that said, we must draw a clear line. Violence, the destruction of property, and other criminal acts will not be tolerated. Actions that harm others, threaten safety, or destroy property do not serve this cause. They undermine it. It is our responsibility to keep people safe and keep the peace. And we will take appropriate measured action if laws are broken. While we hope to not go down that path, we are fully prepared to respond and, if necessary, arrest and book individuals into jail who engage in criminal activity. We are working closely with our public safety partners to monitor developments and ensure that we have a coordinated approach. Ultimately, we all want the same thing: a safe, thriving, and united community. This is the community that we all call home. And we ask everyone to approach this moment with a shared commitment to peaceful expression. The future of our county and the future of our city depends on it. Thank you very much for your time today, and I will now turn it over to Portland Police Chief Bob Day.
Wait.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Actual.
Good afternoon.
Wow.
In my 21 months, not that I'm counting, that I've been in this role, I've probably stood before you to have this conversation more than anybody up here with me. And I have a lot of people who reach out to me and check in, particularly in the last few weeks, and ask how I'm doing and how's it going. And I have to tell you that it's an honor and a privilege to be in this role at this time. I am so proud of the way that Portland is showing up. I'm so proud to stand up here with these representatives, and I'm so proud to represent the Portland Police Bureau. I have mentioned many times, in great anticipation of tomorrow, I expect another event where thousands and thousands from the metro region will come. And
she is the first woman to hold the position at the 41st sheriff. Wait, she was sworn in Wednesday morning. This is what the AI says. She was sworn in Wednesday morning. And Wednesday. Well, maybe. Why would it say that? Anyway, the AI is wrong. She wasn't. I think she was sworn in 2023, possibly. But it seems like, but still. She was the first female to ever get it, and it was during the Biden administration. DEI, baby. Oh, baby.
Represent the values and the beliefs and the ideals of Portland. And what gives me reason to speak with such hope? First of all, we have a track record. We've seen that performance over the...
Is there anybody in chat that thinks it's smart for us to have female sheriffs? Are females known for historically being like good at sheriffing?
Last several events that we have had.
I don't think that a woman can't be a police officer, but sheriff or like in charge of the entire organization doesn't seem right.
So I'm encouraged by that, but also the deep relationships and the learning that I have been able to benefit from through our community partners. Represented and sharing stage with me here is some representatives from our advisory groups. Ms. Marta and Ms. Vanessa from our Latino Advisory Council, Ms. Leila from our Muslim Advisory Council, just a small representative of the number of advisory councils that I get to learn from that are community-led. They get to educate, share, empathize, guide the police bureau. I have relied upon them heavily, and they also challenge and instruct and ask questions. And just in the last few days have called upon them and their networks that extend well beyond the police bureau. So I know that we are speaking with and engaged and available to the community, which, as I have said many times from multiple podiums, that includes the police. We are the community. I'm asked probably the most common question right now is about why we are even at these events. Why do we need to be at these events?
Hey, and before y'all just fucking get on to me about being sexist, Portland is one of the most sexist cities in the country. They actually had a park, the one outside of the federal building that was always protested at, and they were living in this park. Or like Riot Burgers was serving up people food out of the park. It was actually a segregated park, but not for blacks and whites, for males and females. One side of the park was for males, one was for females, and you can tell if you go to look at the restrooms inside. You can tell one's for females, one's for men, and they're like on the other ends of the park or some. Talk about that sometimes during the protests, but like, dude, we're talking about a very sexist city here already, and they acting like it.
Literally about law and order and about violence and vandalism, but I want you to know that my philosophy, my core philosophy, is we're at these events for prevention and service. Prevention and service is the role of the Portland Police Bureau in our community. We are not at these events to arrest people. We are not at these events to try and agitate. We're not at these events to inflame. We are at these events for prevention and for service for all of Portlanders. And as you look specifically at South Waterfront right now and the challenges they're facing, and what I'm asking our members to do is to balance the needs of all the participants in that area: affordable housing, local businesses, the residents and people who live down there, the risk of fire that it poses in some of the areas that are flammable, the private contractors and properties. It's a very complex, diverse urban environment that we cherish in our city. And so as I ask our men and women who go out every evening and keep me advised until the early morning hours about what's going on, we are out there to prevent, to be a prevention, to try and keep things quiet, to try and keep things moderate, as also as a service. And I'll just highlight one example of that last night. Last night, as we were engaging down in the South Waterfront, beginning at about 5:45 p.m., and we watched and observed a lot of activity up until about 9:45. And the only action we took at 9:45 was to make some announcements about how this behavior was not acceptable, things needed to change, and numerous Portlanders responded. It took the temperature down. 4 hours, and simply a verbal outreach by the Police Bureau. Didn't require use of force, just required communication. But several people understood, got the message, took the temperature down, some left. That's a form of prevention. Our presence is a form of prevention. We have a responsibility to serve all of Portlanders, and that's what we are committed to continue to do. Thank you very much. I want to invite up Council President Alana Perna-Guinea.
Thank you all for being here today. You know, before I was our council president, I was an advocate, and I come from Portland's long tradition of protest and people-powered change. I organized students to protest the war in Iraq. I supported workers out on strike, and I marched for my queer community, for women, for workers, for peace, and in 2020, with my kid by my side, for our Black neighbors. That tradition has shaped this city for the better, time and time again. And I'm proud to live in a place where we show up for one another, especially when our neighbors are under threat. And make no mistake, right now, our neighbors are under threat. We are seeing the safety and stability of immigrant Portlanders, our newest neighbors and those who have been here for decades put at risk by federal actions, including the arrest of asylum seekers attending their legally required hearings in our courthouses. This is not a theoretical harm. This is a harm happening right here, right now, to families in our community, and it is not acceptable. We can't tolerate policies or actions from anyone, including our federal government, that not only jeopardize the safety and trust of our neighbors, but that violate the due process that we are all guaranteed. And that is why I support peaceful protest. But we must remember that this is a long game. This is a long game where we have to continue to stand together as a community, a whole community, throughout. To our immigrant communities, I see your fear I share your anger, I stand with you, and I know that we must let your voices lead the actions that we take as a whole community to keep everyone safe. To all Portlanders, it is our responsibility to unite for the safety and well-being of our immigrant neighbors, and our collective voice is stronger when we all stand together and when we create spaces where everybody can come and be a part of our actions. Please stand together. That is how we will defend our communities. I believe in the strength and resilience of Portlanders. Portland is not a city that breaks down under threat. We are not a city that breaks down when the stakes are high. We can continue to stand up for our neighbors together. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate everyone being here today. As a Japanese American whose grandparents were forcibly detained and shipped off to prison camps during World War II, I have a particular lens in which I can clearly see and experience what the federal administration is doing. I clearly see the cruelty and injustice of the Trump administration, including military deployment, as the fear-mongering it is. I clearly see a constant reach for the optics of violence from protesters to justify illegal and immoral actions. I clearly see the attack on peaceful protesters exercising their First Amendment rights and on journalists reporting on violations. I clearly see the attempt to divert our attention from the real violence facing our communities: lack of housing, economic injustice, underfunded schools, reductions to life-saving services, such as Medicaid and more. I also clearly see you, community members, continuing to resist injustice in many powerful ways. I clearly see electeds standing up for what's right, including my colleague, Councilor Zimmerman, who brought forward an important budget note just a couple days ago. If you go back and watch any part of that long meeting, go watch that part. I urge us to continue to resist strategically without falling into Trump's authoritarian playbook. I urge us all to listen to the local immigrant rights coalitions who are strategizing and centering the immediate needs of our neighbors who are incredibly vulnerable right now. I especially want to hear the voice of my colleague, Councilor Angelita Morillo, as the only elected on council with lived experience as an immigrant. And in the words of Auntie Yuriko Chiyama, the movement is contagious, and the people in it are the ones who pass on the spirit. We are the ones who create the contagious spirit of justice. Keep doing the work to ensure that Oregon is for all. And now I'd like to introduce Kennedy Parrish with the ACLU of Oregon.
Hi everyone, my name is Kennedy Parrish and I am on the Communications and Storytelling team with the ACLU of Oregon. With a previously incarcerated father and a mixed black family, I protested for justice and police accountability and for multiple days and nights during the Black Lives Matter movement in 2020 in downtown Portland. The power and rejuvenation from that movement continues to motivate my work in racial justice and faith towards creating a more just, equitable, and caring Oregon. I feel similar feelings of anger, fury, inspiration, and urge to protest currently. Seeing the violent actions by law enforcement towards people in Los Angeles, protesters who just want people to be treated fairly and humanely. It is clear that the Trump administration is fueling a terror campaign against our beloved immigrant and refugee neighbors. It is also clear that the Trump administration is intent on escalating his terror campaign by deploying the National Guard and other branches of military to suppress peaceful protest, dissent, and community self-defense with threats of government violence. The images and videos of community-centered solidarity, support, and action that I am seeing from LA are moving. They are important reminders that taking action and taking care of each other are essential parts of building a path of effective connectedness and resilience that will defend us against the authoritarian aggression coming from the current administration. In this movement work, we must always be mindful of the most impacted people around us. which means effectively and intentionally supporting the people who are most vulnerable at this time. We know that Trump is eager to pounce on any opportunity to weaponize any semblance of disorder and violence so he can manufacture an excuse to deploy military forces against the people of the US. And we know his endgame is to rapidly expand his capacity to target immigrants and refugees. With protests ramping up in Oregon, it is essential that we do not give Trump what he wants: images of violence and chaos. Trump wants to distract us, bait us, and divide us. We must not take this bait. We need to stay clear-eyed, together, and tight. We must be strategic, organized, peaceful, and unified. Our protests must be massive and nonviolent. We need to be careful not to let instigators infiltrate and take over our rallies and protest. I urge people to remember the guidance of civil rights leader Cesar Chavez, who stated, "Nonviolence is not inaction. It is not for the timid or weak. Nonviolence is hard work. It is the willingness to sacrifice. It is the patience to win." Over this weekend and the next coming weeks, I hope people continue to defend our democracy and communities with courage, intentionality, and care. Thank you so much. I'll pass it on to Sanchez Batista.
Thank you, ACLU, for your incredible work, and thank you all for being here today. My name is Jorge Sanchez Bautista. I am the Secretary of the New Portlanders Policy Commission, and we are an advisory body that works to integrate community, immigrant and refugee communities' voices into the City of Portland's policies and decision-making. Today, we speak not only as community leaders, but as a member of the broader community that continues to face fear, exclusion, and misinformation. Many of us on this commission have family members who are undocumented. That's not just a statistic, it's our reality. We know what it means to live with uncertainty, to navigate broken systems, and to constantly defend our right to simply exist. That's why we're here today, to stand in support of immigrant communities and to defend two things that are essential to our democracy: free speech and peaceful protest. We will continue to challenge systems that dehumanize. We will continue to advocate for policies that protect. And we will continue to speak up because silence is not an option when our communities are at risk. To every immigrant Portlander, you are seen, you are valued, and you are not alone. Thank you, and I'd like to hand it over to Pastor Knudsen. Hennessy? Sorry, Pastor Hennessy.
Good morning, everybody. My name, for the record, is Dr. J.W. Matt Hennessy. I'm the pastor of the historic Vancouver Avenue First Baptist Church here in Portland. Also, I'm going to stop because Dr. Knudsen was supposed to be before me. So he and I were both at an interfaith breakfast this morning. I'm going to stop and ask you to come. No. And then I will come up after you. Okay, thank you. My brother.
When you're being honored by your African-American clergy and imams, you don't just get honored and leave the breakfast. You stay for every part. So that's why I'm late. And I appreciate the mayor understanding that ahead of time. And I do want to thank Dr. Hennessy, always, and Frank So, head of Economic Minister of Oregon, whose sore legal immigration system is in dire straits because of what's going on. He came out and parked my car for me. So we all work together in this city. That's what it's all about. We're in a critical time in this city, this nation, this world we live in. And for everybody here, I want you to remember from all of our great faith traditions that we work so closely, Native American spiritual leaders, Muslim, Jew, Hindu, Buddhist, Sikh, Christians, other people of faith, and people of just goodwill to weave the beloved community, as Dr. King talked about, where everybody is welcomed and affirmed for who you were created to be. And that's all of us in Oregon. Everybody resides. So for our immigrant siblings right now, there is so much pain and suffering going on that we must all stand up. We cannot be silent. If you have any question about diversity, equity, inclusion, justice, peace, protesting together for the right reasons, we talk about being made in the image of God, and in Latin, that's imago Dei. How do you spell imago Dei? The last part, D-E-I. We are the human family. And in Portland and Oregon, we stand together. Every sector is standing together right now in this nation because we are under assault by our own government. I'm not going to get political. Mayor, you already settled this. But we have to stand and we have to march. We have to step out on the streets together. This weekend, we know the law enforcement will be walking alongside on bikes and in other ways as we all move together peacefully to say to this country, this cannot go on. Millions of our siblings, many in my own church, some of my staff could be deported tomorrow and their children would come home to no parents. That is wrong. People who are being cared for by an elder and some of our extended families, that caregiver may go to Walgreens and be abducted by ICE. And that person will lay in bed for days and nobody will know they're alone. We are together in this city, and this weekend as we march together, march peacefully. If you know King's 6 principles of nonviolent direct action, read them. We cannot respond to the violence in this nation with violence ourselves. Only love can conquer hate. Only peace can overcome fear. And so we have work to do. My time is up. I'm preaching. I'm going to stop now. But to the press, you know, I always say this to you. We are so thankful for the press and the journalists. The future of this nation, the press, you know, you are that fourth part of the country. And all of you reporters and camera people and producers, thank you. You are storytellers. And you'll take this story about how Portland's going to stand up in unity together this weekend and for the many days ahead until this ends. And as you are storytellers, we could be here in this hall and it'd just be us together. You take it and you run with it and you take it around the country and around the world and say, we are together and we're going to walk peacefully together. Young leaders will lead us. Our young people are not the future leaders, they're leaders right now. And so let us not step back, let us step forward because we don't want, as people of faith, it's all about love. As my wife Tamara is saying, love is active. If my neighbor is afraid or bleeding or hurting, I better take action. Thank you for asking us to come today. Thank you for what you do. Remember, Imago Dei. We're all, and that's a beautiful image of who we are as a human family. Thank you.
I don't know why I would want to come up after you. Let me just say again, I am Dr. J.W. Matt Hennessy with Vancouver Avenue First Baptist Church, and I want to thank the mayor, I want to thank the council president, the Multnomah County chair, the DA, the police chief, all of our leaders for the opportunity to be here today. As Dr. Knutson mentioned, our morning was spent in solidarity with the number of black preachers, teachers, imams, but the story of the faith community is a story of us being in solidarity with one another. Sometimes that's not always known. The fact of the matter is we may have different beliefs and things of that nature, but we work together. As Dr. Knutson said, and I'm sure has been said before, in my own church, there are people who are of the immigrant community. I stand with them. I stand with my Jewish brothers and sisters, my Native American brothers and sisters. We stand with our Islamic brothers and sisters. We are brothers and sisters. And let me also say, we've got people who don't have a faith. They are still, if you come to the Interfaith Peace and Action Collaborative, you're going to find out that people who are agnostics or who are people who are atheists, our tent includes everybody. Mr. Mayor, I just want to say to you as the press and to you as our community, we believe that Portland has always been a good model to other cities. We believe that we can show others that we know how to do our business without the intrusion of others coming from the outside. We know that we can be successful this weekend because we believe that we can work together. There are going to be boots on the ground. Some of us from the faith community, we're going to be there too. And we're going to do everything that we can to march alongside, just like we've done many times in the past. But I want you to know today, I don't want any of you to feel like there is no reason to hope. We got news for you. Portland is able to do anything it wants to when we come together in solidarity to work together, to march together, to fight together, and to say we are not going to be somebody else. We're going to be Portland, and that's who we are, and we thank you for the opportunity, and know that we're doing more than just praying. We're doing more than just having people in our thoughts. We're putting boots on the ground, and we thank you today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, speakers. We will take some questions now from the media. Please raise your hand and let us know who you're asking the question to. And we may be able to pull some other folks in if it's a technical question or if we're looking for something specific. Blair, go ahead.
Chief Day, can you just talk with a little bit more details about how many officers you'll have out this weekend and where they'll be located, etc.?
I'm so surprised the first question was for the chief of police, all these distinguished guests. But in regards to our plans for the weekend, they're really consistent with where we have been. Council President and I just had a conversation recently about the track record that Portlanders are showing the Portland Police Bureau and what we are learning among that, right? Resources and resource allocation, I'm not specific about because those are tactical considerations, and I want to make sure that we are honoring the need for adequate response. But I will tell you that a couple of things. We are going to be engaged, whether it be today or tomorrow. We will be out and about. We will have teams. We are using our rapid response team. I had a conversation today with the state police superintendent. I had a phone call today with about 50 chiefs from around the state of Oregon, as there are about 50 some odd events planned around the state. So we're coordinating to have a unified message and voice, and always making Portland available to offer assistance if needed, or we have a great MOU in place with our Multnomah County partners. Right before the coming down here, the sheriff and I talked about some mutual aid requests if needed. But right now, I will tell you that we seem to be managing well as a city and as a police bureau. And so we will be engaged and we will be visible, but that visibility, which I know means different things to different people. When I say visibility, that can range anything from being seen a block away on a bicycle to being seen maybe in a more formative way, blocking an intersection. The role of visibility is important to us in terms of having that presence to be seen. And we are trying to learn and show up in a way that best meets the moment for that time in the crowd. So there'll be plenty of us engaged and involved over the weekend. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I have a question for you, Chief Day. If we were to see an increased presence of federal law enforcement, like we saw what happened down in LA, if we see something happen like that here, what role does PPD play in upholding public safety, especially at protests?
Yeah. So really, a couple things. One, I've been clear since the first of the year. I am in regular communication with our federal partners. I was as early as yesterday. I value those relationships. I value those conversations. I think it's critical that we continue to keep that line of communication open. I cannot speak for them. I cannot anticipate the future or the intent of the White House or the Attorney General's office, but just know that we are in communication. If we were to see an increased amount of enforcement or increased amount of presence with federal agencies, the lines are pretty clear as to the role of the Portland Police Bureau. And we don't engage in immigration enforcement. We don't participate in trying to make a determination of somebody's status. We're certainly not interested in any kind of enforcement or any assistance of that enforcement by the federal law enforcement. But I think the mayor mentioned in his comments, if I remember correctly, we also cannot interfere with that. We cannot create a situation where local law enforcement is in opposition to, I'm talking about, boots on the ground kind of thing, where we are in opposition to federal law enforcement. We need to play our role, and our role, as I mentioned earlier, is around prevention and service to all Portlanders, and we will do that the best we can. I understand that it is a gray area. It is a constantly moving line that we are trying to walk. But I think it's imperative that we outline it, and I have been crystal clear with both our federal partners, and the mayor and I are in regular communication. His expectations of me is expectation of the Police Bureau. So if we see that happen, know that we will be in communication with them. We will not be partnering or supporting them in immigration efforts, and we will do our best to serve and prevent future harm to Portlanders. Well, I spoke with them yesterday, and they do not share specific information with me in terms of their operations, which is their prerogative, but I am in regular communication with them. So I do not know what they have or have not been doing in the state, But just know that those lines of communication are open, as well as directly with the employees that are in the facility down there. We're in regular communication with them as well.
All right, any other questions? Looks like, okay, we're going over here.
Forgive me if this veers a little bit into the tactics conversation, but last night and multiple times this week, we've seen the Bureau show up and then leave. And things seem to calm down after those situations. I wonder if you could just speak to how you're gauging that approach right now.
Yeah, Troy, that's the challenge, right? I mentioned that visibility piece. We know that just the representation of law enforcement based upon history, based upon past performance, whether it be performance of PBB or in our nation's history, we know that that can be an escalation. But we also know that sometimes our presence can be a de-escalation. Portlanders are learning and understand, and we are doing the same with our community, about how to interact in these really complex spaces. And so it is really a back and forth. We take the temperature. We try not to escalate. We have such a heavy emphasis around de-escalation, the involvement of the Police Bureau since 2020, our dialogue liaison officers, our in-keys training, our partnership with London Metropolitan Police and others, our reliance upon outside reviews and reports have all shaped our response. And I will tell you right now, as I was getting updates until 2 in the morning, sleeping on the couch as to not disturb Mrs. Day last night, I just couldn't be more grateful for the thoughtfulness that's going into this approach. But I will be the first to say that it is not clear. And I would anticipate that there will be conflicts. I anticipate there to be mistakes. I anticipate us to be held accountable in that. But I think what you heard consistently across this room this morning is we're in it together. And if this devolves into a us versus them, police versus community kind of situation, my greatest fear is that we will then lose the narrative. I said earlier this week, nobody in Los Angeles is talking about immigration right now. They're talking about the Trump administration. They're talking about federal oversight or federal involvement. They're talking about the Guard. They're talking about riots. They're talking about LAPD. And as you've heard from people with lived experience, that the real fear that exists and the real challenge that we're trying to address is getting lost in that narrative. And I would certainly hope that that not be the case here, that we would be able to continue to elevate what the true issue is.
There was one hand back there now, so we'll pass it to you and then we're going to wrap it up.
Quick question for the mayor. Sorry, Chief.
There you go.
Mayor, I'm curious how you balance your messaging
Kristen
today
Peeler.
with these local leaders. Some saying they will be participating in these demonstrations this weekend, compared to leaders of other large cities and states saying we will be a riot-free zone and coming out and basically trying to discourage some of these demonstrations. How do you balance that narrative?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. So what you see right here is a coalition that we're building. By asking the media to be a part of it, you're part of the coalition. In Oregon, our job is to take the temperature down, but to make sure that everybody's voice is included. We encourage the protesters tomorrow. We encourage the message that we're going to send to the nation that this is how you care for your community, by bringing everybody in. It's a pushback to the federal administration that's trying to divide, create fear, uncertainty, and confusion. That's what tomorrow is about. That's what we're doing here today, and that's what we're going to continue to do tomorrow, the next day, and the next day.
All right, everyone, thank you so much for coming. If there's any follow-ups, you know who to reach out to. I appreciate it.
You guys really support protests. They didn't learn, did they? It's gonna be different this time. You don't understand. Yeah, probably worse. I'll go and have lunch now. Got that chicken in her. Real? Yo, dude. But she still has that damn thing in her hand.
And we'll even let the Canadian guy join in.
She actually is the dazzling thing.
So you
dude.
don't have to mail it to me. A baseball? Yes.
We're gonna stand here.
All right, ready? Good afternoon, everyone. One more time. Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes.
Julie.
Buenas tardes. Thank you, everyone, to our elected officials, to our...
Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, and we continue to bring you a bright sky over Israel right now, and they are intercepting these threats, and we are continuing to follow the latest for you here on Live Now from Fox, but a very active and fluid situation that is happening. IDF has identified missiles launched towards Israel, and those detected missiles are continuing, but moments and shows up working at the Home Front Command's instructions. So it should be noted that just that was and that's coming by. We are seeing now more of these images coming from the sky right now as the defense systems are being put to work. And yeah, you can see it right there. Here we go. Here is more of the missiles now coming down, and and it looks like Israel trying to intercept as much as they can as they are coming right now in the sky. But again, breaking news happening, and we are bringing you these live images on Live Now from Fox.
Why are they breaking up
play out,
like
see if
that?
we are getting any sound from the source here, and we could just listen in as this is all playing out.
There were a lot of them. Why do so many of the buildings have cranes on top of them?
All right, once again, viewer discretion is advised, but we are seeing some strikes right now raining down over Israel, and we just saw that moment play out. And again, viewer discretion is heavily advised here. Very, very fluid about what's going on right now. But again, active threat going on over the skies of Israel as Iran has launched attacks. And again, we are seeing just some of that aftermath of some of the moments that where these missiles came raining down over Israel. So again, we are just going to listen to some of the sounds that are coming as we brace for more potential attacks that could be coming here in moments. Let's listen in. And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are witnessing a barrage of missile attacks that are raining over Tel Aviv right now. And this is something that Iran said that they would be doing at a time when they felt that was up to them. And now we are seeing that being played out right now as nightfall comes to Israel here, and the defense systems are working, but some have made impacts, and we clearly see that right now from our camera angle that we are displaying here for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, IDF saying those earlier today. President, you're just joining us here, breaking down the big story here of the day. Oh, play out just that strike that happened. Let's see, let me bracket right here. This is where we saw just more of those flashes come. And yeah, some big moments there that played out over Tel Aviv. All right, another camera angle that we are getting not too far away from the other shot that we did have. And again, you are seeing this Rubio to be put before you, sirens going off.
That's it.
Business leaders, our civic and faith leaders, to our partners in the nonprofit sector, community-based organizations, thank you for standing with us here today. My name is Vanessa Aramayo. I am the CEO and president of Alliance for a Better Community. We are a Latino advocacy organization serving the Los Angeles region. And we're gathered today under this difficult, challenging, and dangerous time because what we are witnessing in Los Angeles is not normal. Our communities are under attack. Our children in schools are being targeted. Our parents are scared to go to graduation ceremonies. Patients are missing their medical appointments. We have parishioners praying in church that are being apprehended. Workers and small business owners disappearing without a trace, their loved ones without any information of where they are. This is not normal. Our neighborhoods, our communities are living in fear. People are missing work. They are not going out to go about on their day-to-day lives. This is not an isolated incident, and these are not isolated incidents. These are part of a systemic crisis that we are seeing. Just yesterday, Alex Padilla was our U.S. Senator, our first Latino to represent the state of California in the U.S. Senate, was violently removed, forced to the ground, and handcuffed by federal agents in a federal building. It is not acceptable. It is not just unacceptable. This is authoritarianism taking over our democracy. And again, I have to emphasize, these are not isolated incidents. These are part of a coordinated assault on immigrant communities, and they are shredding the remaining, what's left of the trust our communities have in government. It is not okay that our families are living in fear in Los Angeles. It is not okay that our rights are being trampled. And the message that is being sent loud and clear is that if you are an immigrant, if you look like an immigrant, you are disposable. That means that what we need to do is we have to deepen our cross-sector collaboration, uniting business leaders, educators, legal experts, health providers, civic and faith leaders. It means broadening our multi-ethnic and our multi-racial coalitions, because this fight cannot be done by one alone. It must be rooted in the solidarity across the communities that are under threat. When they come for one of us, they come from all of us. Necesitamos ahora que tengamos todas las manos y corazones listos para actuar. It is critically important that all hands and hearts are on deck to face and respond to this crisis. At Alliance for a Better Community, we work to build stronger and healthy communities where people can succeed and contribute to life with dignity. More than 3 million Latinos live in, more than 4 million Latinos live in LA County. This population is the heart of our communities, working families, students, small business owners, and voters, many of whom are immigrants and part of mixed status households. When our community is under attack, there are ripple effects that are felt beyond our neighborhoods. The well-being of Latino communities are directly tied to the health and strength of Los Angeles. And this is why our connection and our work and how we respond has to be connected to a broader movement, one that brings people together from all races, backgrounds, and sectors to defend the dignity and the rights of our communities. I am grateful for the partners that have come out at a moment's notice to share their support and to unite and talk continuously, day to day, putting a message out. While these terrorist acts are happening in our communities, we will continue to uplift our voice and we will continue to stand united. I'd like to first introduce a person who needs no introduction, a civil rights leader of our time who has been here through thick and thin with our communities, the former mayor of Los Angeles, Antonio Villaraigosa.
Thank you, Vanessa. And thank you to the Alliance for Better Communities. Some of the people here I've known for decades. Some of them have worked for me. Some of them I've struggled alongside of. I'm born and raised in this town. Many of you know that. I am a proud American. But what I've seen on the streets of Los Angeles is un-American. I have never seen military-style deportations, people coming in military fatigues, masked up from head to their shoulders. We have never seen that, folks. In unmarked cars, they are terrorizing our communities. They are stopping people who are citizens. They are going into schools and churches and courthouses and places of work and places of shopping. They're doing so in an indiscriminate way and in a way that violates the civil rights of Angelenos. I have said from the beginning, many of us have said, we have a right to secure our borders. They said they were going to put these people at the border. They said they were going to go after serious felons, violent felons. Go after them. They're going after working people. They're separating children from their parents, and it's unacceptable. And we've got to say no. No to those type of military-style deportations, roundups, where they come in with flash-bang grenades. When have you seen that? Assault weapons. When have you seen that? This is the United States of America. 2, yesterday, I've known Senator Alex Padilla for 30 years. I've always called him the gentle giant. He's a large man, 6'3" or 4", a good man. I've never seen him violent in my life. Those of you who were there, and there were many, not a one of you accused of him of being aggressive. In fact, what you said is he asked a question. This is a United States senator in a federal building asking a simple question. He was accosted by the Secret Service. He was thrown down on his knees and forced to lay down, and then he was handcuffed. A United States senator. I say, not in my America, not in this America, not in America that understands that the First Amendment, freedom of expression, it's fundamental to our democracy. You're here, newspaper reporters and camera folks. You get to ask questions. Someone said, well, he didn't raise his hand. Well, how many of you have not raised your hand when you asked a question? He asked the question, they threw him to the ground, and it's unacceptable, and they need to be responsible for that. And finally, demonstrations. We should demonstrate, and we will tomorrow. There'll be demonstrations here in Los Angeles, all over Southern California, and across the nation. But let me be clear. Those demonstrations need to be peaceful.
Let me clarify something here. He interrupted her while she was live on multiple different news stations. Wasn't question and answer time, even. He was trying to ask a question while she was in the middle of her speech, dude. Yes, that's time for you to go. You're trying to interject your own bullshit into speech time. You gotta go, motherfucker. And then he wouldn't leave, so they had to push him. How? Because he kept asking it while she was... You can hear her talking in the background. It took a day to be able to actually see the footage of what happened. Because all they wanted us to see was him being tackled. Because, oh my God, they tackled a senator. I see why they did it now. He wouldn't fucking leave. Dummy.
We need to observe the law.
He kept talking.
We cannot threaten law enforcement. We cannot damage buildings. We have to march
Why should he get
peacefully.
Any special privileges because he's a senator? Anybody else in there, if they would have interrupted her, would have probably gotten tackled a lot sooner and a lot harder.
the tradition of Martin Luther King, Cesar Chavez, Rosa Parks, and Dolores Huerta. Nonviolent demonstrations are the key to victory, and we will engage in nonviolent, peaceful demonstrations, standing up for the First Amendment, standing up for the freedom of assembly, standing up for our right to criticize a government that seems to not believe in our democracy and are threatening our rights. Para los que hablan español, quiero decir, he estado con esta gente muchos años, en algunos, con algunos más de 3 décadas. Y lo que sí te puedo decir, después de tantos años en la política, tantos años como activista, nunca en mi vida en una ciudad donde he visto redadas. Este año, esta década, nunca hemos visto redadas de estilo militar, donde vienen con flashbang grenades, donde están vestidos como militares, cubiertos de la cabeza. Aplica la ley en la frontera, todos tienen deportación. Esto no es Rosa Parks, de Cesar Chavez y Martin Luther King, de Dolores Huerta y Rosa Parks. Vamos a demostrar todos nosotros.
No. Those were all citizens of our country that those people were fighting for. You dick. Fuck you. What's he doing? He's comparing the people that are fighting for these rights, same as those freedom fighters. No, you're fighting for the people that are trying to infiltrate our country. No.
En oposición a estos redadas militares que no hay lugar en este país. Gracias.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure now to introduce the Los Angeles City Council representative that represents one of the most diverse districts in the most diverse cities in this country, Councilwoman Isabel Jurado.
The most diverse. Are you really just saying that they're like 99% Mexican?
Thank you, Vanessa, and thank you for ABC for hosting us. My name is Isabel Jurado, and I am the council member for District 14. This week, my heart has been broken. We've seen ICE raids in downtown LA separating 14 men from their families. We've seen ICE raids in Boyle Heights where folks are just taken off the streets, leaving their children to cry on the corner. It breaks my heart to see my district destroyed and our people taken. As a daughter, a proud daughter of immigrants, I know how important this is for families to stay together. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment for our city and for the immigrant communities who have helped build it. Los Angeles has always been a refuge, a place where families come to seek safety, dignity, and the opportunity to build a better life. But right now, our communities are under siege. Federal agents are terrorizing our families and traumatizing them and disrupting the lives of hard-working Angelinos.
They're mostly Asian in hers, by the way. It says, in 2023, there were 1.5 times more Asian non-Hispanic residents in Congressional District 14 than any other race or ethnicity. And as of 2020, 38.7% of Congressional District 14 California residents were born outside of the country. Almost 40% born outside. Now I can see why they're freaking out.
Their presence has not only incited fear, but they've elicited real harm.
Oh, just so you see the facts
The
I'm
recent
looking
immigration
at.
raids in this district has caused so much fear in our communities, and that's what this president wants to sow: fear, division, and isolation. And it's devastating CD14 and the city. My office is working quickly to connect impacted businesses and workers with the resources they need, from legal aid and city funds to emergency financial support, because recovery must be rooted in justice.
They got a lot of Asian
Earlier this week in
immigrants
council,
that
I
came.
introduced a series series of motions calling for funding for Represent LA, an additional $1 million so we can support our immigrant families for legal defense. I called for the support of downtown LA, which is a center of free speech in our city, but to make sure that our small businesses that are largely my immigrant owned can stay afloat and protect them from the graffiti. Third, we want to make sure that city facilities are not open to unlawful entry by federal agents, and accounting for de-escalation and violence intervention resources available across the city. And while we unequivocally condemn the damage and the theft that is happening, downtown is a home and a space for people to gather. We won't let those actions be used to overshadow or discredit the immigrant organizations in our communities and peaceful demonstrators who make Los Angeles vibrant, resilient, and strong. Public safety in our community and solidarity are not mutually exclusive. We can and must protect our neighborhoods while standing firmly with the people who call them home. Let me be clear, this is political theater. Immigrant advocates like Chirla are being falsely accused of inciting violence, a baseless smear campaign meant to distract and divide. But we will not be gaslit into forgetting who is truly putting the harm into our communities. For decades, Chirla has been providing the light in the darkness, fighting justice for dignity and for the humanity of every immigrant. Today, as intimidation tactics escalate, we stand with them more loudly and more proudly than ever before. Because when our communities are threatened, we rise together. And that's why what happened with U.S. Senator Alex Padilla is so alarming. This is dangerous. If they do that to him, what are they doing to our families behind closed doors? We must be clear. Violence, whether it comes from federal agents or opportunistic agitators, have no place in our neighborhoods. The answer to pain and justice is not more harm. It's love and solidarity. We will continue to fight for a city that chooses compassion over cruelty, care over criminalization, and peace over fear. And I invite every Angelino to stand with us, stand with our immigrant organizations, stand with our immigrant community, and support the organizations defending their right, because to build a Los Angeles in safety, dignity, and shared power. Because our city is stronger when we are together. Thank you so much for having me, and la lucha sigue.
Thank you, Councilwoman. As a mother of elementary school-age children, there's another layer here. The impacts that are happening to our children, our students across school districts. I am proud to introduce now someone who has been an ally, a partner in this work for many, many years, representing the second largest school district in the country. Please help me welcome Los Angeles Unified School Board member Nick Melvoin.
Thank you, Vanessa. I'm Nick Melvoin, proud LA Unified Board member, and I'm proud to stand here with colleagues and friends in our community. Mayor Villaraigosa, Mayor, you were a champion for kids when you were our mayor, and I was a teacher in South LA, and you remain a mayor, a champion and a leader for kids. So thank you for your support. I want to note that the timing of these horrific raids is not an accident. LA Unified is a district of immigrants, 90% kids of color, 85% kids living in poverty. And this was the final week of school where we had hundreds of graduations and culminations, celebrating the hard work of kids and their families over years. And I don't want this action to diminish it. When you have ICE agents, armed ICE agents outside the California Science Center, so that we had to turn away field trips. The only people going to the California Science Center are kids, their families, and our teachers. We know what you're trying to do. You're trying to strike fear in the heart of all of Los Angeles, and we're here to take a moment, too, to celebrate, despite that fear, the accomplishment of our students, record number of graduates, the work of their families, who came here in part because of the promise of public education. And as I said to our graduates this week, while these federal immigration raids and constitutional overreach represent the worst of this country, our graduates and their families represent the best. And luckily, the kids are our future. So I want to take a moment to celebrate LA Unified's graduation and the families and the communities that got them there.
15 more kids per
We will not
class
be
in 'em.
deterred as we continue to
They can't
support
speak
students
English.
in safe schools. LA Unified will start summer school on Tuesday. We are opening additional campuses so that students and families don't have to travel as far given the climate. We are expanding our transportation options. We are grateful as we continue to work with LA School Police and others to create perimeters of safety not only around graduations but around schools as sanctuaries and safe zones for our kids. We are providing meals and after school enrichment in those summer school activities that start on Tuesday. And we encourage folks to go to lausd.org/weare1.
I'm sure a lot of kids are thinking about those
lausd.org/weare1 to see summer school
programs,
options
whatever the hell that
and
is.
opportunities to support families, whether that's with food or mental health support,
include them
or
using
thanks to
their
some of the
phone
partners here,
the
legal
whole time
aid
they're
for
there?
families as well. We will not be deterred, and as we celebrate a school year and we get ready to welcome students back to schools where they should be safe places, we encourage folks to go to lausd.org/weare1. I also want to make a note that I think it's important for us to know that while these enforcement actions are targeting communities of color and racially profiling our fellow Angelenos, that this is an issue that is affecting all of us. I represent the west side of LA and the West Valley, and I'm here to say that we stand together with all of our communities on behalf of my constituents to say that this will not stand and that we are united as Angelenos against this terror. Not only because an illegal enforcement action against one of us is an action against all of us, but I had to watch in horror earlier this week a video of a 10-year-old kid on the west side of LA, an elementary school student in LA Unified, who on a Sunday in an outing with his family to go wash the car and do other chores that we all do over the weekend, as his father got illegally picked up and as the student was yelling into the abyss, just calling for his father. Tell me what threat this student and his father creates for our national security. And as I said to these students this week too, some out there may think these enforcement actions are signs of strength. They are not. They are signs of cowardice and weakness. And yet the peaceful resistance, the communities that we stand with today are showing our strength. And I also have to say, as someone who represents part of the city that were devastated by the wildfires, these enforcement actions are undermining LA's recovery. When you pick up people outside of a Home Depot who are looking for an honest day's work, they are literally trying to rebuild the city. We know LA is a city built by immigrants. It is literally now being rebuilt by immigrants, and this effort is undermining the recovery in the Palisades, in Altadena. And so don't stand there in the federal government or around this country and say you support LA recovery if you support these illegal actions. You are undermining our economy. You are undermining our recovery from those devastating fires. So finally, we will stand united to protect students as schools become and remain safe zones. We will work with our partners to provide mutual aid in the form of security and legal support and food. And tomorrow, district leadership will be joining our students and our families and our teachers and our support staff to peacefully protest these actions, because even though this administration does not understand the Constitution, when it comes to these illegal raids and the unconstitutional overreach with the National Guard and the Marines, we are proud in our schools. We do teach civic education, and we do understand our First Amendment rights to protest peacefully, and we're proud of our graduates like LA Unified grad Senator Alex Padilla, who stands up for his right to protest, and we will be joining the senator and our students in solidarity tomorrow and for the days and weeks to come. So thank you, and not only does the school district stand united with our communities, but the West Side and the West Valley and every Angeleno has a stake in this fight. Thank you.
I mentioned earlier that we have business leaders and industry folks that are also here supporting this because they have also been impacted and they're seeing the devastation that's happening across our communities. I'd like to invite first to speak a philanthropist, a friend, a partner, and an ally in the civil rights movement, Kareem Webb, who's a principal of Webb Investments.
Thank you, Vanessa, for your incredible leadership in the city. Former Mayor Villaraigosa, Michelle, Alfred, many friends that are here. We're not new to this. We've been in solidarity before this. We're going to be in solidarity after this. And today, as an entrepreneur and a business leader, you know, it's easy to talk about P&Ls, profit and loss, team members, access to capital, but today we want to talk about something more fundamental, and that's the inherent value of every human life. Very good. Our very city was founded by the Pobladores, the diverse group of dreamers from Mexico, African, indigenous, Spanish, and mixed heritage people. They arrived seeking opportunity, building a new life from the ground up. And their journey, much like the path of many undocumented individuals today, was one of hope, resilience, and the belief in a better tomorrow. Just as African Americans for generations have faced systematic barriers and fought for recognition of their full humanity, of our full humanity and our contributions, our undocumented communities today navigate immense challenges while enriching our society. Their struggle for dignity and belonging echoes the broader American story. These are God's children too, who exist every second of every day with the sting of anxiety that comes from uncertainty. Human beings existing in the shadows, being careful about where and how to travel, finding work that is often beneath their ability to contribute, making less money, all while maintaining their dignity, being responsive to our collective community, raising their families, contributing to their faith community, and to the economic and cultural engines of our city, the state, and the country. Their resilience, their determination, their very presence makes our city stronger, more vibrant, and more compassionate. To deny their humanity or diminish their contributions is to diminish ourselves. Yes, sir. And to refrain from standing in solidarity is to turn our backs on the sacrifices of millions from past generations, from slavery to civil rights and farm workers movements, from King and Chavez to the here and now. Let's affirm the value of all humans in the eyesight of the Almighty Creator, and let these moments fortify our resolve. Let's see ourselves in each other, that our collective lights flush out the darkness.
Now it's my pleasure to introduce Alfred Frejo Jr., who is the founder of the Somos Group.
Alfred. All right, thank you, Vanessa. Thank you all for being here with us today. As a business owner in downtown and in Boyle Heights, I'm here to say it's time for action. Business leaders in Los Angeles must step up and show courage in this moment of crisis. Workers in our city, workers in this country are under attack. And when you attack workers, you attack businesses, full stop. The recent crackdowns are part of a deliberate campaign to sow chaos and fear waged against the very people who are the backbone of our economy in Los Angeles. It's an attack on the people, many of them immigrants who harvest our food, the cooks, the hotel workers, the people who clean our homes, take care of our children and our elderly, maintain our office buildings that you see around us today. These people are not statistics. They're not remote figures on TikTok or newspaper headlines. These are our neighbors, our friends, our co-workers. And when people are targeted, detained, and forced into the shadows, the ripple effects are not restricted to one family or one neighborhood. They spread into our businesses, into our schools, into the very stability of our community. This is not about a national security crisis or about deporting criminals, as was mentioned by our mayor. It's not about protecting American citizens. What we are witnessing is a calculated attempt to dismantle civic institutions, to pressure businesses into silence, to pit us against one another, worker against employer, worker against worker, neighbor against neighbor. And here is an essential truth. Economies don't grow when workers are targeted and afraid. Businesses don't thrive when families are afraid to leave their homes to purchase groceries or walk their children to school. Communities don't prosper when fear and retribution are the order of the day. We see that when businesses stand up to the assault on their workers, the government is backing off. We saw that yesterday when the president reversed course on rounding up farm workers and employees in our hotel industry. Taking action works. As a first-generation Latino business owner, I live both sides of this American experiment. The fragility of living in the shadows and the responsibility that comes with owning a business. And today, I stand before you and call on my fellow business leaders, not just the small business owners, but Latino entrepreneurs, big and small business owners that have invested and prospered from Los Angeles, that we must stand strong and support our leaders that are fighting back this onslaught. Not with hashtags, not with hollow social media statements, with real action. That means financially supporting the legal organizations and other nonprofit groups you see behind me. Put your wallet to work. Invest in community groups like Inclusive Action, like Carecen, like Chirla, like the Asian American organizations that are behind me, like the Trans Latina Coalition, that are supporting our street vendors, our gardeners, people that look like me and all of us, essential workers. It's time to make a stand and make investments in the minority businesses that are at peril, because the anti-Black, anti-Brown, anti-Asian discrimination is putting them at risk. We know that the small businesses standing here today are the economic engine of our city. When workers can't work without fear of retribution, our businesses can't succeed. Our working people can't build better lives, and our economy cannot prosper and grow. And when leaders stay silent, we, all of us, pay the price. Now is not the time to stand down. Now is the time to stand up. Thank you very much.
Look at this. Look at this real fast. I was like strolling through YouTube right here. And this caught my eye. It says Rosemound's population grew by more than 10% last year. U.S. Census says, Mayor tells that our growth is a result of thoughtful investments. Infrastructure, public safety, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, all right, check them out. I brought up their census right here. Foreign-born persons percent, 2019 to 2023, 7.1%. What was that before 2019? Why is this a 2019 to 2023 number? It just happens to be the Biden administration years. Interesting. How much of that population increase was it's only 10%, man. It was 7% of that foreigners. So was it really the infrastructure investments, public safety and parks and community development, or was it just inviting a bunch of foreigners into your city to become the 9th fastest growing city in the U.S.? I like this little cherry picked, bro. Kids, fucking dicks. What are they doing?
Thank you, Alfred. You truly do represent the American dream and what can happen. My next speaker is someone who is a civic leader. She is fearlessly combating misinformation
for that rural
and
town,
making it her job
mostly
to
white
ensure
people,
that journalism continues to report with integrity. Please welcome Michelle Siqueiros.
Thank you, Vanessa. I just want to say a few words to reiterate what Vanessa kicked off with. This is not normal. It is not normal for
Minnesota,
cars that are unidentified, for agents in full military gear to just kidnap and terrorize people in our streets, to pick them up simply because they look like they might be undocumented. It is not normal to have federal agents outside of our schools going into our churches. It is not normal for our working people to have to stay home because they don't want to be racially profiled and targeted by federal agents that refuse to identify themselves, that wear masks to hide their identity, that don't carry search warrants that would give us cause to believe that maybe they actually are acting with legal grounds. It is not normal, and we are not going to accept it as normal in the beautiful city of Los Angeles, where I was born and raised as the daughter of immigrants, in the beautiful state of California that helps give economic strength to the entire country of this great nation. We are a donor state. It is not normal to assault our U.S. Senator for asking a question.
They're a donor state, but because of like being a sanctuary state, it doesn't matter. They've done so much damage to our country because of their sanctuary state status that they're actually in the negative. Like if you were to do all the numbers on everything, like because it doesn't have to happen in California either. It bleeds out of California after they get their feet, they get set. Now they're going to go over to your state and fuck it up some. Take the jobs away there.
It is not normal to prevent the media from documenting what you are doing. It is not normal to say we can't speak up and defend our community. And what I want to tell everybody outside of Los Angeles is this is normal. This beautiful group of people behind me is
what are you talking about? If SWAT is going on a mission to go pick up, are they always like, hey media, we're about to go pick up some criminals now. Y'all want to do a ride along with us? What does she think this is?
Normal. 99% of protesters that take to the streets and are nonviolent is normal. Collective action with our African American brothers and sisters, with our Asian American brothers and sisters, with our white Jewish American brothers and sisters, that is normal in Los Angeles.
Water.
We will not accept that we live in a country that will not abide by the Constitution. In any community, we should be concerned that they are violating the Constitution every single day. And we do not accept that as normal. As a proud American, as a proud Angelino, we will fight for our constitutional rights, and we will fight for your constitutional rights. Join us.
This week, many of our partners, nonprofits, community-based organizations, received a letter from the federal government. With a perversion of facts in these letters included were untruths about what was being done by these organizations that defend our rights, that lift up communities. Here to speak on the state of what is happening with our community-based organizations and how we are going to unite together and ensure that we are not living under this auspice of what is being told in this false narrative, but to ensure that our community-based organizations and these nonprofits that are doing incredible work are going to continue to thrive, is the CEO for the Center of Nonprofit Management, Efrain Escobedo.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'll be very brief and just say I've spent 30 years of my life working to strengthen our democracy, to create faith in that American democracy works for everyone, that the American dream does work for all of us. And in those 30 years I've spent in nonprofit and local government. And I feel like our government today is not listening to us, like our democracy is not functioning the way it should right now. And so I'd like to direct my comments to Angelinos, to Californians, to the American people, to say, I am not a terrorist. I am not an insurrectionist. I'm a nonprofit worker. I've dedicated my life to our democracy, to ensuring, like CHIRLA and other organizations, that people who believe in the American dream can access citizenship, legal permanent residency, DACA, all of the lines of legal residency that are provided by our broken immigration system. And what happened yesterday with the escalation to go beyond any kind of immigration enforcement, but to target nonprofit workers here across the country, but here in Los Angeles, who every day make our economy work better. There are over 40,000 nonprofits in LA County, 500,000 individuals who every day make LA and California a better place. And yesterday, they were designated as terrorists. A few years ago, they were designated as essential workers, helping to combat COVID. The federal government was our primary partner. And yesterday, the federal government said we are its enemies. So to all of the nonprofit individuals, organizations, and workers out there, this may be targeting immigrant rights organizations, but this is not an immigration issue. This is an all of us issue. This is a nonprofit sector issue. There can be no democracy without civil society and without nonprofits. So this Saturday and in the 30 days coming, nonprofit organizations, stand up, use your voice, reach out to the Center for Nonprofit Management and get involved, because our existence and our democracy is at stake. Thank you.
I'm going to ask the leaders of 3 of our partner organizations to step up to speak next. The CEO of Asian Americans Advancing Justice in Southern California, Connie Chung Jo, the Executive Director of Caresen, Los Angeles, Martha Arevalo, and I would also like to ask to speak Kaisha from Black Women for Wellness.
Asian Americans Advancing Justice Southern California is the nation's largest free legal service provider for Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. We serve over 10,000 clients a year through 8 language helplines, with the largest body of our free legal services being immigration work. And right now, what we're seeing happening in LA is ripping our AAPI families apart. Nearly 6 out of 10 AAPIs are born outside of this country, which means almost everyone is an immigrant or comes from an immigrant household. And what we've seen is enforcement in neighborhoods like the downtown LA Garment District, Chinatown, Koreatown, Pasadena, and these are terrorizing our communities. Courthouses, including family courts, now have immigration enforcement agents, which means domestic violence survivors who want to get a restraining order to protect themselves against their abusers are too scared now to go to court. Southeast Asians who have been in this country for up to 50 years are now being detained, and they're being deported to countries like Costa Rica, Panama, and South Sudan. Our communities are not getting language access needs met when we speak over 40 different languages, none of which are being spoken by federal agents. None of our community members know what their rights are, as due process violations are happening every day. As an organization, Advancing Justice stands by our AAPI communities. AAPIs are the fastest growing racial group in LA. The Latino community is the largest racial group in LA. And so we stand in solidarity to make sure we fight these enforcement actions that are unconstitutional and inhumane. AJ SoCal has language helplines in 8 Asian languages and dialects, and we have ramped up those calls during this time of need. We have Know Your Rights materials also available in multiple Asian languages on our website at ajsocal.org. And so I would like to add that as a nonprofit, I've been in plenty of meetings this week to talk about safety. And when we're talking about safety, we're talking about safety not because of protesters, because we are out protesting with our children, with our colleagues, with our friends. We are talking about safety from the federal administration and ICE and other federal agents who are talking about coming into our doors, taking our clients, taking our colleagues. What is keeping us unsafe is not peaceful protest. What is keeping us unsafe are these enforcement actions and federal agents right next to us and down our doors. So I want to say for our API communities, we are here for you. To our Latino communities, we are allies and we are here with you. To our Black and our African immigrant communities, we stand here with you. To our immigrants, we stand with you. And to all of Los Angeles, we are here with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Arevalo. I'm the Executive Director of the Central American Resource Center, Carecen. I just came from another action at Placita Olvera, the birthplace of Los Angeles, where we just launched 30 Days of Summer of peaceful demonstrations. My team, my legal team, as we speak, is at the Adelanto Detention Center, looking for people that have been missing for days, helping family members identify their families and where they are, providing legal representation to all the people that have been detained. This week, we have also seen an attack to our organizations that have been protesting peacefully for 40+ years, and some even more, calling us terrorists, saying that if we defend the rights of immigrants, we are insurrectionists. But the real terrorists here in Los Angeles are these federal authorities that came to terrorize our communities. They are being hunted like animals in our communities. But they are human beings, and their human, civil, and constitutional rights must be protected and must be defended. Are we going to be afraid? No. We're not going to be afraid. We're going to continue to fight. We're going to continue to do it peacefully. We're going to continue to tell our stories, because our stories matter, because our stories are important, because our stories are Los Angeles, California, and the United States. California is the 4th largest economy in the world, in large part because of immigrant workers. And we will continue to fight in solidarity with all immigrant communities and all communities who stand next to us. We're not going to be afraid of the federal government calling us terrorists, because we know who we are. We know what we do. We know that we fight for the rights and the dignity of immigrant communities, and we will continue to do so. Para las personas que han sido afectadas directamente por las detenciones de sus seres queridos, por favor, llamen a Carecen. Nosotros estamos aquí para servirles y para seguir peleando por sus derechos. Si necesitan representación legal, pueden llamar a nuestro teléfono 213-385-7800, extensión 136. Ahorita mismo tenemos un equipo de abogados y abogadas en el centro de detención en Adelanto. Estamos trabajando con familias para buscar a sus seres queridos y para asegurarnos que ellos tengan representación legal, porque los están buscando como animales en nuestra comunidad. Nos dicen que somos terroristas, pero los terroristas verdaderos ahorita son estas autoridades federales.
Good afternoon. I'm Lakeisha Camise. I'm the Interim Policy Director for Black Women for Wellness, Black Women for Wellness Action Project. For over 28 years, Black Women for Wellness has called Los Angeles home. We stand in solidarity with our neighbors, our Black, our brown, and our immigrant communities who are under direct attack from militarized immigration enforcement. If we look at this, Los Angeles is the city of immigrants. That means South African, Caribbean, European, African, Asian, Middle Eastern, and more. We all contribute.
I found one. The hit on Israel.
Oh my God.
Bigger.
Oh my God.
Tribute to this vibrant, thriving place that we call home. And a lot of people are looking around, and I've heard from different community members, and people are making that argument that this immigration enforcement is not a black issue, right? But it is a black issue because black migrants face deportation at dramatically higher rates than immigrant populations, making these ICE raids as much of a black issue as it is a Latino issue. Los Angeles is home to Nigerian, Haitian, Ethiopian, Jamaican immigrants. And that data shows that we are disproportionately targeted by law enforcement, regardless of our citizenship status.
Check this out. Check this out, lady. Maybe if the white countries were shit and the colored people countries were nice, it wouldn't be like that. But it just so happens to be like that. So primarily, the ones we're going to be deporting are going to be people of extinguished color.
Reject the notion that these raids are only targeting one group. I don't think y'all heard me. We reject that notion that they are only targeting one group. Because history has taught us that if the government feels like they can do it to our Latin brothers and sisters, that they can do it to the rest of us too.
We always target them, though, don't we? That's why they kill each other and stuff.
Just know that this is not normal, as many of my community members have stated here. This is a manufactured crisis. And this escalation is intentional. It's a distraction. We're in the month of June. Not only is it Black Music Month, not only is it Pride Month, shout out to all my folks in the community, but it's a distraction from looming Supreme Court decisions. It is a distraction from the public breakup of 47 and his broligarchy. It is a distraction from what the administration doesn't want us to pay attention to, like their big, beautiful bill that's going to cut Medicaid, Medi-Cal, SNAP benefits for all of our communities, all of our children, all of our families. This will disrupt life as we know it. And we know the deployment of the National Guard and the Marines is not about safety. It is all about optics and control. No child deserves to have their graduation rated as their parents are taken into custody. And know that the Trump administration has created this crisis. They have disrupted our lives at the grocery store, at work, at school. And we will not stand for it. We in the Black community, we may not be the face of this struggle, but we are still showing up. We're showing up in powerful and strategic ways. We are organizing. And we are videotaping what you are doing to our brothers and sisters in this community. We are pointing them to legal aid and resources that they need. We're cooking meals. We're offering childcare, and we are correcting the narrative by putting out good information, factual information in this age of misinformation and disinformation. So just know, to all of our communities, when they come for one of us, they come for all of us. But know that you have someone standing here in the fight with you. Thank you.
If you're not from Los Angeles, you may not realize we have 88 cities in the county of Los Angeles, and representing two of those cities are also cities that have been heavily impacted. I'd like to welcome up to say a few words the mayors of Montebello, Mayor Melendez, and the mayor of Bell Gardens, Mayor Chavez.
First, I just want to thank ABC for the invitation. Sal Melendez, mayor for the city of Montebello. It's a city that's 10, 15 minutes from here. Like many of you all, my community was terrorized yesterday by ICE raids that took innocent individuals in part of the raids. And let me talk about something that we've kind of mentioned but needs to be highlighted. The psychological terrorizing of our communities. Not every block in LA or every block in surrounding cities has been hit by these ICE raids, but psychologically it has. And what that means is that our community is not showing up to work, our community is not going out to our businesses, our community is afraid. But when we see organizations like this and community leaders like this is a message that we want to send to the administration. This is a message that we want to send to the community, that we are a united front that's been working together for many, many, many years for a situation like this. We will stay united, we will continue to work, and we'll make sure that our community stops being terrorized, and we ask ICE to stay away from our communities. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Me llamo Jorge Chávez, soy el alcalde para la ciudad de Bell Gardens en el sureste de Los Ángeles. Primeramente quiero dar gracias a Vanessa por la invitación, por lo que estamos pasando ahorita en estos momentos, que es completamente inaceptable. Para un representante de una comunidad, para un electo en la ciudad, la prioridad número uno para todos es el bien y bienestar de la comunidad que presentamos. Es el bien y la seguridad de la comunidad que representamos. Y ahorita lo que estamos mirando, no nomás en el sureste de Los Ángeles, aquí en Los Ángeles, pero por todo el estado, es completamente opposite de hablar igual. What they're doing to our communities out in my city of Bell Gardens, in southeast Los Angeles, and neighboring cities of Paramount, Southgate, Maywood, Montebello, Downey, is not right. Just this morning, I went out and I confronted ICE myself, and I began to record them. Thankfully, more community members showed up. This was at about 8:30, 9 in the morning, and we began to chant, we began to march, we told them to leave, and within a couple minutes, they were out. Luckily, during that moment, I went live and I started documenting, because that's what most part we can do. So I want to make a call to everybody. I want to make sure that all the folks are listening. The number one priority for any elected official that represents a community is public safety. And with the Marines and the National Guard and who knows what, because they're not identifying themselves. There are videos of my community members who are being pulled over with some person that says law enforcement, which completely is illegal, because we were just on a call with Mayor Bass and legal representatives. So again, these folks are terrorizing our community. It's completely unacceptable. And I want to make a call to all the community members, all the residents, and all of our people to please stand up, record, document, be there, be present, protest peacefully. Protest peacefully. And with that said, again, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to ABC. My name is Jorge Chavez. The city of Bell Gardens is with you right now. It's with you tomorrow, and it'll be there from continuing on. Thank you very much, everybody. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Now to close this out, I want to bring up to the microphone someone who has demonstrated courage throughout. Thank you for being an inspiration. Bambi Salcido from the Trans Latino Coalition.
Yeah.
What's up, beautiful people? I say, what's up, beautiful people? I say, what's up, beautiful people? Gracias a Dios, gracias a la vida, gracias a todas las personas que estamos aquí y todas las personas que nos están viendo. I want for us to really understand what this means, right? Like, this is what diversity looks like. This is the reflection of what Los Angeles is. And I just want to thank ABC. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the inclusion, right? Because we talk about inclusion, but what we don't understand oftentimes is that LGBTQ people are part of all of our communities, right? And we need to stand up with our communities. My name is Bambi Salcedo, and I do have the privilege to be the president and the CEO of the Trans Latino Coalition, which is the biggest translator organization in the United States, which has been under attack. And trans people have been under attack under this administration. Right now, we are the targets of everything that is happening into all of our communities. And I want for us to understand that what is happening to all of us is not a coincidence, as it was said, right? It is a reality that is happening from an administration that essentially trying to erase us in whatever way. They're trying to eliminate people who are not white, who are not rich, who are not men. And so we are going to stand together in solidarity to say that we are going to include all our communities. We want to make sure that our communities are safe, and we want to make sure that our communities understand that, como se dice, ¿verdad? La unidad hace la fuerza, ¿verdad? Y como nos dijo y nos ha dicho siempre nuestra madre del movimiento, Dolores Huertas, sí se puede. ¿Se puede?
Sí se puede.
¿Se puede?
Sí se puede.
¿Se puede?
Sí se puede.
And so we have to understand that we're not going to give up. We're not going to cower in these times, but rather we're going to confront the situation, as it was said, on a strategic way, on an organized way, on a way that is going to continue to uplift all of our communities. Muchas gracias nuevamente por la oportunidad. Thank you so much, and we'll see you soon. Yeah. Down.
That's it. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? I think we all want to get out of the sun. There we go.
Stand with us. Stand with us.
Called it? Who was it? Caller. Damn, here's another shot at what happened in Israel. I gotta get all this shit off my screen. I got too much going on right now. Is she still doing that? Oh no, now she's eating. Ladies, something else, man. Really using that mountain to the fullest, I feel like. UN is holding an emergency meeting. They're so stupid. UN doesn't do a damn thing. All they do is talk. Hey, I don't like that. We don't like that. It doesn't matter unless America doesn't like it. Actually, because America is the reason why the UN was established. It was after World War II. Try to keep the peace.
equivalent will be tomorrow. Tonight it will be a quiet evening. Hope so for all the law enforcement still there. Both sides needed a break.
Talking to my mailman about the Iran hit, the Indian plane crash. He didn't know that Iran had hit back already. He didn't even know that Iran could hit that far. He asked if it was Hezbollah. I was like, oh, Iran that far. I told him I think they can go about twice that distance. Why something earlier? Did that, or I look at something? It's 2,000 kilometer missile range. Riot. How far? Wait, this says 17,000. October 26, 2024. The Sagil has a capable of flying at more than 17,000. Oh, that's per hour. A range of 2,500 though. That's still further. 1,550 miles. Oh, I just want. Holy cow, yeah, they can go way further. Here's an infograph showing the different missiles and their capability. That's Italy. They get hit into Europe, and what feels like way over here, isn't it? Here, right? This is this fucking map sucks, dude. Why is it so bad? Can't really see. Well, maybe he thought they only had rockets. Cruise missiles. It looks like it might. There we go. Goes over here. Yeah, about twice the distance. I was about right. Because that's one, that's two. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss. Hey, be thankful. How you been? Uh-oh. I can find it be a
עוד משהו ש... מעניינים. כן, זה יחד שלכם? לא, אני מאמין.
the hell could JLR investigators have on P. Diddy trial? Do it. Crazy. You got 7,700 people. I gotta see. What in the...
The relevance is her knowledge with a question mark.
I don't know.
And that she continued to facilitate
Fuck, I
hotel
lost
nights
him.
after knowing.
Look, what is this? Is he reading the trial as it's happening?
Just say if KK is coming on the stand or not. If she is not coming on the stand, she is absolutely
He's been doing this
unsealed,
for goddamn
down the line,
8
defended
hours and a
her
half.
own indictment. I'm addicted to the
What is happening?
whole trial in general.
Why?
I want to know if any of these freak off entertainers, prostitutes, escorts, whatever you want to call
Why
them.
does he care about this shit?
I want to know if any of them are going to testify.
Why do you care?
Yesterday,
P.
about
Diddy.
the freak off.
Hours. P. Diddy talk.
People say Biggie. People saying Biggie in the chat. Scratch off of guns to me is illegal.
I'm in shock now. He's stooped to the P.
Quiet-
Diddy trial
quiet
level.
Grammy
This is some like
award-winning rapper.
TMZ-ish type.
He's signing a few autographs. Look at that. Bathroom with threats on.
I thought, dude,
this drama.
bro, homie, you used to be kind of respected by me because you could look at stuff that other people weren't. You know what I mean? Like that was kind of the thing. He would dive into stuff that wasn't very dove into by a shit ton of other people. The P. Diddy trial. It's sold out kind of or something. I don't know what to do, dude. I've already unsub from him and I still keep getting recommended. Rube Sloan in the house. Everybody do the thrust. Alright, y'all in a second. Don't overthrust, guys. Moderation is key. And I was just talking about that days ago. We haven't had a bomber unit that hit a group of people, I think, since the Boston bomber. They've only been hitting buildings, and people have gotten extremely relaxed in huge groups of people that aren't security checked, like protests and stuff. Primarily protests, actually. Or like whenever a team like the Lakers wins something, they'll just gather together in big groups. Right after 9/11 happened, I think we were a little more leery about doing that. Had to work right after the Boston bomber incident happened. Now, no one thinks anything about it. Someone with a big ass bag and next to them in a big event like this, they would just think, oh, they came prepared for the protest. Probably just have a gas mask or whatever. Do some food in there. Boom! Allahu Akbar. Boom! Yeah, I think that this would be the perfect opportunity for a terrorist to hit us. Especially when oftentimes these protests have large pockets of gays or non-Muslims. I'm surprised the Pride Fest hasn't been hit. Pride Parade. It is gay month, also. Why am I losing viewers off of talking when you could just be listening to nothing? Oh, I get it. Gay sympathizers and shit, probably. I didn't say anything anti-gay. I don't get it. Oh. Muslim sympathizers, maybe. People that don't think that anything bad could happen to America ever again. People leaving. Hey, what is this guy? He's crazy. That's ever gonna happen again. Everything's perfect. I'd actually be more surprised if a bomber doesn't hit us in the next 4 years. That would be extreme. I was surprised when there wasn't. Well, I was surprised that there wasn't an assassination attempt on Trump his first presidency. I thought for sure there was going to be an assassination attempt on him once he was elected. Surprised me that it took until him running again for it to happen. Wild. Hey, Tammy the Forest! How you been? J-O-N though, you don't have to put the extra H, that's more work. I want less work for you. Well, unless you want the work for overtime hours or something, but I'm not getting that here. I don't want there to be a bomber incident, but with the amount of disgruntled Palestinians, they wouldn't Allah Akbar their own people though, would they? Like their own, like, supporters. I mean, they're infidels though, so maybe. And I think that a lot of Afghan nationals got in that weren't properly vetted and might not have our best interest at heart, and are on the books to have their temporary refugee status revoked, and know that in July they're going to get deported or at least they're going to be looked for to get deported. They might not have come here with our best interests at hand already, and now the clock is ticking. Actually, something's probably going to happen, dude. There are multiple reasons why Iran just got hit also. Bada bing, bada boom. There are some cells might have been activated. Very, very, very likely that something happened with a couple months. Maybe months. I didn't know that was an AP stream. Comment. Hey, 1,500 people watching that AP stream. An AP stream too.
Maybe just move a little bit to the tires move. Yeah.
Get out of here. So I have to work tonight, but it's just, I like the jacaranda trees. But they used to come over here a little.
You can have it.
He's the guy that did all the black and white stuff during COVID for the New York Times magazine. He uses heavy flash, super heavy flash.
Okay. LA preps. Oh, here we go. Got a little something. Why is this chick talking?
Overseeing the federal protest.
Talking. Not a different source, but I don't like that it started her. I would like to find one that starts her at the beginning of her speaking. Did sentence?
A little bit in the detail.
So many.
Jim McDonnell.
That one starts up while she's talking too. Nobody, the White House things start up like right in the middle of Trump's talking. LA's got the same issue.
And it may not be right away. So I just.
I know I can. Oh, this one actually starts on time, but the audio is horrible. Are you serious?
Police Department Chief Jim McDonnell.
Another one.
Okay, we'll see you guys. was stuck in it's just being there. I wasn't here, but yours was tighter.
Forgot to do this one because they don't seem to have any.
We are making.
Overseeing.
Start up before this chick starts talking. This shield. That's the very beginning of it right there. And put it back in the front. Making sure this one's ended. Let's just start it back up again. I don't know about this guy. No, he's showing. Hey, fuck this guy. You see what he did? He's playing the CBS one that like legit plays bullshit streams. I don't know if it's real or not. No, because where's that water tank? No, look, you see the trucks right there? This is what the trucks look like today underneath the no emergency services. They're green. They're all stacked up green back here, and this is just 43 minutes ago. This dude totally fucking idiot here. 8,000 people watching. Switched it to this stream, which is clearly there's no way they moved those trucks out of there that quickly. There's only one truck there. Well, tons of trucks back here. 1, 2, 3. One. Trucks there. These trucks are over here now. This isn't happening. I don't even think there are protesters here at all. Because the news would have been showing them periodically. Probably yesterday. Well, in there's nothing. Yeah, that sucks, dude. Don't be that guy.
Overseeing the federal protest, Commander Ryan Whiteman. With that, we'll begin with Chief McDonald.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, and thank you all for being here today. The Los Angeles Police Department is fully prepared for the planned demonstration scheduled to take place across the city on Saturday, tomorrow. We're closely monitoring developments and deploying our personnel and resources strategically to protect public safety while safeguarding every individual's right to protest peacefully. Since the onset of the protests, we've seen fluctuations in arrest activity, with Sunday and Monday each surpassing 200 arrests per day. In response, a citywide curfew from 8 o'clock at night till 6 in the morning was put in place starting on June 10th and will remain in effect through the weekend. The curfew has played a key role in helping to restore order, particularly by curbing the criminal activity that was largely occurring during the evening hours. The LAPD continues to operate under a unified command with the California Highway Patrol, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and the Los Angeles City Fire Department, as well as other public safety partners. The coordinated approach ensures that we're sharing intelligence, aligning resources, and responding quickly and effectively as conditions continue to evolve. Let me be absolutely clear on this. If you come to Los Angeles to exercise your rights peacefully, we are here to protect that. But if you come to our city with the intent to commit crimes, damage property, or harm others, including our officers, you will be arrested. We will not allow violence, vandalism, or threats to public safety to undermine the rights of those who are demonstrating lawfully. We're asking everyone who plans to participate in Saturday's event to do so peacefully and respectfully. Please adhere to the curfew, follow lawful instructions, and help us to ensure that the focus remains on the message and not on mayhem. Thank you.
Now we'll invite up Sheriff Luna.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here to cover this. I'm going to go over several things because I'm obviously responsible for the entire county of Los Angeles, and there's a lot of information, there's a lot going on, and a lot that's going to happen. I do want to start off by thanking all of the deputy sheriffs and police officers that have been working around the clock for about the last week, all the employees and their families. There's a lot of sacrifice going on, and if I can just take you on a little journey for a second, when these deputy sheriffs and police officers are leaving their family, you can imagine the exchange of I'm praying for you, I love you, please be careful tonight, because they have an extremely difficult job, and I don't ever want us and our community to forget that. And I also want to remind everybody that we are here to facilitate peaceful protests and demonstrations. A lot of our efforts are not to stop any of that activity. We are here collectively, as Chief McDonald just talked about, we want to facilitate that. We want that to move forward. It's a good cause, but we do not want violent agitators out there destroying property or committing acts of violence, specifically against our police officers, deputy sheriffs, and CHP officers. And let me be clear, as the chief stated as well, that extreme violence is not going to be tolerated. And if we're not arresting you when it's occurring, what you're seeing, and I'm going to get a little bit into detail over the last couple of days, because that's what woke me up this morning, calls from people saying, hey, you guys are assisting this agency or that agency. What you're seeing out there in some of our communities is the individuals that are being identified that have committed acts of violence against all of our agencies, and we're going to come after you. That's going to continue. So if you're out there throwing rocks, Molotov cocktails, high-grade pyrotechnics, and all these other weapons, you're going to get caught and you're going to get arrested, and it may not be right away. So I just want to remind everybody of that. Our deputies have and continue to face a dangerous situation out there, and I just named some of the weapons that are there, and at least for our department, I have had 10 deputies injured. And I don't want to see any more police officers or deputy sheriffs injured or anybody else on either side of this. We have been encountering some interesting weapons out there. So again, please, as all of you are reporting, our community's watching this on television, big difference between the peaceful protesters and the individuals who are coming out with weapons to attack our folks, people on the street, or do a lot of damage to our buildings. And for the Sheriff's Department, we haven't been fully engaged like our partners at LAPD, although every day changes, and we're up to about 14 arrests. Something else I want to mention, because it comes up, and that's the issue of mutual aid. As the sheriff, I am the mutual aid coordinator for Los Angeles County, and we are continuously working with our mutual aid partners. I'm in constant communication, and actually we have representatives from the California Office of Emergency Services who works directly for the governor, and we are coordinating efforts. We are checking on our different agencies, whether it be the California Highway Patrol, the LAPD, and others, about daily requirements for what's on the horizon and what that need will be. So we are coordinating these requests, asking for additional personnel, not always only to be deployed, but to be staged in strategic locations around this area to make sure that we are going to respond when our partners need us. And just to give you an idea, today's demonstrations, we have some that are planned in El Monte, here in the city of Los Angeles. The chief talked about that, the city of Cerritos, and the city of Industry, and others that may pop up as the day goes on. And it's not lost on us that we are all also monitoring the overseas activities regarding Israel and Iran. That impacts us. That alone, without everything else going on, would have kept us busy. We are making sure that we are working with our community partners and collaborating with them, and we will be providing more vigilance or patrols to other or many of our religious institutions or other facilities as we communicate with our partners in both communities, because they're concerned. There's a lot of anxiety there. For this weekend, at this time, I am aware of at least 40 different events here in Los Angeles County regarding the No King's Day event. And to be more specific, 40 events, but 30 of them are associated with the No Kings event. We also have several other large-scale events planned for the weekend here in the county of Los Angeles. We have Mexico against the Dominican Republic at SoFi Stadium Saturday night at 7 p.m., and then Paris versus Madrid in a soccer game as well at the Rose Bowl Sunday at noon. So just to let you know, we at the Sheriff's Department, like my partners, we're at about 170% over what we normally staff for a weekend, just to be prepared for everything that we're talking about. And I also want to mention the ongoing communication that is going on with all LA County chiefs. So every agency in LA County is fully aware of what's happening. I've been in communication with state sheriffs here in California, national law enforcement or major city chiefs across the country, because everyone's interested in what we're doing, what's working, and so on and so forth. So the chief and I have been very engaged there. LA County department heads, the Board of Supervisors, and contract cities, not to mention the National Guard, California Highway Patrol, and as I mentioned earlier, Cal OES. So with that, I will turn it over to our partner at CHP, who's going to give you a briefing on his account.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Beauchamp, please.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. Currently, the California Highway Patrol is tracking over 200 protests that are scheduled throughout the state of California tomorrow. For this reason, we have activated 8 of our special response teams, which are specially trained officers, and they will all be activated and working throughout the state of California tomorrow. Here in LA County, we are on tactical alert, and for us, what that means is all days off are canceled for all CHP officers, so that we can provide the highest level of safety and service to everyone here in Los Angeles County, and so that we're ready to stand with our law enforcement partners tomorrow in ensuring a safe events take place here in Los Angeles County. We are also going to be on active patrol throughout the entire state of California with all our CHP officers looking for areas of concern and ensuring that everyone remains safe during this time. Additionally, our officers are going to be dedicated and focused on ensuring the safety and those that visit state infrastructure, the state capitol, and wherever they may be throughout the state of California. We'll also have our CHP aircraft up, ensuring the safety of demonstrations and also for the safety of all law enforcement personnel. We're actively, even at this moment, coordinating with our law enforcement partners here in Los Angeles County, but also throughout the state of California, and additionally with California Office of Emergency Services. We stand ready and to assist any and all people who want to actively engage in their First Amendment rights, and we fully support those and believe in those. However, those that choose to obstruct movement, violate the law, vandalize property, we will respond swiftly and we will take decisive action to enforce the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. At this time, we'll go ahead and we're going to open it up for questions. Director Forkish will go ahead and let you know when you're up.
Chief McDonald, according to the department's own guidelines, the 40mm launchers only supposed to be used in a narrow set of circumstances during protests. In social media is filled with videos of officers targeting protesters who aren't visibly resisting, sometimes at close range. Just wanted to ask you about address any apparent policy violations, and what are you doing to ensure that the department is ignoring lessons learned from George Floyd, Echo Park, and the May Day protests?
Thank you for the question. We're looking very closely at everything that's going on out there. We try and capture any video that's available, anything that certainly is of concern to the public. Those are investigated thoroughly, and we'll put together a full investigative package on those, assess what we have. We look at the bigger picture as well as addressing individual cases. We'll look and see, are there training issues, are there tactics, are there less lethal issues that need to be addressed. So it'll be a comprehensive review when this is all done. Right now, during the middle of it, we capture all of the data that we can that will be able to help us figure what's going on down the road. But right now, we're in the middle of this, and to be able to talk about any specific case wouldn't be appropriate. Thanks. No, I'm sorry.
Stationed outside of the federal building in Westwood. Can you talk about the coordination between local and federal law enforcement that's now in the area? Is there any kind of coordination happening between our local law enforcement and the federal authorities that have been called into the area?
Thank you for the question. The question was, is there any coordination between federal authorities and local authorities in the area, particularly as it relates to deployment of Marines at the Westwood federal facility? I wouldn't call it coordination. We know where they are. We know that they are doing their mission, which is, as we're told, to support and protect federal employees, functions, and facilities. And so the Marines working together with the Army National Guard are in the same configuration, and their mission is the same. But their mission is not to work with us on the streets to maintain order, restore order, and keep everybody safe.
Dude, they're fucking mad that the appeal went through, I bet. I bet they're just like, God, we thought we had him. We thought we were going to be like, fuck Trump. Didn't work. Love it.
So videos do show existing protesters being shot with 40 millimeter stun bullets, even when they're retreating from police, using a horse to trample a protester on the ground.
You got to speak up, Mike.
Using a horse to trample a protester on the ground, using batons when protesters are not resisting, and these are all actions apparently against LAPD guidance. Protesters have also been struck in the head with 40 millimeter stun bullets despite agency guidance that prohibits aiming at the head. So what does LAPD say the allegations using excessive force against protesters, and is any investigation being planned into that use of force in the wake of the protests? And how is information being collected on that use of force?
Say the last part.
How is information being collected on this use of force? You mentioned that you're looking at it closely. How specifically are you doing that?
Yeah, each case that we become aware of, officers are required notify a supervisor. The supervisor then conducts an on-scene investigation where circumstances allow, if not directly after that. We capture what we can as far as body-worn cameras, as far as cameras in the environment that they're in. You talk about that incident with the horse. The horse didn't trample the person. They were walking around it, from what we can determine with other video that we've seen. However, that's not a completed investigation. As far as the deployment of 40 millimeters, yeah, we don't aim at the head. They're target specific, and we do the best we can under very difficult circumstances, hold our people to a very high level of accountability, but it's a very chaotic, dynamic situation out there. Will there be lessons learned? Certainly. We will do a thorough investigation on each case like that we become aware of, to become better each day.
Do you know the number of those cases at this point?
The number of cases of
reports that people look into on the ground, your officers have looked into?
I would say there's probably in excess of 10 that we're looking at currently. I don't know that exactly.
Reuters?
Yeah.
Chief, can you tell us how many, or if the National Guard or Marines have been involved in detentions or arrests with their officers, and is there anything you can tell us about 90 minutes ago we saw Marines detain someone after the Wilshire building? Is there anything you can tell us about that?
Yeah, I don't know about that you're describing 90 minutes ago. Generally, their ability to detain, as I understand it, is to only detain very briefly in the immediacy, and then federal agents who are working with them would do the detention, arrest if appropriate, or any other less lethal use of force or whatever it is they're going to be dealing with. The agents, I believe, are the primary folks out there doing the enforcement action, and the Army National Guard and the Marines are there in support to protect them in doing that.
They haven't been involved with any detentions with your office?
No, they haven't, to my knowledge, at all, and that's not part of their role or our role to do that with them.
Approximately, if you have numbers, how many people you're expecting in the city, say at Grant Park, and also Captain Scott, with a lot of people going around, getting ready for them in case there are medical emergencies. What's the department been able to do as far as preparing for that?
Yeah, thank you for that. That's great. As far as numbers, it'd be really speculative for me to come out and say what we're expecting or not. I think a lot of that will depend on social media activity promoting the event. That has been very high up to this point. We expect crowds that maybe are unprecedented. We are deployed accordingly with all of the resources that we have to be able to ensure everybody is safe and coming out and expressing their views. So I feel comfortable in that. We have our full deployment, and then we have strong deployment from all of our partner agencies as well. As far as the medical piece of that, if I could, I'll turn it over to our fire department expert on the medical response.
Your fire department is remaining to lean forward in times like this. So what we do, we've compiled and deployed medical task forces to go out into the target area to assist medical aid for those that are ill and injured. So we started with 5 of those task forces. Those would be an engine and an ambulance that would be able to rapidly enter into the target area where the problem is, assist medical aid to those who need it, and retreat back. It's important to mention that wouldn't be possible without the outstanding partnership from our law enforcement. So they offer us force protection. So every morning at 9 o'clock, we get these task forces together. We go over an operations brief of where the area is, what they're going to be doing. We are led in by law enforcement to ensure protection that allows firefighters and paramedics to render that medical aid. And now we've upped that quantity of 5 to 7. So 5 of those would be medical and 2 would be for fire. So we're prepared for both. Mostly what we're seeing is medical in origin, but we do handle fires as necessary. Over the weekend, that number will exceed beyond 7, but we've yet to determine that. And lastly, we also have an advanced provider unit. And the unique aspect of that is not just a paramedic on that ambulance, it is a nurse practitioner and also a physician assistant. And the benefit of that, if there's a mass quantity of people injured at one time or a large quantity of individuals that are arrested like we're seeing, some of them will state medical needs. Well, these nurse practitioners can clear them, so we don't have to always take them to the hospital.
They have respiratory therapists for all the people that all of a sudden can't breathe when they're getting arrested.
Our ambulances to continue to help throughout the whole Los Angeles area, and it doesn't clog up your hospital and emergency rooms.
Great job. Thanks.
Next up is Jeff here.
To the chief or the sheriff, chances are a lot of families will be bringing their children to the demonstrations tomorrow. In terms of staging your officers and your deputies, what is that going to look like to ensure that families are safe during this time? And I also recognize that things are very different during daylight versus nightfall as well.
Yeah, we're as I mentioned, I won't talk about specific numbers, but we're very heavily deployed. Our hope is that creates a presence that is calming to children, to parents who are out there with their families, and we're there to support them. We're there to meet whatever their needs are as best we can. Sure.
Yeah, if I could add to that as well, I think, again, a big difference between protesters and demonstrators and people who are coming out to cause problems. So, and as I talk to what I consider to be legitimate protesters, I'm talking about trying to get away from people. If you see somebody reaching into a backpack and pulling out a sledgehammer, pulling out a brick, pulling out pyrotechnics, pulling out a Molotov cocktail. These are the things our officers and deputies are being attacked with. You need to get away from that, or I would like somebody out there to let law enforcement know, because when those tactics are being deployed, they really dilute the protest and its message. So if we can ask the public to help us, notify us when those things start happening, and get away from folks like that. They are not there to peacefully protest. They are not there to send a legitimate message. They are there to do damage. They are there to hurt people. So we need to separate that, and it's a very minor percentage of folks. I'm going to say it's less than 1% of the total numbers.
Chief McDonald, you've written that having military, having troops in Los Angeles presents a, quote, significant logistical and operational challenge. Could you be more specific about what those challenges are?
Yeah, sure. Generally speaking, this is a very, to me, an unprecedented event where you have military personnel deployed into a city where it hasn't been done in coordination and request by the local authorities. When that's the case, we always meet, we're working toward the same goals and aims, we have the same mission. In this case, we have different missions, and so the lack of communication or minimal communication, and really not knowing what their role will be if certain situations evolve.
Reached out to them. I mean, the communication is minimal. Have you tried to get in touch?
We've been in touch with them. Okay. Yesterday we had a meeting to be able to develop a working relationship moving forward, and some communication. So we were very happy to be able to do that, and we will continue to keep that door open and as best we can to be able to share information with the idea of keeping everybody safe, keeping their folks safe, all of our folks safe, and certainly everybody who turns out to these events over the next however many days. Thank you.
Yeah, just kind of along those lines, how many times have you talked with the military leadership, and can the public have confidence that if a situation presents itself where their collaboration is required, that these two, the federal agencies and local and state are going to work together? Yeah,
we've had, there's been a couple of calls set up. On some of those calls, the senior leadership have been involved in that. Yesterday, Sheriff Luna and I met with the senior leadership as well, and I feel confident that from their perspective, they are there to be able to keep the peace.
You have been listening to a briefing there at LAPD headquarters with the LAPD, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office, and the CHP. There are hundreds of No King's Day protests planned throughout the country this weekend, including here in California. In fact, it's going to be a very busy weekend. There are 40 events here in SoCal this weekend. 30 are going to be No King's Day protests of some kind. And so they wanted to let the public know they're fully prepared for what's to come.
What do you think is more? They just seen it. That's even dumber.
Declare an unlawful assembly.
Back to you, Jude. Again. Oh. I brought up the wrong mic, so I heard you say, coming back to the... Oh. So, that was all. It was me. Up to the kitties in? No. Oh, good Lord, I'm sorry.
Okay. Please stand by for this man. Witness stand by.
Yes, please. Sure. Do you have time to stand by?
I do.
Thank you. Police Officer Rosario Cervantes will come up and provide Spanish comment.
Oficial Rosario Cervantes, Departamento Policía de Los Ángeles. La Policía de Los Ángeles estamos completamente preparados para las protestas en la ciudad de este sábado. Va a haber suficientes oficiales para proteger la noche. Que dañen a las propiedades.
from childhood.
Yeah.
But when you talk about these symptoms or the way
pretty smart. I only watch ugly smart people.
Oh, just read that last one. Don't inundate them.
I married him. Huh? Is that what you put on there? Is that my new look?
You're wondering, Nirvana.
¿Gusta cantarme otra? Claro que sí.
Nice and hot down here.
Hey.
A ver, si se la saben, cántenla. Vagando voy por la vida, no más recorriendo.
Funny, because he actually just got back from Mexico. He's always down there eating their street food, taking all the chances. He speaks Spanish.
City Hall, that's the police up there.
Y soy como las gaviotas, volando de puerto en puerto. Yo sé que la vida es corta, al fin que también la debo. El día en que yo me muera, no voy a llevarme nada. Hay que darle gusto al gusto. La vida pronto se acaba.
Dude, where's the taco vendor? There needs to be a food vendor somewhere with the music.
Voy a llevarme. ¡Qué cosa chiquita! No más un puño de tierra. Y que viva México, señores. Y que viva América también. El día que yo me muera, no voy a llevarme nada. Hay que darle gusto al gusto. La vida pronto se acaba. Lo que pasó en este mundo, no más el recuerdo queda. Y a muerto voy a llevarme. ¿Qué cosa?
here in front of City Hall, LA, live. What's up, everybody? What's up, Danny?
Car, man. Oh shit. This is pretty epic. I feel like the whatever restaurant these people normally work at is closed because all the workers were arrested. So they're like, fuck it, let's go play for free. Gotta get some tips. Where's their bucket at? They're on the left, probably. Tap dancing. Mexican tap dancing. Is that what they do when they don't have drums? Just get some dude to do that on a box? The youngest guy there looks like he's playing right now. He's not even in the mariachi outfit. Oh, he fucked up. Tired, maybe. Going off trip now, I think. You just tap dancing needs to learn some more moves. I've seen that one now. All the same moves over and over. Not a professional. cooler with the chick is you got her like dressed to do cool stuff with. Oh, she's horny. I can tell. She looked at me. Did she look at me? Wants me. Yeah. She's putting a little extra into it because she saw me over here. And holler at her afterwards. See if she wants to get a green card later or something. I'm convinced the Edger haircut, they put a bowl on their head for that. Just straight across the front. It's a Dumb and Dumber haircut, isn't it? You can just call it the Jim Carrey. Why did they put the fat guy back on there? Why don't they at least get a Mexican person to dance for the ladies? Guy with a beer belly. We get the hot chicks. Beer belly guy. See how sexist they are? They're sexist. The language is sexist. It starts from when they start speaking. They're gonna go straight from them to... Oh man. Credence, what are you doing?
Thank everyone for coming out here supporting us. You know, we're all one big family. We're all united and, you know, protesting peacefully. Also, give one big round of applause for Koran.
You know, yeah, and the first pro-life movement was actually an anti-condom campaign. They're headed by the Catholics.
Do you want to dance something?
You also just do the tap? Yeah. Sing a bit. It's been a pleasure to see you in these spaces.
Bueno, ya me iba, pero el niño es risueño y le hacen cosquillas, pues no, me quedo. Quiero escuchar a todo el pueblo porque no han dicho nada. Un fuerte aplauso para esos músicos. Give it up, give it up. Ahí va.
I got Will Rose.
De Jalisco son los hombres, de Acapulco las sirenas, de Chihuahua, Zacatecas, de Camones por docenas. Me dicen que soy bravero, fanfarrón y atravesado. Lo que soy muy sincero y lo que compro sale contado. No hay amor que no sea mía. Y no hay perro que
This AI pick works. Ah, it didn't work.
llegando, vengo de tierras lejanas, ay cuñados no se enojen, ya llegué por sus hermanas, soy del rancho del Pitayo, muy cerquita de Cotija, su gracia llegó su yerno, no me escondan a sus hijas, no hay amor que no sea mío. Para esa bailarina, más que bonito.
You can't have that there, the Mexican-American hybrid.
Desde Meritito, Los Ángeles, California. Puro México también. Y no más. ¡Qué bonito! ¡Qué bonito! Le zapatea bonito.
This guy's better than the last guy.
Ya llegué, ya voy llegando. Vengo de tierras lejanas. Ay, cuñados no se enojen. Ya llegué por sus hermanas. Soy del rancho del Pitayo, muy cerquita de Cotija. Se gracia llegó su yerno, no me escondan a sus hijas. No hay amor que no sea mío. Y no hay perros que me ladren. Yo soy leal con los amigos. Otra. De los mulas soy su padre. Yo nací en un rancho chico, pero criado en las montañas. Son las veces que yo he visto que no supieron mis mañas. Ando en busca de un maldito que quiera rifar su suerte. Quiero dormir calientito, aunque duerma con la muerte. No hay amor que no sea mío. Ahí está bien. Y no hay perros que me ladren.
They've limited my AI pick.
¡Que viva el pueblo! Claro que sí, muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes. Fuerte el aplauso para todos ustedes. También a todos los que están aquí para protegernos. We are expressing our First Amendment and they're here to protect us. Thank you so much. Gracias por enseñarle al mundo. Thank you for showing the world that this is how we protest, with music, being here together, enjoying yourselves, and fighting for what's right. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to this man, porque él, como muchos de nosotros, todos los días porta su traje de mariachi con orgullo y representa a México honradamente, haciendo su hermosa labor como todos estos músicos. So muchos thank yous, Julián. Thank you, everybody. And la verdad, ahorita ya nos íbamos a ir. If someone wants to stay, we'll talk about it. Pero la verdad, ya casi nos vamos a ir nosotros. There's a march going on. It started in Placita Olvera. I don't know if anyone knows where they're at right now. We'll give you that information right now. We'll play like.
Oh, I can't listen to that. Sorry. Excited there.
But as long as you feel like complied and everything worked, everything natural, we're good and okay, and now I'm free to come back.
Copyright infringement.
The VA is closed. So everyone needs to know the VA is closed right now.
But why did they detain you?
Because I went past the yellow tape. The first time I went across under the yellow tape just because I didn't want to go all the way around. They told me to basically go back. I went back to the first checkpoint. and that's when they thought I was basically trying to do this again and become more aggressive because we've seen other protesters are more aggressive. So they're just doing their job, and that's the whole sense of being just compliant, understanding, because they have their job too.
How did they treat you?
They treat me very fairly and everything. The more communication and letting them know what's going on, and they're like, okay, this is what's going on, Marcos. Like, understand this is a whole stressful situation for everybody, and we all have a job. So the more you're okay with this, the more you're okay and following through to what we're telling you, the more like this is gonna be okay. You can just walk away, and that's what it was. So.
Why would they cut him off? Yo, Trump, shit. Bro, is it beer 30? Hold up.
Liam, this is the guy that was detained.
So you're an
You a veteran?
Can you tell us what happened? Just what happened. Just say what happened. You have to clear your name, man. You just walk. What happened?
Omar, go to your left. Omar, go to your right.
Here.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Just tell us what happened. I mean, you were standing, you walked.
So so I freaking was trying to go to the VA and was trying to go across, and they told me to stop first. And of course I complied when I crossed the first checkpoint, and they told me to basically get down on the ground. Nothing wrong, just basically comply to everything they were saying. And it's just, we're at the worst time, worst situation where people are becoming more aggressive with what's going on, right? But as long as you feel like complied and everything worked, everything natural, we're good and okay, and now I'm free to come back home. But the VA is closed. So everyone that needs to know, the VA is closed right now.
But why did they detain you?
Because
what VA is closed? Are they? Weird. Interesting. Probably a veteran. He could be going there for something else and not be a veteran, but like maybe he works there trying to get a job there. We sing that song. Ay, 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 ay. This happened. Like, these people were essentially Aztecs, Incans, and living in the forest. And then the Spaniards came in and were like, you're gonna be civilized now. Here's some music instruments, play them for us. Entertain us now. What happened? Like, is that how it happened? Were these all instruments that were Spanish, or they already play these instruments for the Spanish arrived? Aren't you a history? Oh, I thought you were busy. He said he's a college professor. He's just a really fast Google searcher. Now we got AI too, though. Should I ask it? Was I gonna ask it? Okay, I know what.
Today we work on weekends mainly, so we're all like ready to work right now. Pero les tocamos una más así nos damos, claro que sí. Thank you, and again, thank you to the beautiful Puerto Rico dancers of LA. Thank you. They make this possible. They're like on it, like making posts, getting people, bringing equipment. Se bañaron, miren, se maquillaron bien bonita. Una aquí parece.
No, there is no evidence that guitar-like instruments existed in Mexico prior to Spanish colonization. Before the arrival of the Spanish in the 16th century, music in Mexico was vibrant, integral to the celebrations and rituals, but the instruments used were different. Aztec and other indigenous civilizations used instruments like drums, wind instruments like flutes and whistles, rattles, conch shells. Spanish conquistadors introduced instruments like the vihuela, a precursor to the modern guitar, which significantly impacted Mexican music. So, like, they are actually, like, celebrating their colonizers when they use these instruments. Right? Like, because they could be playing Aztec music instead. Playing their colonizers. Like, I bet this entertained Spanish people at one point. Like this. Because in the beginning, with black slaves, we had them doing all sorts of entertainment. But we wouldn't let them be in movies. Women either. Like, men would act like women. Black people, white men were everybody. White men were everybody back in the old days of movies. Even right before the civil rights movement. I think that changed a lot of it though. Let that happen anymore. But what about Tropic Thunder? Really cutting like edge or I don't know, like Thunder was something with that, wasn't it? They really pulled it off too. They pulled it off so well. Like, that's one of my favorite characters that he's ever done. Somebody did you know that they're making the Black Panther white? Like, so who's ever gonna be the next Black Panther is actually gonna be a white actor? Did y'all hear about that? And then I read a joke. It said, well, what if they make who would be the best black actor to play Iron Man? And someone said, the same person that already plays him. I forget his name right now. You could just play the black person. Sorry, the Tropic Thunder made me think about it. All that. It was like a chain of events right there. Michael Cera. That's who, are you really? The dude that's like always awkward? That's weird. They really are making a white dude Black Panther. Robert Downey Jr. That's what I was saying. Like that's who they could make the Black Iron Man. I think white people would approve of that. I think black people would even approve of them doing that because it would be so fucking ridiculous. He just needs to be the same character that he was in Tropic Thunder inside of the suit. When he comes out, he's that dude. That probably wouldn't be able to do it because Tropic Thunder would probably sue him. He didn't get like permission to use the same character. There he is. But definitely be stupid. I gotta turn this down when they're playing the music. And I'm not the only one that thinks that Breaking Bad should have ended with them going into the witness protection program. I didn't even watch the last season because I wanted them to go into the witness protection program and become Malcolm in the Middle. Sick, but they probably couldn't do that too because Malcolm in the Middle people probably sue them. All of a sudden he's just some dorky Malcolm in the Middle family. Perfect. Fair. What happened? Oh really? I thought she was white. When I watched Shawshank Redemption, remember they talk about Rita Hayworth, and I always thought that wasn't a real last name. Did he get one of her? He got one of her posters to put up over the hole he was digging, right? That's what they say at the end of the Malcolm song. Right. I'm playing song. What's it got to do with the immigrant song? That's not. Dude, I rode my bike up there before, up in this area. Took it up these stairs, and I rode it around here, and then I rode it down. Y'all, barricades aren't normally there. I was bored looking for the protest, man. Looking around. I used to just go and just see if I could find some. All these responsibilities to Simon now, though. I got my bike, so I would just park and ride around and look, find it. All these people actually. Super hanging music normally. I'm gonna look into how mariachi band started, if it was like Servitude Entertainment. It'll entertain us. Mariachi.
están sufriendo. Estamos peleando por todo.
Her obsession with the song. Mariachi music's African roots stem from the transatlantic slave trade that brought large numbers of enslaved Africans to Mexico during the colonial period. These African musical traditions blended with Spanish and indigenous music styles, contributing to the development of mestizo folk music, including what we know as mariachi. Specifically, African rhythms and musical traditions influenced the development of the distinctive sounds and syncopations. What? Syncopation? Dude.
Syncopations.
Alright, man. Found in mariachi music, particularly in the son derecho and son de artes et traditions. The arrival of enslaved Africans in Mexico during the 16th century introduced new musical instruments, rhythms, and performance styles. Started shaking their booties more. That's why they're out there shaking their asses. Black girls are like, "Oh, this is how you do it, girl." They're like, "Oh shit." They're turning them in on hardcore all of a sudden. They're right, look at what it's doing to my man now. African knows something. Gotta show that. And then African influence also extends to other aspects of Mexican culture, including dance, food, and even art. So, wow, I didn't know black slaves were the reason why there was mariachi music.
Nice music. Got a helicopter up there. Got the police guarding the city hall here.
Oh, the official national instrument of Mexico is the marimba, an instrument of African origin.
What's up from Miami?
I wonder if they know all this, man. I mean, most Mexicans don't even know this shit.
Yeah, I just want to hear about your
We'll head towards Alvera Street. That's where I was earlier in the stream.
Marimba. On a marimba, y'all. Pretty good, man. Bro, area on it. Like the Bob Ross of that instrument. His channel, like Avatar or whatever. The black dude with a fro. really
United States Courthouse.
going in the throat.
What's up, everybody? Hola, hola. How you doing? Yeah, this is just downtown. LA's big sprawling city. This is the area they got the curfew in. I think there's a curfew like 8 p.m. or something. I don't know if it's still tonight they got the curfew. Curfew is just like 1 mile by 1 mile. It's the sheriff. What's up, Dynamite? Later, Chris. About to go over the freeway here. Last Sunday the freeway was all blocked off. They arrested a bunch of people last Sunday. But here it's still flowing, got regular traffic.
Excuse me, I'm a journalist from Britain. I've come to cover the protests. Can I ask you why you're out here protesting?
Actually, I'm covering it also. I'm on YouTube. YouTuber is covering this also. Yeah, the music earlier was dynamite.
You always ask me that.
It's sunny here in
I told
LA,
you
but
how to do
on
it.
the coast, it could be June gloom.
All you have to do is search for the exact title that you see on the screen right below the video, and more than likely, you'll be able to figure out really fast.
There's electricity everywhere, so y'all be careful.
What's up, everybody? Hola. Nice weather down here.
Factors. The original. But they were loving 2020.
Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA!
Almost got a name from them.
Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA!
Still can't.
Cevicheria and Cantina, Chihuahua. Oh, bang the crosswalk here. Wouldn't want to jaywalk. That's some horchata. Qué rico. Onions smell good. Onions and peppers.
Oh, that's fun.
Tamales.
Eat. Get somebody sick out there. Edie, doing unsanctioned barrels of liquid, or how long have they been sitting there? It's the sort of horchata premix at Costco that was on deep discount. I looked at the ingredients on it, I'm like, what? There's like 1,000 ingredients in that stuff.
Plaza.
I don't think that's right.
Oliverito.
That's how it was meant to be. Okay. But a lot of these places are using shit like that too, like these taquerias. I just get one of those powder pre-made mixes.
I guess I want to take it.
Can't trust them anymore. Trust the horchata anymore. I've seen the ingredients list on that stuff. There's one place that made this a watermelon fresca, and it felt like they had just used, like there was watermelon in it and everything. Horchata? I don't know if I can trust it anymore, man.
What do these guys got? A Constitution?
I used to always get it too. Every time I got tacos, I would get take a horchata.
Okay. This guy's like Peruvian.
than my beliefs. I'm no longer feeling incomplete. I'm fulfilling prophecies. I'm raising kings and queens. I'm planting seeds and I'm harvesting. I'm screaming.
What's up, TJ? I've been working mornings and nights. Yeah, hopefully, at least the end of this year, I'll get down over to Asia. I hope I can travel soon. Got a DJ here. Got the protest party. Got the DJ.
What? Are you CNBC 18? Trying to get another source?
Over there. Pocahontas looking nice.
Hey, look at Felipe. Doing lots of water, always lots of water. Oh, my neighbor just his dog walking by this way, but that's not over there.
Please come back to stage. After you drop your flower, please come back to the stage so we can begin to march. After you drop your flower,
We're going at it right now. I don't want to leave them alone, really.
Normalmente les recibimos y les hablamos del arte y la cultura de nuestros pueblos. Sean bienvenidos a la cita comadera. Para eso vamos a utilizar el modelo Street. Cállate de la frontera de Gamba, Green Family. Cuando fue su visual de valores por Los Ángeles.
Seems to be a white dress code here. Other people are dressed in white.
I don't feel as responsible. All right, folks, we're going to head over to the detention center. Hey, folks, see that the Constitution has already gotten in front of us, just like always, right? We're going to lead with the truth, and we're going to walk over. So everyone's got a flower, right? Everyone's got something that they're holding. So you're just going to follow me over. We're going to walk slowly over our peaceful, nonviolent demonstration over to the Federal Detention Center with our colleagues. So just go ahead and follow me.
Walking to the Federal Detention Center.
Anything that is smoking, you put out. I prefer if we did not have that while we process in the march, just for safety purposes. Please no sage, no smoke while we're marching. And if you see one of these neon green bands, this is our safety team. They'll be helping manage crowd. Please follow the lead of this team. Are we in agreement, community? Yes? This is how we keep each other safe. We keep us safe. We keep us safe. We keep us safe. We keep us safe. All right, thank you, Felipe. We're going to get started now. Thank you.
It's a good time.
I'm doing
What's up, Dynamite? It's getting hot. You can chill in the shade right here. Should we keep on marching, dudes? Keep on wandering?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, gang. Yeah, for sure. Hold on, let me post this right quick. I had to say you on all things.
Let's see, how's the battery? Battery, I think it's good. Battery's at 40%, not bad. Flip. What's up, Dynamite? What's up, Will? VG. What's up, VG? VG in California. I got some water.
I got too much police drama, I'm not doing it. Nah, no, I ain't doing this part. Where's John though? You need to tell him I'm gonna call him, I want to say myself. Let's keep it lighter.
We need you on the inside. We need you inside.
Here's pickles. federal building right here. Drone up there. That's right, John.
Immigrants are welcome here.
Corner of Alameda and Aliso.
That bitch so skinny. I mean, hopefully they checked him all out whenever he got neutered. Sure he doesn't have anything super contagious like the, you know, the ones that it ends up dying from. Like Must have checked him out and given him his shots and everything, right? I don't think they would just neuter him. It just happened within the past month. He didn't have that ear clipping before. Not as worried about petting him as I used to be. I wash my hands anyway when I come in, but dude, Simon's waiting right at the back door. He went in the backyard this time and just plopped down next to my trash cans. So if Simon would have peeked his out a little bit, he would have seen him back there. Yeah, that would have been weird. Gotta fear Simon running out after one of these cats.
No fear! Immigrants are welcome here! No fear! Immigrants are welcome here! No hate! No fear! Immigrants are welcome here! No hate! No fear! Immigrants are
They give him the rabies, like everything.
No fear!
Dang.
Immigrants are welcome here! No hate! No fear! Immigrants are welcome here! No hate!
But they can't give all of them because some of the. I guess they can give one dose. Well, you had to give 2 doses of from the first.
Immigrants are welcome here! No hate! No fear! Immigrants are welcome here! No hate! No fear!
I guess for them to work at their optimal ability. Could they just switch it up though? I mean, maybe it's a little switcheroo here on the chant. It's like when they would get stuck in the Black Lives Matter chant, doing it for like 20 minutes straight.
Think about that next time the dictator gives you order. I gotta go, y'all. Don't serve a dictator. Serve the people. Yeah. It's time for that subscribe, Playboy.
Oh, there's the dude. Dude chick. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Mark. Hollywood. Surprised they didn't find something wrong with Crossback. What he was getting into when his leg was all messed up, trying to survive. Maybe but I must have been feeding Crossback while his leg was all jacked. Y'all didn't see Cross? His leg's amputated, but now his tail has been fixed too. The tip of it was cut off shorter so it doesn't drag. Pretty sure the city's doing it. Yeah, they can't get him a place to stay. They must have decided that he's too feral. President put him up in a cage and I would adopt him, but maybe that they thought that would be way too stressful for him. He's an explorer. Palestine has to do with this shit. Dude, this should be like a parade, not a march. So like, you know, any parade you had like a group of trannies yelling about tranny rights, then you got the group of Palestinian rights people, you got the group for the immigrants, the Black Lives Matter, all the black people will be all together, but they'll have a lot of white women with them. They're all intermingled in this shit anyway because they're all addicted to going to protests. A support group for them. Like they're together with people with something. Commonality. Finally have purpose. I get the illegal immigrants being all about it, but citizens being all about it is weird.
Immigrants, we don't like that. Fair play, British Empire strikes back. They're beating us like 808s and hi-hats. Our own game of invasion. They say Iraq. Who these Fugees, what do they do for the culture? Even new tweets, taxes and tools, swagger and maintain. They keep moving, the problem ain't ours. Even for bombs landed on them like the Mayflower.
Hey, this is the follow on Rumble, man.
Blood of my ancestors, I know. With $80 billion bill, you still tin red line in the flag you hoist when you kill, but still they just say, look how far I come. Hindustan, Pakistan, to London, to a galaxy far from their ignorance. Cause immigrants, we get the job done.
Por tierra, por agua, identidad falsa. Brincamos muros o flotamos en balsa. La peleamos como sandío en Nicaragua. Somos como las plantas que crecen sin agua, sin pasaporte americano. Porque la mitad de Gringolandia es terreno mexicano. Hay que ser bien hijo de puta. Nosotros les sembramos en la bonita, se comen la fruta. Aquí vinimos a
Yeah, thank you so much, bro. Okay, so just pass the word to Okay, so I'm just trying to help figure out how we're going to split our crowd. So thank you to SEIU. SEIU is currently occupying O'Bear Street. If you want to do this not just today, but on another day, please come right here. If you have a mic, come give it to her, please. Oh, sorry, the mic. Let me see that. Okay, so if you want to come
oh, hell no. Dude. I just took all this. I was doing in Long Beach. It's ice related. I don't know. They're actually doing this.
This group is actually going to go back to O'Bear Street. If you need to go back, you're going to go to the right.
Second in Loma, collecting dog poop to throw at ice, and they got a big ass bucket of it already. Are you fucking kidding right now? That seems to be illegal. I don't think you can just throw shit at people. Get away with it.
That's right here. If you want the fire department, please turn the corner to the right. If you have an FBI,
I really hope they're not seriously.
Okay, go ahead.
That's what it's doing nasty shit like that, dude. It was in those bottles that they were throwing on people. Concoctions. They had concoctions and balloons. And glitter in it.
Need to get a new loudspeaker.
Dude, they might be throwing liquid shit on ICE agents. Fucked up.
That's a pen name. Got the Aztec dancer. Oh yeah, I just did that in Mexico City.
Yeah. I'm from there.
Oh nice.
Thank you.
Gracias. Here's a little Tokyo right up here. There's the Otani, the baseball player mural. We're at the edge of Little Tokyo.
marching, we're gonna go down. We're gonna go down if you guys don't want to march. We're gonna continue marching.
Let's see, what time is it? It is 4:10 p.m. 10 minutes to 4:20, dudes.
But we don't often get a chance to be still. You cannot fight this system. You cannot do decolonial work if you do not rest. Y'all with me on that? You cannot do this work if you don't breathe. You cannot do this work if you don't return to your indigenous practices of the earth, of the Libya, of the sage, and acknowledge our culture that has been here for generations before it was called the United States. Yeah. Right? So please take this moment to remember that I hope you march and resist and feel the fullness of acknowledging the suffering of others by using your power to support them. But please restore yourself. That is why the Heart Department and Artivists United and Pulse and Revolve Impact and Crenshaw Dairy Mart and 100 other organizations I could name decided to march today because we wanted to have a different frequency. Our streets have been filled with a lot of trauma this week, and it's really, really important that we remember both, the full spectrum. So just thank you for letting me finally get that out after the fourth microphone. Let's in that intention, let's just take like a 30-second moment of silence. We're gonna march to one more stop on this very little tour we on, and then we're gonna go back to Old River Street. But for right now, I think we should just take a moment of silence. Thank you so much. Doesn't it feel different? Again, we're sitting and standing at the feet of the Japanese American Museum. It's been a cultural institution in LA for a very long time. We're here because their ancestors were taken to concentration camps. But it birthed a movement that created an institution to acknowledge their heritage. For a temporary moment, it's closed because they stood on business, because they refused to bend to lies and violence. But I know its doors will open again. So I just want to give thanks to the Japanese American community. Is there anyone that's Japanese in this cycle right now? Can we show love to our Japanese Americans? And of course, there's so many other folks who experience oppression, but they had a very unique experience. We're going to go to one more monument. It's called the Biddy Mason Memorial. Anybody know about Biddy Mason? We're going to talk about it when we get there, but if we don't see you there, Biddy Mason is a black woman who owned acreage in Los Angeles. Wait, did you hear me? A black woman who was enslaved, liberated herself from slavery with her toddlers, with her children, marched to California, bought land, started a school, was a midwife, was a doula, was the black wealth before LA and downtown was what it was. So can we say Ashe? Ashe! Ashe to Biddy Mason. Biddy Mason, say Biddy Mason. Thank you, Egun. Thank you, Ancestor Biddy Mason. We're gonna go visit her. So before we go see her, and her monument, that's maybe like a 10-15 minute walk away. Our community brought flowers, so I just would like, as we leave and we start moving, take your one flower, leave it here, and make sure you keep the other one here.
for some ramen or sushi? Battery is at 20%. I got a power bank somewhere in here.
Congratulations, Brody.
Thanks, Dynamite.
Yeti.
Cheers. Just got a
You need
power bank
sauce.
here. Could keep it going.
That's awesome.
These stores boarded up their windows. They didn't want to take the risk, the chance of getting looted or whatever.
I didn't say what kind. I said it has, I don't have much sauce. Not saucy enough. I was really starting to think about having a beer, and I was like, what am I doing, dude? I haven't had food in a while. think that Trump's just gonna make LA a safe zone for illegal immigrants and not come to LA anymore? ICE out of LA. It's not gonna happen, people. Their dumbest chant, but their favorite. Guarantee that ICE is going to be in the cities that have the most deportable people. It's that simple. And of course, they're going to be in LA. They're never going to leave. Dude, side boob height. Is that a man? No, I think that's a real booby. Oh. Hey. Hey. Real booby, y'all. This isn't an everyday occurrence. Especially in these protests. Always a fake titty. They're willing to show it off, you know what I mean? They must. Are they so friendly? Trying to see if they've tricked us or not.
So here's City Hall right there. We're turning left on Main Street or going straight? Let's see. Going first. Turning left. PD, Los Angeles Police Department.
Exit now.
Their headquarters.
They don't really care about us, right? Leading the whole thing.
It's traffic hour.
Korean flag draped over. Running from? They run from South Korea? Something like? Are they persecuting people out there? Oh, the stripes on it. This is Korean flag, isn't it?
Main Street here. Main Street. Main and Second. Getting the city tour. This is live. What's up, everybody? We're live here. It is 4:30 p.m.
Dude, somebody just posted. I'll just bring it up. Holy shit!
Tacos. Sounds good.
Pork is out to get me, dude. This seeking folks who are sheltering in place due to ICE fears for a Mother Jones photo essay documenting their experience. Cases and names will be obscured. Documented due to sheltering in place, afraid to leave home due to ongoing ICE raids. Imagine begging for sympathy because you're in the country. Dude, if I were to have said that, I would have gotten banned. Don't invade the privacy of those seeking it. It's hilarious. He thinks he found out. Get her. Dude, this is awesome. I almost feel like I'm not surrounded by just the Dems here right now. They're getting tons of downvotes, so that's because most people that side with him are like, I can't talk. I'm banned in this subreddit. Wait, it usually says I'm banned. I didn't mean that. They unbanned me?
Here's a bar, Costanza Bar.
It's very
Let's go for a fast cerveza.
No, you're currently banned. Never mind. Man, shit. All I did was say I was especially interested in meeting my white neighbors.
Main and Third.
Someone's comment that says that she was especially interested in meeting her black neighbors. I said the same thing she said. She's well liked in the community for being an ultimate creature.
Let's get out of the street. You never know. Someone might have road rage.
The funny thing is, I'm in a very white minority neighborhood. For years, I've been like the only white person in my around here. Either Asian, Latino.
This is live streaming. We're live.
Mostly Asian and Latino.
It is 4:36 p.m. here in California.
There was a bit of pit. Bro.
What's up, everybody? Hola. How you doing?
It's olive pit.
Cheers.
Olive.
Nice day here, good weather. city tour. Welcome to the corner of Spring Street. This is Spring and 3rd. Here goes a Tesla truck.
So ugly, dude. Oh. You gotta be one of the ugliest vehicles there are. We went like. How is that even aerodynamic? Work?
Let's see, where's everybody going here?
Like, why do we spend so much money on wind tunnels when we can just make them? You just make it look like a Tesla truck and it's aerodynamic.
Let's see what's in this mysterious area.
Right. Really affected miles per gallon with highway, probably miles per wattage.
We're in like the back of some office building. Little courtyard here.
We're getting the LA Civil Rights Museum tour from earlier. Went to another one. Oh man. I got tired with new immigrants having all these civil rights.
There's some
kind of whack for the rest of us.
monument here.
I'd like to say
How are they getting legal representation for their cases though? Because that's not guaranteed by the Constitution. They don't get that. Only criminal cases. I feel like federal dollars are paying for NGOs, are paying for their lawyers.
So if someone in Korea,
Us, they're paying for them anyway. It's just they're finding a loophole, and there's third parties involved, so they're getting their cut. Middleman involved. They don't want their cut to stop, so they wanted there to keep on being illegal immigration.
Their swag, their sparkle, their beauty is also something that has helped us and is often not acknowledged too. So
this is the Biddy Mason Monument.
Before we do this beautiful acknowledgement of Biddy Mason and to drop your flowers as we read about her, we logistically will walk back to Olvera Street. There's a way through. If you have a bullhorn that does not belong to you, I trust community, please bring it to the front now so that our team can collect them and we don't lose them. If you have a bullhorn, pass the word. If you have
Yeah, so I wanted to acknowledge as a Black Chicana from Los Angeles. Our stories are linked. I am a product of Black and Brown love, founded in Los Angeles. A love that took my family all across the county. And when we're learning about Biddy Mason, that is not surprising to me. A mother will do whatever she has to do. A birthing person will do whatever they have to do to protect their children. It is the plight of my ancestors on both sides. It's important for us to acknowledge our strength in understanding the similarity in our struggles. The similarity not in our resilience, but our relentlessness to still be here. If Biddy Mason did what she had to do to travel with her children to a safer place, I think we should protect the mothers who are doing the very same thing and being separated from their babies. Being separated from their babies, no matter how old they are. Families belong together. Black and brown solidarity, specifically in Los Angeles, is a very powerful thing. It's important we see.
When I grow up, I want to be a birthing person.
We come from different roots, but our branches cross each other all the time. So as we honor Biddy Mason, may we honor the struggle and the resilience, the relentlessness of a mother's love, and remember that that is universal. And we're here to stand for all mothers who are doing what they need to do to bring their families to safety.
My beer's from Oregon, so it was probably brewed by Antifa.
So crazy today on this. Crystal, how profound. Can we give it up for Crystal? Just like the mom is tough. Just like the mom is tough. So, it's been a little
It's made by Dushit's Prince Crispy. It's rebranded for Kirkland. This style lager. In the back is the Prince Crispy from money. But I've gotten into canned beer lately because I don't want all the bottles. Oh, thanks. That's very kind of you.
Got the helicopter following.
Missed you gone for a while. What happened? Something happened. Today, you made
4:45 p.m.
We watched it yesterday.
I don't know if there's a curfew.
Pretty sweet.
Is there a curfew?
It was long, 8 hours long. I had that synced up. I mean, once we figured out that one camera wasn't leaving
It's a good chill spot right
governors
here.
at all. I synced it so that we could see both sides.
Secret courtyard.
Pretty nice. There's it right in front of her.
Curfew all weekend. Alright. What time's the curfew? 7 or 8? 6?
Probably be crazier tomorrow. Right.
Biddy Mason.
I don't know. Kind of a shitty memorial. Why is it like horrible? Holy shit, man! What the? Dude.
Back to the streets.
Why every day are you an asshole lately? Why did Simon turn into such an asshole?
Towards City Hall and Alvera Street.
He's just laying there calmly. Doing that to her a lot lately. Here. She's laying down now. Already 4 pounds less than him.
New York. Just food for dogs.
I could tell how hard he was actually biting her, or if she's just reacting. Oftentimes, like, she'll be twitching her back and shit afterwards, so I'm figuring...
Is this the bus to TJ? Let's go to TJ for the weekend.
I've been playing Boston every day. Kick her off of there, he'll kick her out of the bed down here, he'll just... He was laying right next to me that time and he attacked her. Pissed off because he's always itchy. Could actually be allergic to her even. Cats can be allergic to each other. It could be why he's at least why it's so this rash. Could be from her.
Some gumbo. I could go for some collard greens and grits. Some cornbread.
Dude, you've been drinking. What are you thinking?
Mexicali? No. By the border, I've only been to TJ, Tijuana. I want to go to Rosarito, Ensenada, check that out.
That's all. I thought he was.
Cabo San Lucas, it's not too far.
I thought he was in Mexico last time. He was only in TJ. Watched a little bit of it. He was getting some tacos. I have a second degree of separation from this guy because I've hung out with somebody that's hung out with him.
Ensenada's like an
aliens hung out with him.
TJ. Or Rosarito.
Peter. Peter picked a pint of pickled peppers. The rest of it. Is that it? Protecting me? Is that what he's doing? Oh, probably jealous. Yeah. I think he's jealous that she gets to hang out here all the time. At night, I shut the door, and he can't look outside for like 8 hours. Pretty part of it. And in real life, she's so far her room. Crazy. Never. I don't see any other way of her getting out of here except for Simon passing. Win the appeal. Well, that's not what they said. Not what he said. Thing. Aliens. Alien technology.
This is LAPD headquarters right here.
Well, they had the toxoplasma gondii. Rollers. Try resetting this agreement. How long has it been?
I need to get a Thai flag.
Wasn't as weird as talking about edgers a second ago with the haircut? Oh. funny, isn't it? Now all of a sudden they want to carry the American flag. Right. I think that they think that they're gonna get Republicans to join their cause because they got a fucking flag. All of a sudden Republicans are just gonna think that they're patriotic because they're holding a flag when they're trying to destroy our country one illegal immigrant at a time. Hey. They know that their numbers are low, right? They have to. Friday. Play on a Friday.
Yeah, steps in today.
If this were actually big, they wouldn't be able to keep me out of the street. They wouldn't be on the sidewalk right now. Like, fuck this shit. They wouldn't be able to control the route raisers. And it would just end up being all in everybody in the street. They'd be cheering the whole time too, because they'd be like, yeah, we did it! No, there's not that many, so there's not that many route raisers, so most of them are like, guys, we better stay on the sidewalk. Okay. He doesn't want to make more than $10 an hour as a forklift driver.
Here's Bailey. That's City Hall right there, heading back that way.
We're going. Migrants aren't going anywhere. Well, I mean, some of them are. There's that. Dude, they're really trying to make this about all migrants. About all immigrants. If they would just add illegal to the beginning of that, they would probably not even feel right saying it. If you just say illegal migrants aren't going anywhere, it's like, well, it doesn't feel right saying that. They are illegal, by the way. All their signs just say immigrants or migrants. No, nothing's illegal here. Never. Fuck, man. Stealing's not illegal anymore, is it? Or is it again? Maybe it is again. It wasn't for a while. Actually, I think that's what the problem with this was. For 4 years, it wasn't illegal, and now it is again. And they're like, what the fuck, man? It wasn't illegal for 4 years. Why? What? What now? Why do they get it? Oh, they're not used to, like, fair elections in their countries, in most of their countries, so they think that the way it is the way it's always going to be. Shit, or in our case, doing good for them and shit for the regular white man or white woman.
What's this guy streaming on TikTok? Most people stream on TikTok these days. Or
more so the white man to keep him down. White women are even for that shit. But migrant, they've been on a pedestal for 4 years, and now they're getting taken off the pedestal. This is some of them, it's their first experience of being in America and not being on a pedestal anymore.
I'm not sure. Aliso or Alameda?
They were being
Alameda,
lied to by the Dems, convincing, like they really thought that they were going to win that election probably. All the migrants that came in, they're like, oh yeah, get all this support. People want us here. They're just letting us in. They're giving us all this shit. Of course, it's going to be like this forever. Dems kept saying it was like a small percentage of people that didn't want them here. Now, even after the election shows that it's definitely it's a larger portion of America that doesn't want them here, they still don't fucking believe it. Probably the most secure election we've ever had in the history of elections because all eyeballs were on it. They still don't fucking believe that we don't want them here. What is there to want?
This is the federal building right here. They got a bunch of army dudes right in front.
You're getting paid? I don't know. I saw somewhere getting paid UCLA, so I thought that was actually a UCLA protest, but maybe that was just UCLA had someone up there that was doing like recruiting college kids to come to this, maybe for tomorrow's. It was $100 for the first 3 hours and $25 for every hour after that. They had to vet you first. On advertisement on Instagram, one of the other streamers popped it up with Joe from IRT Media, only known as First Responders Media. Look how short this person is over here. How is that possible? It's not a waiver. That's the shortest male soldier I've ever seen. Probably still stronger than the tallest female we've met. You can definitely kick her ass. I feel like the smallest dude in the army can kick the biggest girl in the army's ass, probably. They should do that. I want to see that competition. UFC style, all like they're sitting in there getting bloody. I really want to see. I think the smallest army guy trained to fight just like she would have been out of boot. Maybe even fresh out of boot too. They do wrestle each other because the dudes wrestle each other in boot camp. Dude, not though. Too grabby probably. Boot camp. They're allowed to punch, the dude would win, I think. I don't think women can take punches as well normally. In the nose. wish they do a different one though. Like the ice out of LA. Trump could just do something really stupid, like have a ship come in, like recommission a ship, just used for birthing, commission it as like ISIS headquarters, have it docked in the port of LA.
The Highway Patrol, CHP.
And they wouldn't need to build another, like, have to build a building, they wouldn't have to take it over a building. They ship out of the dock, like out of the mothball stage and park it. Plus it'd be a terminal island, so it's kind of limited entry to it. Actually very limited entry if you go into the port. You just try to go to the ships. You would never get rid of them. Permanent ICE headquarter. Like your.
They're blocking off the freeway entrance, the on-ramp, making sure nobody gets on the freeway.
Man, I believe those are the Marines. Let's see, yeah, RT is going to Vegas.
It is 5:10 p.m. California time. Heading towards Olvera Street.
Oh no, check this out.
The Trump administration
They're
initially
going to be
said that
using
the
this
ICE raids
shit.
were only targeting dangerous criminals. That has not been the case. We are now hearing of a man taken into custody whose family says is a U.S. citizen born right here in Southern California. They talked to our Leo Stallworth, who is live with their story. Leo.
This just happened an hour ago or
The ICE
something,
agents
dude.
taking that man down and arresting him just outside of his business, which is right here. It's a tow yard that's been around for more than a decade
His
here
business.
in Montebello.
Wow.
They took him down. Residents poured out pleading with ICE to let him go. They obviously did not do that. They arrested him and took him away. His family wants to know where he is. Here's more.
No one in this life should be going through stuff like this.
You're a little away, bro.
This man
Gross.
sprinting to his close friend's nearby tow yard business yesterday after 3 p.m. in Montebello, where ICE agents, as seen in this surveillance video obtained by Eyewitness News, had his friend, Javier Ramirez, in handcuffs sitting on the ground with a bloody face. Agents
Damn.
also arresting an
Bloody.
employee of the business.
He has diabetes. They screened. I have my passport. I have my ID. I'm a U.S. citizen. They did not care.
This man says he argued with the agents pleading with them to free Ramirez, but they refused and even threatened to arrest him if he didn't back off.
Frustration, the stress, the pain, the suffering our people, any person is going through right now through this administration.
Family members of Ramirez horrified not knowing where agents took their loved one without allowing him to take his insulin medication with him.
We've been trying to locate him. I don't know how he is, if he's even alive at all.
Abimel Dominguez says he and his brother have been operating a tow yard in Montebello for more than a decade. He says
It's
when
like
ICE
wearing
agents
coats.
raided their business yesterday, his brother screamed this.
It was a woman thing.
ICE, immigration, and they seem like they were offended over that. As you can see in the video, they target him right away. They dropped him on the floor. There was 2 guys. You know, he has a right to not get arrested because he's an American citizen.
This man says seeing agents slam Ramirez to the ground made him think of the federal agents who took down and handcuffed U.S. Senator Alex Padilla after he interrupted a news conference yesterday to ask questions of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
Imagine if they're taking down U.S. senators, Congress people that are specially elected for the state of California. If they're taking them down, who are they not willing to take down?
Congress is not sent.
The U.S. Attorney's Office claims that Ramirez assaulted an ICE agent and was arrested and is expected to be charged with assaulting a federal officer.
That's why he got bloody.
Now,
there's
they
more to
also
this
say
story,
that Ramirez
dude.
was not arrested in connection with his immigration status. They wanted to make that clear. Live.
Oh, so he was just being a fucking... Dude, he didn't get... Dude, this isn't... this story is made out like they arrested a citizen, like, mistakenly. This dude was giving them a hard time, fought back. They ended up arresting him for fighting because he was being an idiot, probably being like, I don't have to show you shit. Yeah, you do. And you should, all you had to do was show him and you wouldn't have got bloody or arrested. It would have been that simple. But no, the Dems are telling them, you don't have to give them anything. Don't say a word. You got rights. What else I want to see from Daily Caller?
If you resist lawful order.
Not this. Something else I remember Yeah, this. It's related.
You have Secretary Noem, who is charged with 250,000 agents around the country, and she cannot de-escalate a basic press conference. Instead, it has to go to the maximum.
This guy tried to interrupt her while she was talking on live television to multiple agencies at the same time. Multiple news agencies. What do you expect, dude? You can't interject whatever you want in her broadcast like that. She is above you in the chain of command. Fuck out of here.
Where they have to handcuff a sitting senator? Is she the right person for this job? Does she understand that right now, if she cannot control a press conference, how can we make sure that there are not going to be rogue ICE agents, rogue folks that are going to interfere and violate people's constitutional rights? Folks are saying, well, what did the Secret Service do? They were doing their job. But her job at the podium as the head of ICE is to de-escalate situations, and she absolutely failed.
Listen, the first words in that video that we see out of Senator Padilla's mouth is, I am an American a U.S. senator. So he made that abundantly clear, and still they used such a degree of force. I think it's incredibly chilling. This is a man who got 6 million votes. He represents nearly 40 million Californians. I think it's a very chilling moment. Some Republican senators have criticized it as well. I think it speaks to the fact that Donald Trump's been very clear. Any form of protest he is going to respond to.
He is pushed out of the room, manhandled, pushed to the ground, handcuffed.
Even if you thought this person was just a member of the public who was interrupting, just trying to be disruptive and interrupt, I can see pushing them out of the room, but then putting them down on the ground and handcuffing them as if they've broken the law. Add into this that then the spin afterwards was just a lie. This administration is taking that escalation path every single time.
Sweet. They're so sweet.
Son of Mexican immigrants who clean homes and serve food. This man with equal dignity in this body today was driven violently to his knees.
That sucks, dude.
As if made to kneel before the authority of the executive because he was so-called disrespectful. That should offend the consciousness, not just of the other 99 members of this body. It should offend the conscience of this country. Because if you can make Alex Padilla forcibly kneel before this executive, when does it stop?
And here's the really chilling part. Make no mistake. What happened to Senator Padilla today is happening every day all across this country. Every day, DHS agents are throwing people to the ground and violently handcuffing them while they are not resisting, detaining them for exercising their First Amendment rights of free speech. Every day, Donald Trump is making this nation look more and more like a fascist state.
Nope, I don't agree. And these people are trying too hard. Look at this. This is happening in Long Beach. Someone is supposedly collecting dog shit to throw at ICE. You ever see anything like this? A right-wing person do anything like this? No, but the right-wing people, they're the violent ones. They're the vindictive ones. They're the ones you gotta watch out for. They're the terrorists.
Thank you, M.
They're the fucking terrorists, dude. Why even joke about doing that?
Cheers.
Stupid. Dog shit at ICE.
Alright, maybe we'll check out, see what's going on in Chinatown.
Right wing did these like they were doing. No, they didn't.
I don't know if this is the curfew zone or what time's the curfew.
They didn't. Like, I wanted the People's Convoy to go down to the border and have a protest, but they didn't. Pussy motherfuckers. Fuck them. All of them. We're not at least trying to convince them to do that.
Looks like military right there.
Dude, that's where I thought that they were gonna go. That's what was going on in the world at the time. COVID was pretty much done with. They were still trying to
military, the guys dressed in
do the
military
COVID thing.
Heading that way.
Primarily because all of them had lost all their jobs. They weren't running enough because of COVID. Changed the trucking industry for them, apparently.
The plastic zip ties.
It doesn't help that we were flooded our border with a bunch of illegal truckers that don't even speak English.
Big up, hippie. You've been quietly watching. Cheers, hippie.
And there's multiple trucker companies that.
I think you're in California, right?
Are connected to this.
Nice weather out here.
Illegal
Perfect weather day. No June gloom.
High number. It was like 100 of them.
What's up, Freebird? What's up, CC? Got Freebird, CC. Thanks, hippie. Cheers, Freebird. How you doing, CC? This is my third stream of the protest march. It's been interesting. There was some really good music at the beginning of this stream. Mariachis and stuff. But yeah, I'm wandering away from the protest now, heading back towards Hollywood, I guess.
Done? Separated from them?
Damn, look at this gas station. That's expensive gas. $7.89, $7.99 for Supreme. This is the markup. They got the monopoly on the location. Bet that's twice as much as Ohio. I could jump on a bus. I gotta get bus number 4, I think.
I see this trucker on Truckers Reddit from a month ago says untrained foreign and non-English speaking drivers are ruining this industry. I never experienced this firsthand till now, but this week I had 3 encounters that changed my perspective and made me scratch my head.
Anybody?
He talks about the 3 experiences.
Thank you. Just.
And then he says, I know my dry van and reefer was ruined by inexperience and foreigners, but this is spilling into open deck, and that's pretty scary. That's where they should have been at, man. They should have been at the border. That's who's really messing their industry up.
See, this is the beginning of Chinatown right
COVID.
here.
The driver's trucks.
Chinatown's not that impressive in LA. If you go east of LA, you got Monterey Park, Alhambra. That's a little more Chinese live over there, actually. See a police helicopter circling over there, so maybe something's going on. That's LA City Hall. Got the 101, 110 freeways. Yeah, on Sunday when I was here, they blocked off the freeway. The protesters were on the freeway. Koreatown by far. Koreatown is huge here. Koreatown goes on. It's like 4 square miles or something. Koreatown is like giant. Oh, there's my bus. Number 4. Here's Chinatown. But Chinatown's probably pretty dead at night. Everything closes. See the dragon. Oh, Koreatown by far is the biggest Asian neighborhood in LA. There's a Thai town and a Filipino town. Thai town is
Squeeze in more? Was that? You want us to squeeze in more? Was that what you? Yes. Okay. Yes. The request is to get in tighter, but I don't want anybody to be blocked. Lola, Laura. Okay, I don't want you to be blocked. Okay. Everybody over here. All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's an honor for me to be joined by over 20 legislators from Sacramento and from Washington, D.C. We want to make sure that everybody understands that Los Angeles is united. There's no daylight between all of us. And all of us understand that we are here today in this situation because of raids that happened in our city on Friday. And now the raids are in multiple cities within our county. I always raise the point that the day before, on Thursday of last week, everything was peaceful in Los Angeles. Nothing was happening here. Nothing was going on that warranted the behavior of the federal government over the last few days. We are here today because the raids have caused fear and panic, because they felt empowered that they could shove and cuff a U.S. senator. How could you come to town and say you are rescuing Los Angeles and you don't even know the U.S. senator? We're here today because we are clear that we are a test case, and they want to see just how far federal overreach can go. Can the federal government come in and seize power from a state and from a local jurisdiction? How much will the American people put up with? How much will Californians put up with? How much will Angelenos put up with? How much will people from all of the other 88 cities in our county put up with? And we're here to tell you that we're not going to put up with it. We're not going to solve anything by chasing people at car washes, by intimidating families near schools, or by sending troops into an American city. It breaks my heart to think about a milestone event in a family, such as a graduation from an elementary school, or from a junior high, or from a high school, and that families feel that they cannot go to the graduation. Are people in an emergency room worried that maybe they will come in and be detained? Are people in homeless shelters come in and be detained? Are people in homeless shelters? What happened to the goal of violent felons, gang members? What happened to that? I have a hard time believing that the day laborers who each day try to survive by getting a day's work is a threat to our city. So think about all that is going on in the world today and then ask yourself, why, if all of these troops are deployed here, why are there more military troops in Los Angeles than in Iraq? Just think about that for a minute. So we're here today because we're not going to let anyone divide us. We're here today to show the world that the real America, what the real America is all about, what Los Angeles is all about. And Los Angeles is about diversity, is about embracing the immigrant population, is about celebrating the fact that there are sectors of our economy that frankly would not function if it was not for immigrant labor. So tomorrow across the country there will be demonstrations that are planned. But now these demonstrations we expect to be even larger because of what has happened in our city. But we do call on people over the weekend to demonstrate peacefully, to exercise your First Amendment right, to not play into the hands where it could be used as a pretext to roll out troops in our city. So let me just be clear about the truth of LA. We are a city of almost 4 million people. So the protests, and some that have devolved into violence, understand, have taken place on about 1 square mile of this city that is 500 square miles. So be clear, LA is not under fire all throughout the city. You are talking about a very small part of the city and a very small number of people. The overwhelming majority of people have demonstrated peacefully. And let me at this point introduce our local Congresswoman, Sidney Kamlacher, who is here representing the House, along with a number of her colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank the Mayor for your unwavering leadership during these challenging and unprecedented times. Thank you for bringing us here together. I am Sidney Kamlacher-Dove. I am the Congresswoman for the 37th Congressional District. Many of these raids have been taking place in my district, throughout the district. I am here with colleagues from Congress, Representative Takano, Representative Chu, and Representative Torres. Mark Takano, Judy Chu, Norma Torres. So, California has the largest immigration population in this country. We are also the 4th largest economy in the world. There is a relationship between those two data points. California and Los Angeles is also the entertainment epicenter. So it is no wonder that Donald Trump brought his production to California. But it is a production of trauma. This is not about immigration reform. These agents are coming into our cities and they are detaining U.S. citizens, they are detaining legal immigrants, and they are detaining immigrants who are going through the legal process with their status. They are running into apparel stores, they are running onto farms, they are running into diners, and they are snatching our community members, our friends, and our family members. This is not immigration reform. I have to say that. Let me also say Not only is this impacting our communities and our neighbors, it is impacting our businesses and it is impacting this economy. Taxpayers are footing $134 million for these raids to happen because Stephen Miller made an arbitrary number of 3,000 people that he wants rounded up every single day. Agents are not giving identification. They are not showing judicial warrants. They are not inquiring to even see who it is that they are trying to detain. I thought they were looking for folks with criminal records, but it seems like they are looking for anyone they can find. That is a problem. It is also very important. This is why members of Congress are here. What is not being discussed is how this is a decoy for the hundreds of billions of dollars that Donald Trump is taking from us to cut Medicaid. It will close community clinics that are being raided. It will shut down doctors' offices and hospitals that are being raided. He is cutting educational funding for children with disabilities. He is cutting funding for our small businesses. He is cratering this economy with his taxes. And then on top of that, he is costing this city and this state tens of millions of dollars with this economic and social trauma. We are here standing in solidarity. These are members from up and down the state who have come here to say stop. Stop this madness. Stop this economic trauma. And if you are not here working lawfully and not detaining and brutalizing U.S. senators and union leaders, then you need to go immediately. With that, I would like to introduce Senate Pro Tem of the California State Senate, Mike McGuire.
Good evening. I want to take a moment to say thank you so much, Congresswoman, for your advocacy and your fight. I also want to mention Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass' steady hand has been guiding the city through some of the most tumultuous times the city and county of Los Angeles has seen in over a century. And I think we owe her a debt of gratitude for her incredible work in standing strong for the most vulnerable. And I want to say thank you so much, Mayor, and we're grateful to partner with you. I'm joined today by several senators, Senator Durazo, Richardson, Smallwood Cuevas, Menjivar, and Perez, and we are incredibly grateful for your work representing the city and county of Los Angeles. You know, it's not lost on us that it's been 60 years since the National Guard was deployed over a governor's objection. And the last time that this type of deployment happened was to help kids walk to school in a segregated South. Fast forward to 2025, now in Los Angeles, the National Guard has been deployed to separate kids from their parents. America has faced tremendous peril over the last 248 years, and today we are at one of the most dramatic tipping points of our democracy. There is no justification in a democracy for the un-American federal siege of a great American city in this great county. Warrantless arrests, federalizing the National Guard, mobilizing federal troops on California soil, racial profiling of American citizens, detaining law-abiding residents, the lack of due process for detainees, throwing U.S. senators to the ground for speaking freely, and threatening the arrest of American governors. These aren't acts of a normal American president. These are acts of an authoritarian government, candidly acts of a thug. And let me be clear, California will never back down. We will bend to no king, and the people of California will prevail. The harder President Trump comes for the Golden State, the more unified California will be. Californians are always on the side of good, the side of justice, and the people will always win over the power of a few. And I'd like to end it right here with this and talk about our mutual aid system in the state of California. The state of California has the largest and most effective emergency response and law enforcement networks in the United States of America. And I can't be any more clear about what I'm about to say. The state stands ready to meet any and all public safety and emergency response requests from Mayor Bass and the Board of Supervisors for the County of Los Angeles. The State Office of Emergency Services has been and will continue to meet any and all needs for requests of assistance. Candidly, the mayor is working with the State Office of Emergency Services tomorrow for the marches that will be taking place across the city. And you know who knows this? President Trump. He knows that we can take care of our own, and it's time to end this siege and stand down. Otherwise, Californians will continue to stand up for our people. It is now my honor to be able to introduce the Speaker of the California State Assembly, Robert Rivas.
People have something to say. They're all so very...
So California, we face one of the most challenging moments in recent memory. And not because our people are divided, but because our democracy is being tested from the very top. The Trump administration's recent actions, unilaterally federalizing and deploying our National Guard, conducting sweeping immigration raids in our neighborhoods, and now forcibly removing a sitting U.S. senator from a Homeland Security meeting. These are not just abuses of power. They are assaults on the rule of law. They are violations of decency. They are acts of desperation from a president who thrives on division, thrives on chaos, and who fears accountability. Now, let me be absolutely clear. Here in California, we are not going to be intimidated. I stand here as the first Speaker of the California State Assembly, born to immigrant farm workers. This is personal. My family came to this country from Mexico, seeking opportunity. Opportunity that they found in the agricultural fields of California. Opportunity that they found in the classrooms of our public schools and in the promise of this state. And that promise still belongs to every single Californian, no matter where they were born or how long they have been here in our state. I was recently reminded that throughout our history, from the internment of Japanese Americans to Proposition 187, to the mass deportations of the 1950s, California has weathered moments when fear was weaponized against our most vulnerable. But in every single case, we rose, we organized, we resisted, and we did it with courage, with community, and without violence. Without violence. And now, in this moment, we must do the same again. And I urge every Californian, do not take Donald Trump's bait. Do not allow his cruelty to spark chaos in our streets, here in Los Angeles and throughout our state. Local leaders, law enforcement, they're working hard to keep us safe. And we must work just as hard to keep the peace. This is a time for unity. It's a time for strength, for love of neighbor. And to every immigrant family living in fear at this moment, know this. You all belong here. You matter, and your state is fighting for you. That's why I'm proud to be here with Mayor Bass. I'm proud to be here with our congressional representatives. Proud to stand here with members of the Senate, and incredibly proud to stand here with so many of my Assembly colleagues. Tina McKinnon, Lisa Calderon, Blanca Pacheco, Rick Zabur, Celeste Rodriguez, Isaac Bryan, Mike Gibson, Avelino Valencia, Almer Suchi, Nick Schultz, Sade Alawari, Jackie Irwin, Schultz, Sade Alawari, Jackie Irwin, Jose Solache, Mark Gonzalez. Hope I didn't miss anybody. I said Zabur. I said Zabur. Oh, Jessica Colosa, Mike Fong. There's a lot of us in the assembly. They're all here. But I'm proud to stand with everyone here today, and please let history show that in the face of tyranny, California stood its ground. We did not flinch. Thank you all so very much. And I want to invite the next speaker, Representative Ms. Judy Chu.
I don't understand what you're saying there, Paul. Barack and Biden.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu from Los Angeles County's San Gabriel Valley. I am here to stand with Mayor Karen Bass and all the members of the California delegation, as well as the other elected officials, as we express our collective outrage over Donald Trump's attack on Los Angeles and his attacks on our immigrant communities and on all our communities. As we speak, there are U.S. Marines deployed on the streets of Los Angeles. The president has seized control of our California National Guard without the governor's approval.
Dude, God damn it. That's a fucking lie, though, dude. These fucking idiots are lying. There aren't any goddamn troops on the streets anywhere.
Federal overreach
My
can go.
computer is hot or something.
This economy.
Taxpayers
are putting a.
I've clicked already.
6 years
and it
since
takes
the
that
National
long.
Guard.
Look, click.
Opponents will continue
Now
to
it's
stand up.
instant.
But in every single case,
Now it's taking forever.
we rose, flinch.
Click. I
Got
clicked.
a call from Advocacy 6. They refused to let us in, defend them. They had no belief for trying to get answers from the Secretary of Homeland Security.
I don't know.
This
how
is
much.
unprecedented,
It's fucking
dangerous,
lagging, dude.
and authoritarian. We will not stand by and allow this to happen in the United States of America. When Trump's immigration enforcement came storming through downtown Los Angeles, sweeping up not just immigrants, but even U.S. citizens, and hauling them away to detention centers, I knew we had to act. I got a call from advocates sick with worry about the fate of those arrested because family members and lawyers could not contact them. They had no way of knowing whether these detainees had food or medicines. So the next morning, Representatives Derek Tran, Gil Cisneros, and I drove straight to Adelanto Detention Facility to exercise our lawful constitutional responsibility of oversight. But when we showed up, ICE actually closed the chain link fences right in front of our eyes and put chains and locks around the fence. They refused to let us in, defying the law that states that Congress has the right of oversight of any DHS facility at any time. And so, what is clear is that ICE believes it's above the law because Trump believes he's above the law. And that's why he sent in those National Guard members without the governor's approval. But we are here to say we stand with our constituents and immigrant communities across this country. We stand with the right of Americans and immigrants to peacefully dissent against the administration and to protest peacefully. We must put an end to Donald Trump's inhumane and disgusting attacks on immigrant communities and on our Constitution. And now I would like to turn the podium over to my colleague, Congressmember Mark Takano.
Thank you, Congresswoman Chu. I'm pleased to be here with my former colleague, now the mayor of Los Angeles, and all of the members from the California delegation, the Congress, and members of the legislature and the leadership of the legislature, to stand here in solidarity with my friends and compadres from Los Angeles. I represent a constituency in Riverside County, the communities of Riverside, Moreno Valley, Paris, and Jurupa Valley, the Inland Empire. And I'm going to tell you, the people of the IE see through the sham being perpetrated by this president. And what sham what am I talking about? The sham that there is massive uprisings here in Los Angeles, which the Los Angeles Police Department cannot properly manage, along with the sheriff. That the images that distort reality coming out from the television screen, which keep focusing on, there's some incidences of property damage and some attacks on law enforcement, which I and all of us, we condemn. If you break the law, you will be held accountable. But those images distort the impression to the rest of America, and the president is intentionally perpetrating a sham, an expensive one at that. $134 million, as Sidney Kamler-Dove said, for the deployment of 4,000, actually the federalization of 4,000 guardsmen, another 700 Marines. As of last Monday, I got a briefing from the leader of the National Guard. They have a very narrow mission of defending 3 federal buildings. 50 persons at each of those buildings, relieved by another 150 every 12 hours. That's 300. So about 1,600
Did I lose any viewers
of the original 2,000 are not being used.
Sorry, y'all.
$134 million, another $45 million being spent on this glorifying parade tomorrow in Washington, D.C. of our military assets. That's nearly $200 million that is being, I would say, a very good subject for Doge to look at.
Not a yearly thing, buddy. Fuck you.
They're wanting to pursue this disastrous, big, bad, ugly bill, which is going to take away health care from 15 million people. But yet they have enough money to unnecessarily send in military, and legally, by the way, military forces into L.A. I want to address Senator Padilla's the takedown of Senator Padilla as he was trying to simply ask a question of a cabinet secretary who I'm sure is not answering questions, period. They threw him down, handcuffed him. Look, Secretary of Education Linda McMahon crashed my press conference in front of the Department of Education. Nobody took her down and handcuffed her, even though she's the worldwide wrestling leader of all of that. I'm sure that would have been great entertainment. And that's all about it's entertainment that they're trying to create, distraction from the sham that they're perpetrating. And this is in no way how a U.S. senator should be treated. Finally, let me just say that this is a very serious moment of an authoritarian president who wants to normalize the idea that the military is his personal police force that he can use to enforce his policies. I would say to those people who want to protest and rise up, this is a moment for us to be careful and to do so with thoughtfulness, not to sit back, because
I want for my president to be able to put military on federal property whenever he feels like it. Because why not?
If there was a moment when you ask yourself, looking at history,
federal
would
property.
I have crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge and risked my head being cracked open in the service of a bigger idea of America? That is the question you should be asking yourself now. But realize the sacrifice and the discipline of those freedom marchers who crossed that bridge. They did not distract with violence. They did not nonviolence was their principle. If you want to ask yourself the question, would I have sat in the back of the bus in defiance of unfair laws? This is the time to ask those questions and to also think carefully about the tactics. It is
fucking idiot. No, it's you would have sat in the front of the bus, right? Aha, hush that fuss. Everybody move to the back of the bus. That's because Rosa Parks wants to sit in the front now. Idiot.
It's time to use our voices. It is time to
they were making them sit
on this authoritarianism coming out of Washington.
Oh, he's talking about the white people sitting in the back now. Maybe. He's talking to us? Maybe he's talking to us.
Recognize and bring up to the podium my colleague from the San Gabriel Valley, Norma Torres. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Mayor Bass, Thank you so much
Who didn't have a
for
ticket?
your leadership and your
It was a
love
man.
for
I mean, it was a woman.
the city of Los Angeles.
That guy?
The city of Los Angeles has a very special
lost,
place
dude.
in my heart because I have spent 17 and a half years here in the 90s and through the mid-2000s serving the community here as a 911 dispatcher, taking your calls
we got this guy.
when you have an
He hasn't
emergency.
talked, though.
As a member of the Appropriations Committee, I am demanding full accountability and reimbursement for the
Wait, he might be
local
Mexican.
cost incurred, including injuries to local officers and damages caused by the chaos unleashed when the Trump administration recklessly deployed the military and ICE agents into our communities. They are the ones who created this unrest, and they are the ones that need to foot the bill.
How did they expect
California, by
ICE
the
to
way,
get people if it's
in
not
2022, the last year that we have on record, paid over $262 billion to the federal government. It is the federal government that is on welfare from California.
Okay. Oh, that's
During
rich.
this appropriations week,
I
our
live in
committee,
California, and I think that's
we were
preposterous.
supposed to take up a bill on Homeland Security. We failed to do that. Why? Because Republicans did not want to be put on notice. I want to direct some of my comments to the Latino community that could be watching at this moment.
That's the problem is a lot of their constituents, probably most of them, are fucking stupid.
Alarmante, inaceptable en las acciones de migración
Embolden their
federales
constituents to be
y
even
en el
more
abuso del poder,
bullheaded.
especialmente
All this
enfocado
bullshit.
aquí en Los Ángeles y comunidades cercanas. ICE está persiguiendo a residentes de California en sus trabajos, en sus calles.
They believe everything these people
en
say.
sus
These are the
calles.
experts to them. They
Todo
don't do
para
their own
cumplir
research ever.
cuotas.
Like anytime Trump
Estas
says
son
something, I
prácticas
fact check that
preocupantes
fucker
que
because
violan
it's
nuestras
a
leyes
bullshit
y los
sometimes.
derechos
I make sure
legales
he's not
de las
lying to me.
personas sin cumplir
Often.
debido proceso.
I definitely do it for these
Están
people. I just
arrestando
usually think they're
adultos
lying
y
though.
niños, incluso después de sus casos de la corte, y hasta están quitándoles el estatus
like to leave a lot
legal
of
a
the information
inmigrantes
out.
que ya lo tenían. Como miembro del Comité de Asignaciones del
why weren't there
Congreso,
any other
estoy
senators
exigiendo que haya responsabilidad
congressmen
total y que el gobierno
trying to ask
federal
Nao
pague todos los
any
costos
questions
locales que
yesterday?
han
Why was he the only
causado,
one there? Was he really even
incluyendo
supposed to
oficiales
fucking be
heridos
there?
y daños
Seems like it
materiales
would have been for
por el
reporters.
caos que provocaron cuando la
I mean,
administración de
if she
Trump
wanted a
mandó
question and
al
answer
ejército
session,
y a los marines
government
y más
officials,
agentes de
I'm sure
ICE
she could
a
go to
nuestras comunidades sin
White House and do that.
justificación. Ellos son los que están
I don't think it was the
provocando
play.
esta
Like, what was he
desorden.
doing there?
Esta
Why are
semana
they
en el
talking
Comité
like-
de Asignaciones se suponía que íbamos a tener la oportunidad de
explaining what
pedir
the hell he was
cuentas mientras
Oh,
discutimos
he's just there to
el
ask some
presupuesto
questions.
para
Why
seguridad
was he the only
nacional
elected official
del
there to
próximo
ask questions?
año. Pero los republicanos de la Cámara
That's not
cerraron la
normal.
junta
I've never seen an
porque
elected
no
official in the
quieren
background of
dar
one, like a press
cuentas.
conference for somebody
Mandar
like
a la
that
Guardia
asking questions.
Nacional y a los marines a
Maybe I'm just not
nuestras
paying
calles
attention.
sin autoridad
At least
legal
not while
ni
they're talking.
coordinación
Interrupting
con
them while
líderes
they're
locales no solo es
Highly
peligroso,
irregular for him to.
es ilegal y no tiene sentido. Están malgastando dinero
has
y
actual
sinceramente
Secret Service
dañando
guarding her.
la,
He doesn't have
la
that
cuarta economía más grande del mundo,
No,
que
he,
es
dude,
la
he
base
knew that
de
some
los Estados
bullshit was going to
Unidos.
happen when he did
Cuando
that,
hay
dude. They
desorden
wanted
causada
something to happen.
por prácticas
they
abusivas
could
o
use it.
negligentes, exijo
Look at the
la responsabilidad total
dictators.
y que se paguen los daños y las
They probably
lesiones
knew what
causadas
protocol
a
would be
nuestras
if he rushed up
comunidades
in there like
locales.
that.
Es nuestro deber
Secret
constitucional
Service, that's probably what
asegurar
they
que
do
los
if
fondos
that happens.
federales no se vayan a gastar,
He should have known that.
abusar o silenciar a comunidades con estos ingresos. Sin embargo, esta administración ha dejado claro lo que quieren. estar dispuestos a violar derechos civiles, enforzarlos en las comunidades latinas.
Fuck. Is it over?
The only reason why they didn't take
Oh
them
my
was because
God, it's not over.
noon.
Tina.
Why is the mayor coming up like this is a last minute
I now want
addition?
to invite Assemblymember Tina McKenna
Acting weird.
to the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Assemblymember Tina McKenna, and I represent the 61st Assembly District, and it is not on fire. Feel free to come and visit the 61st Assembly District adjacent to LA. It's beautiful. I am also the LA County Delegation Chair, and I would like to start out by thanking my Speaker and Pro Tem for coming up and supporting us today. I'd also like to thank our Mayor Karen Bass for her brilliant leadership in leading the city in this last week. I serve as the chair of the LA County Legislative Delegation. My friends,
People own
LA is
houses
strong,
in these
diverse, and
places. They
resilient.
expect their property
Our
values
resilience
to
is our
maintain.
strength, and we will not be intimidated by anyone threatening our peace. This president and this administration, they not like us. I am so proud of AG Bonta and Governor Newsom for they secured an emergency restraining order yesterday blocking President Trump's takeover of the state's guards. This is a win for America, but a 3-person judge appellate panel will hold the restraining order until June 17th, and then they will make a decision. I am so proud of our governor and our AG, but right now our court system, and the judges, this is your time. The judges, we are looking, America is counting on you to follow the law, counting on you to follow the Constitution. And so this is your time. When we look back 10 years ago, 10 years later, 20 years later, we're going to look back at these judges, at our court systems, and we're going to see if it really works. So America
The fucking
is
National
on your shoulders,
Guard
judges.
isn't doing anything for them to be so cared about it. They're not doing shit. They care way too much about them being there.
And we're counting on you to do what you're supposed to do. Also, I'd like to tell a really quick story about 5 nannies today that were walking some babies. They took the babies to the park, and ICE came upon them. They ripped the children away from them, put the children in vans, took the women, got in touch with the parents. One of those women were a U.S. citizen. The only reason why they didn't take them was because of her boss. Now, they would have taken this woman and locked her up. And I don't know when she would have gotten out. But this is what's happening on the streets. This is what's happening on the streets of LA. And nannies are not criminals. So what I have to tell you, Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, is to please stop. Stop with the nonsense.
Child
Thank
smuggler.
you. And next, I'd like to welcome up my co-chair, Senator Maria Elena Durazo.
Oh, there's more.
Buenas tardes. I too want to thank Mayor Bass for her courage and for her leadership. All my colleagues who are here, you can see at the different levels of government, we are definitely all united. I'm proud to be the state senator representing this area, exactly where we are today, exactly where the detention center, exactly the streets around the detention center and the courts. And I want to just share with you very quickly, it is these streets that I and others over the last 3 decades have organized marches and rallies and demonstrations in support of our immigrant communities. We have organized rallies and actions exercising our right to protest, from as small as 25 people to 5,000 people to 1 million people. And we have never, ever had this happen in our city, where you have a military taking over, where you have people being chased in our neighborhoods, and all of this just to create fear.
Military hasn't taken
but not just
over.
Those that are immigrants,
Dude.
Those who are the children and the grandchildren of immigrants.
They're
People who have come from all
legit
over the world.
trying to get people to feel as if martial law has been enacted. It's not even as bad as it was during COVID, and that wasn't martial law. They're acting like, they keep saying that the military is in the streets, that they're controlling shit. They're not controlling anything except for the federal buildings that they're standing outside of. It's like they're a fucking gate guard, pretty much. Yeah, you can come in, let me see your ID. That's all they're doing at the federal building. Dude, that's it. They're standing there, checking IDs. And they're making this huge hoopla about this, like as if we're getting stopped in the streets by National Guard, Gestapos, arresting us. No, that's ICE that's doing that, and that's not going to fucking stop. Even if the judges say that National Guard has to leave, ICE doesn't have to leave no matter what. So it's all just so... It's all to confuse their constituents. Their constituents don't understand. They're fucking idiots. So all they care about is what they want. They want what they want. The constituents want what these people want. So that's how it works. Oh, they want that? Okay, I want that too. Yeah, they're right. They know what they're doing. I elected them, or they probably actually didn't vote, but they feel like their brethren elected them. So they got their best interests at heart.
From all over the world, we're proud to be the place, to be the second largest of any community. Armenian community, the Mexican community, Central American community, you name it. They're here from all over the world. We are so proud of our welcoming them. We are so proud of their hard work in Los Angeles, in California, and overall contributing to the whole nation. We are so proud. That's why we have laws that respect them. That's why we've passed many things that will help those communities. And those children and those grandchildren deserve, based on the hard work of their parents and grandparents. The Constitution is clear. Due process applies to all people on American soil. Everyone. And that is not happening today. Why? Why? Because they're immigrants? Because they look Mexican? Is that why that's happening? Is that why the president thinks that he could get away with it? Quiero decir que no nos van a intimidar. Lo que estamos presenciando es un ataque contra nuestras comunidades migrantes y nuestra democracia. La Constitución es clara. El debido proceso se aplica a todas las personas, no a las que ellos escogen, a todas las personas en territorio de esta nación. Sin embargo, estamos presenciando redadas de ICE que niegan protecciones constitucionales. Vamos a seguir con nuestras organizaciones de comunidad, con los sindicatos, seguir organizando, protegiendo a las comunidades inmigrantes. No están solos. No están solos. Aquí es una prueba, una muestra de todas las organizaciones que existen que vamos a seguir defendiendo hasta el último a todos los californianos, todos los argentinos, todos los que viven en Estados Unidos. No vamos a dejar que nos divieran.
Some of them are even voting as American citizens.
They've
been busted.
En estas mismas calles es en donde organizamos las
been here for 2 decades, and they had a fake citizenship by now.
Tenemos el respeto de toda la nación.
We gotta fucking
I would like to introduce Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez.
skip some steps with those people.
Good evening. I want to echo the heart and soul of what's been shared tonight. My name is Mark Gonzalez, and I'm proud to represent California's 54th Assembly District, a resilient, beautiful mosaic that includes downtown Los Angeles, Boyle Heights, Montebello, Pico Union, Koreatown, Palm Beach, Little Tokyo. Communities where immigrants don't just live, they lead. 1 week ago, every quarter of my district was hit, destabilizing without warning, without due process by federal agents, by the president, who treats our city like it's a political playground. I come before you not just as an elected official, but as a son of Los Angeles, someone who grew up on these streets and believes deeply in the strength and the soul of our people. I'm also a proud resident of Chinatown bordering downtown LA, just half a mile from here. Again, this week I've heard the same stories over and over. Kids and families left behind. Grandparents afraid to go to their dialysis appointments. Families afraid just to simply go to church. Parents afraid to go to work. Kids too scared to show up for their last day of school or even their graduation. Children walking alone to buy groceries because their parents fear that ICE is outside. And yes, immigrants are cooks, they're cleaners, they're construction workers, but we're also doctors, we're lawyers, we're teachers, we're police officers, we're scientists, we're firefighters, and we're politicians. And ICE raids that are sweeping through our cities and our state, and in the shadows with fear and cruelty, families were torn apart. Children woke up to silence where there should have been laughter. This isn't public safety. This is psychological warfare on working families. Let's be clear. Under the leadership of our Mayor Karen Bass, our Chief McDonald and Sheriff Luna and CHP and our local agencies that are managing this moment, thousands of sworn officers already serve the city, the county, and the state. We didn't need federal troops. We don't need Marines. We need leadership that respects the Constitution. Trump claimed victory before the National Guard even hit the ground. That wasn't leadership. That's propaganda. And now he militarizes our streets, he unleashes ICE to violate due process, and tears families apart. Our National Guard took an oath to the Constitution, not to one man's agenda. But we will not meet cruelty with chaos. We will not trade justice for destruction. To every Californian, this weekend, protest. You march, you organize, but you do it with love, you do it with discipline, and with the courage that built this city. Because here in Los Angeles, we don't run from the storm. We rise through it. We turn pain into power, we turn fear into faith. We are the ones that we have been waiting for. We will rise, not just for ourselves, but for each other. And I want to thank the colleagues who are here from all over the state, my speaker, and to our pro tem, our county, our city, but more importantly as well to our staff in LA and the Capitol behind the scenes, doing the essential work and the important job to support all of us to hold this administration accountable. And to this administration, you might be getting by, but you won't get away. And behind me with us today, this is our California National Guard. This is Los Angeles. This is California. Our faith is stronger than their fear. And I'd like to invite up next to me my brother from the neighboring assembly district who last week went through his own personal experience trying to defend his community, Assemblymember José Solache.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es José Luis Solache, orgullosamente represento el sureste de Los Ángeles. Primero, un agradecimiento a nuestra alcaldesa Karen Bass, que ha hecho un buen trabajo en la comunidad de Los Ángeles, y a todos los representantes que representan aquí, a senadores, senadoras, asambleístas. Yo represento una comunidad trabajadora y quiero mandar un mensaje a una comunidad muy específicamente, a todos aquellos que radican afuera de Los Ángeles, en California, en toda la nación y a la comunidad internacional. En Los Ángeles no hay guerra. En Los Ángeles hay comunidad trabajadora. Comunidad que nos trabaja todos los días con orgullo, con corazón y con mucho compromiso a sus comunidades. Gente que ha venido a este país con sueños de trabajar, de comprar una casa. Aquí no hay guerra. Toda la comunidad internacional, nacional, hablen con sus representantes, ocupamos su ayuda. Aquí en Los Ángeles, qué tristemente que en mi distrito, hoy día, en Maywood, California, en una clínica médica, donde hay familias y niños que ocupan atención médica, había agentes federales. En mi municipio de Linwood, caravana de agentes federales a Plaza México, a donde la gente va a contribuir a nuestra economía, a comprar algo a su hijo, una nieve, comida. En Paramount, California, 60 y más agentes federales uniformados con máscaras. Enséñanos la cara. ¿Quién son? Gentes con placas de Texas, Arizona. Esta gente no conoce a nuestra comunidad. Recogiendo a gente de Home Depot en el estacionamiento. ¿Dónde están las leyes? Este país está hecho de leyes. ¿Dónde están los documentos que digan que son criminales? No, señores y señoras. Esta comunidad que yo represento, que representamos nosotros, es comunidad trabajadora, que se merece dignidad. Yo represento una comunidad que contribuye todos los días a esta economía. Cuando vayan a comer, hay comida, hay gente trabajadora ahí. Cuando vayan a la escuela, hay maestros, hay directores. Hay gente angelina con mucho corazón. Así que Los Ángeles, comunidad internacional, aquí no hay guerra. Aquí solo hay gente que tiene muchos sueños y corazón. So, por favor, presidente de Estados Unidos, pare esas redadas. Pare los militares en sus comunidades. No somos criminales. Somos gente con corazón, con sueños, que queremos abogar más por nuestras comunidades. Me uno hoy a la alcaldesa, los senadores, asambleístas.
A 9-year-old girl was attacked by a shark while snorkeling off the Florida Gulf Coast, with the animal nearly biting her entire hand
que
off.
ustedes los eligieron para hacer. Y este fin de semana, último mensaje a todas las comunidades. Yo sé que mañana es un día muy grande. Háganlo pacíficamente, porque yo sé que somos personas con dignidad y vamos a tener al presidente de Estados Unidos y a todas las comunidades y a todos los policías que sí nos cuidan todos los días, que lo vamos a hacer de una manera respetuosa. ¿Por qué? Porque al igual que muchos de ustedes, yo tengo de padres inmigrantes, orgullosamente de León, Guanajuato. Y yo estaré con comunidad pacíficamente, con mi derecho estadounidense, diciendo que no queremos estas redades en nuestras comunidades. Gracias, sigan pacíficamente mañana y enseñen lo que van a enseñar, es mucho corazón. Gracias.
We're going to open it up for questions, first to Robert and then to Natalie.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Two-part question, and the second part of
I don't-
the delegation would like to weigh in because it does, of course, impact everyone in the state of California. But Mayor Bass, let's start right now. 49 arrests overnight in the city of Los Angeles since you've instituted the curfew. It appears a lot of the quote-unquote bad actors that you have talked about have started to exit the
Correct.
stage. So if you could give us a status update on the curfew and its longevity. And then, as Senator McGuire mentioned, you are in touch now with the State Office of Emergency Services. Let's talk about tomorrow when thousands upon thousands of people are expected to take the streets across Los Angeles and across the state of California.
Well, first of all, let me just say that you are correct. I do think the curfew is making a difference. The people that I have seen on the street now are basically young people who are, were part of the protests, were clearly not part of the violence because they were not protesters, the people that were vandalizing the city. And so what we have seen over the last of the violence because they were not protesters.
Holy motherfucking shit.
Arrests have not been for violence, looting, or vandalism. It's been for curfew. Arrests have not violation and unlawful assembly. And we've seen the numbers go down. And as you know, tomorrow is a national protest that was planned way before what happened here. And that was a protest that is focused on the military parade that I don't know when, if ever, that has happened in our history. And so there are at least 15 protests that will be taking place in the city of Los Angeles.
I am sure
there will also be protests in other cities in the county.
How can they possibly all get on the same page about everything all the time? You fucking
people safe, and when people are trying to take to the streets, you've asked them to demonstrate.
There's not one Democrat that's like, hey man, this is pretty sweet.
And so we are comfortable with the law enforcement plan that is in place. It's LAPD, but it's also the sheriffs, as well as some of the surrounding police departments, as well as other counties. So we have enough people here, and there is no need for the National Guard, and there is certainly no need for the U.S. military on the streets of Los Angeles. It's just not necessary. It provokes an outrage because people are already outraged by the raids that have taken place and the stories that you've heard. And then to add on top of it a military presence in our city, it's just uncalled for, not necessary, and makes the situation worse.
And they're with ICE agents.
You know what? He asked
Protecting
my
them.
question.
Oh, well, good.
Protecting them from rioters.
Mayor, you didn't talk about how long the curfew will stay in.
Oh, I'm sorry. There is no termination date. We will see. We are hoping that if the cause of the turmoil ends, which is stopping the raids, then I can almost guarantee you the curfew will go away in short order.
Anyone want to talk about the protest tomorrow? Is there anyone?
Oh.
Sure.
Just a quick, I just want to add that I know that there are dozens and dozens of civil rights organizations, immigrants' rights organizations like Chirla and Carecen and others, unions, community-based across the city that are working really hard, organizing and to do their best to keep our demonstrations peaceful, strong, and disciplined.
And let me just say, that is a tradition here. These organizations have existed for, my colleague over here said 30 years. I think they go back much further than that. They are institutions here. They know how to have peaceful protests, and that has been their history. But I also want to say, one, I want to thank all of my colleagues for being here, for taking the time. I know many of you flew in to be a part of this press conference, and we just so appreciate you and appreciate, of course, the legislative leaders. I started this week with a phone conference with over 100 mayors because people are concerned about what's happening. You have seen us come together, over 30 local mayors who have expressed their solidarity with each other, but also their concern. Yesterday, you saw over 100 community leaders that were here, all expressing the same concerns. Unfortunately, everybody is compiling stories, and some of the stories are just absolutely egregious. We don't want our city to be in fear, and ironically, the fear that is described out of Washington is not what is happening at all. It's not fear of protesters, it's fear of the federal government. And what does it mean that I stand here and tell you that Angelenos are fearful of our own government? And that is just something that is unacceptable. It's unacceptable in our democracy, and it is most unacceptable in our city and our county.
Next question, Alonce.
Thank you. Hi, Madam Mayor, excuse me. My name is Baruch Gonzalez from Mexico, Canal 11. My question is this. A few days ago, Secretary of Security Crispiness mentioned that the President of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, had encouraged the protest by the Mexican community in LA.
Oh, my goodness.
What's your view on this matter?
Well, first of all, I was so proud to welcome her here when she was a candidate, and then very proud to be there to witness her being sworn in as the first female president of the nation of Mexico. And I just think it is just scandalous that someone would make that allegation. And as I said yesterday, my other colleagues here in Congress, we all served with the secretary. Unfortunately, I don't recognize the person anymore. I don't know who this is.
Do you have some message for the Mexicans who are concerned about the situation in LA?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, LA, this was Mexico. LA, a little detail. LA has always welcomed everyone here from around. One of the things I'm the most proud of is that there isn't a country on earth that is not represented here. And I look forward to, in just a year away, having the World Cup here and having all of the countries come in and find that their diaspora is located here. So our pride, our strength is in our diversity and the fact that everybody is represented here. And obviously, that is people from Mexico.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, sorry, I do have one. So I know you've been, the other day you mentioned you were reaching out to the White House to try to get a one-on-one with President Trump.
Yes.
To ask him personally to stop the raid. Any luck with that?
Not so much. Not right now. I did put in the requests. I had been talking to members of who are close to the administration, and we will wait and see when I get a response. So I'm still hopeful.
Down in front.
Hi, Bass. How are you advising Angelenos who are approached by ICE to respond?
Well, you know what, most importantly, and I know all of us are involved in this, we want to make sure that everyone knows their rights, know what they can do and what they can't do, and that's most important. We have our whole infrastructure of organizations that are involved in that. There is also the rapid response network that organizations have, so that if ICE is cited, that people know and they know to be careful, but most important, to know your rights. It's very difficult, and you can imagine very frightening, if somebody comes and they have all of this gear on and they're completely masked. And you know that there have been incidences. We haven't seen this happening in LA so far, but there have been a number of incidences of criminals essentially impersonating ICE officers. And so it's really important for the population to know how to distinguish that, whether they should have contact or not, and then, of course, a helpline where they could get legal resources.
Last question.
Hi, Mayor Bass. Tim from KABC. Do you want to say anything to the business owners and residents
Sure.
who are impacted
Yes.
by the curfew?
Yes, well, let me tell you that it was the business owners that came to us because when the protests reached, and again, I'm sorry, let me be clear, it is not the protest, okay? What happens after the protest to people who are not connected, when there was looting and violence in terms of going into buildings, breaking windows, and all of that, they were very, very concerned that there had been an escalation and very much pleaded for a curfew. But let me say, though, that this curfew does not mean that people should not be in the downtown area. If you're here to go to a restaurant, if you're here to go to a play, if you're here because you are working, understand that the police are not going to target you. I do think that our police department can make the distinction.
Any other questions at the camera?
Thank you. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Sure.
I just want to add something that was mentioned with our mayor earlier today. There is a massive difference between protesting peacefully and narcissistic agitators who are coming out here to destroy our landmarks in our community, our small businesses and breaking windows. Our elders live in this community. They're my constituents, they're my friends, they're family. And so there is a massive difference between going out there to protest this administration and taking advantage of the situation for your own political clout, for your own gain, and for your own likes on Instagram. This is not what this is about. You are destroying the very movement that you claim to support by being here and destroying our city of Angels.
You know, I'm sorry. Yeah.
And then for our businesses, you have rights as well. And so ICE can only come in to public spaces. So if they're in a parking lot and they're in the lobby, that's a public space. They cannot come inside of the Home Depot. They can't come inside of your mattress center, your auto shop without a judicial warrant. And so businesses, you also have rights. You can look on Attorney General Rob Bonta's website. You can find them there. Thank you.
I would like to just really highlight something that I said in Spanish. I primarily did it because of Spanish media. Very important. As elected officials, and to all our smaller cities, there's 88 cities in LA County. Mayor Bass leads the largest part. There's 87 other cities. As people go and demonstrate our constitutional right to express ourselves tomorrow morning, we elected officials encourage everyone to do it peacefully. Because, as I said in Spanish, do it with a lot of heart. To go and advocate for our immigrant community. And to those that do it violently and wrongly, we do not stand with you. We stand with those that do it peacefully, with heart, and with a lot of courage. Because the moment the one person does a mistake, we get blamed. And I will not stand as a representative, and to all my mayors and council members that are leading peaceful process out there, join them in doing peacefully. We are better than that. We believe in you, and that's all we ask. Let's show the president and this nation and this world that we Angelenos are strong and that we will demonstrate peacefully. Thank you.
Okay, we're about to wrap up. I just want to mention one point is that now we have Republicans in Congress who are questioning whether or not the leaders of the immigrant rights organizations here were complicit. We're actually like the question about President Sheinbaum, supporting financially the protests. Well, there are members of the immigrant rights community now that are coming under question, which to me is just laying the basis for federal investigations. And so that's why I'm so glad that we have the congressional delegation that we have here in Los Angeles, and all of these legislators who have played just an incredible role. Thank you so much. We are going to be here until ICE leaves. Thank you.
Likely.
I'm gonna double check. Are you listening right now? I turned off.
Oh, well.
Let me jump in and see if there's.
We kept you busy for sure. Well, you take care. Be well. Any other reporters here?
I mean, getting in here shouldn't be a problem because they're all.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, just gonna say like, so if they have, if they are 100%, they have it's gonna be great. If not, they'll send it to Thank you. Yeah, she is. I'll talk to you.
You're all tangled here. Very good. Yeah, no, I'll just take
Yeah, well, I was hoping for today. I mean, Sunday I anchored for 7.5 hours straight.
Oh, yeah.
I was so excited for the sports. I've never been so excited to hear David Paylor's report. Oh my God.
Thank you.
I went to that once during McDonald was giving a speech, which he's like, oh great, that's what, really? You don't listen to me? I go, no, I still can hear it in my ear.
Oh, I can't believe Penelope didn't eat. I fucking thought Trident was gonna go now. I didn't know she was just gonna keep on motherfucking eating. Shit. Little annoying at this point. I got two other cats in the yard right now. Pepe's in the backyard with Penelope when I first went back there. Both of them were looking like they wanted to eat. She's fucking eating like 5 plates today. I just hope she's not pregnant again.
I don't know what the point of that is, but here's how we're looking over here. This is pretty much the entirety of the crowd right here. Yeah, right here. That's pretty much where it ends. So, It's not a ton of people out here today. That's also why this street is open. You know.
I also got a soft spot for
I would say
Pepe
about
because that's what had him.
30% of this entire
And I
crowd
think
is straight
Penelope
media. There's not too many people, you know, actively protesting here today. Maybe people are saving their energy for tomorrow. One thing that is like that people should consider, they have been arresting
really
quite a few
cute
people.
that they still
I
hang
heard
out
a number,
after being
over 200
fixed.
people have been arrested. When you think about it, if they aren't arrested, then they will come back and continue going crazy, right? So when you arrest the people that are going crazy, if they don't regenerate with more people that go crazy, what's up, man? Homie right here. If there's not more people to take their place, then there's just less people to come and turn up, right? So when it comes to filling things out, how you doing, bro? How you doing? What's going on, man?
Look your head.
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
She got a hard life.
Yeah, you too.
Used and abused by all the tomcats.
Does this guy chat?
They get her fixed.
Cool. So you know, I
closer,
could explain
though.
partially. I think, bro, that was.
I don't know if y'all saw,
that
but
was a
it's just-
FedEx truck that went over a
this is how
pothole,
close
but it
I
sounded
was
like someone
able
hit the
to
car
get
or
her.
the truck. Clean old school BMW right here. You guys are still arguing over if they're military or if they're Marines or Army. Like, see, okay, I wasn't wrong. I thought it was confusing for me too, but you guys are still arguing about it, so now I don't feel as bad. Can we get a sheriff in chat to confirm?
I touched her right there. That's the first time I touched her.
Aloha Saucy with the
just a little touch on her
1999. Hey,
head.
USMC veteran here. Those aren't Marines, they're National Guard. Marines wear the desert camouflage, the patches the NG are wearing just means they deployed with those units. Okay, there it is. I think that's pretty much as solid as a confirmation we're gonna get, chat. Straight from the USMC vet. Aloha Saucy, thank you for the 20. Much appreciated, family. Thank you, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Ellie. We're off to a hot start, Ellie. Rewind the stream a little bit if you want to see my interaction with the sheriffs.
Yeah,
It was some it's primetime television. That's how I'd put it. Grace Chong with the 100. Hold on a sec. Grace Chong.
Oh, all right.
Dang.
Good.
Grace Chong with 100. Yeah, wow.
Food ready.
Okay, thank you, Grace Chong. That is incredible. Thank you so much for that massive donation.
Penelope.
Appreciate it, Grace Chong. Yo, let's get a W, Grace Chong. That's a 100 right off the rip. That is incredible. Thank you so much. Chat, just so you guys know, no one has to donate if you don't want to. Don't feel like you have to. I'm just here out here streaming for you guys. And that's what I do. All right. I'm just out here providing the stream. But of course, it's appreciated. Grace Chong, that is insane. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Grace Chong. It's incredibly generous, and I highly appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm kind of speechless. Sorry, you shook me up a little bit with that one. A-Fix Shenanigans with the 5. Time to offer up some tortas for the officer. I'm saying, you know, yeah. That's something. All right, so here's what's going on. This march, let me hop off the bike. We're gonna go handheld for a second. The march that we saw at City Hall appears to have landed here. So here's where I see things going. We're gonna post up here for as long as we can, but eventually they're gonna start shutting things down. Because it is a decent size. I showed you guys how it looked before, and here's how we're looking now. I'd say we quadrupled in size here. That's my guess. Homeboy's got Talaria right here. We're kind of getting blocked by this truck, but behind it, the amount of people directly in front of us has definitely increased substantially. Looks like there's still people coming around the bend. I can't see too well from here, but yeah, it looks like there's still people coming around. So everybody's converging over here at the federal building. Cameron, thank you for the tube. As you can see, it's thickened up a little bit right here. It's definitely more people than there were previously. And here's what's going on. Still pretty wide open right here. Their main prerogative, I believe, is to keep this driveway open, you know, in case cars need to come flying in or out. And everybody's kind of over here. You know, and this is not going to stop tonight. Just in case you're just popping into the stream, this is how we're probably going to be for the rest of the night. So we may just stay here. Sorry to the sheriffs. I'll probably go back over there. They're pretty cool. Yeah, I'll probably go back over there and try to chat with them. That was pretty neat. But we're definitely going to be here for a minute. Take a look at the wall back there. If you can see, all this happened. All that on the wall happened day one. I was not out here on day one, in case anyone's wondering. Or technically day one, that was Saturday. I was out in Paramount. For those of you who saw that, I was covering the standoff in Paramount. That's kind of where all this kicked off, in my opinion. Well, technically on Friday. Those who know, I was also here on Friday last week, 1 week ago. Folks, I want this to sink in. It was 1 week ago I was out here in the Fashion District when the federal raid started all this. That's when this all kicked off. That was 1 week ago today. That's how fast all this has been happening. You know, anyone see that video? My dad doesn't watch anything of my videos. He doesn't really care about e-bikes. He'll watch one if I send it to him and like, yo, Dad, watch this. But that popped up on his homepage. So I know that video hit a totally different audience than my average stuff, my typical videos. It really, I think that video does a pretty good job of showing what that day was like in an unbiased fashion, which you guys know is always my goal, is to just be entirely unbiased. Hold on, we got some big donuts. Holy, Timothy Schaefer with 100. Damn. Well, we're gonna try and get a better angle. We're already, give me a sec, chat. I'm gonna swing around over here.
How much are those?
This one is 5,600, I think. You can find them for, I want to say 4,000. That's probably the lowest I'd spend. Below that, you're getting some junk.
I have a motorcycle license, but do you need one?
Depends on where you're riding.
Okay.
Yeah, and maybe, kind of, but depends where and how you're riding, I'd say, check out Suron, S-U-R-R-O-N.
What is it?
Suron, S-U-R-R-O-N.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, chat, I'm gonna try and get you guys a slightly better angle. I think we can go in the street today. I think right here might suffice. Coming up over here.
Shelby can't be pregnant.
I'm gonna read all some donos in a second. I just want to get you guys a better shot, show you what's going on.
There's no way she's pregnant.
So
she definitely has.
Things really ramped up right as we got here.
Cut on her ear.
Timothy Schaefer with the 100, bro. Thank you, Timothy. Dang, bro. We're getting things off to a hot start today, huh? Thank you, Timothy. That's insane, bro. Thank you, bro. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say when I get these big donations. Like, I don't have if you were here, man, I'd give you a firm ass handshake, dude. I don't know what else to tell you. It's really appreciated. And chat, he's subsidizing the viewing experience for the rest of y'all. All right, he's paying the electricity bill. Him and Grace Chong, man. Thank you guys so much. Huge support. Thank you so much. We got Ruben Jean with the 1999. No message. Thank you, Ruben. Thank you very much, Ruben. And we got Robert Fan, base tier member. Thank you, Robert. Chat. Never feel like you have to donate, but even if you donate 99 cents or 199, I will read your message and appreciate it the same way. So, thank you, everyone. So let me show you a little bit more tagging up here. We're gonna pop the phone off the mount. I don't know how they got up here, dude. I have no idea. Like, you're getting shot if you go up here. So that must have been a while ago that happened. Yeah, or some sneaky guy, some Sly Cooper cat was able to do that, because that's crazy. Yeah, I think you might actually, let's not even talk about it. Anywho, there goes our boy Ross Stunts right there in the cut. Crowd ramping up. Pretty big. Helicopter floating above. I don't see any news media helicopters in the sky today. I guess I'm the only one who's, who's committed enough to bring you guys content. Here comes motorcycle cops rolling down the street.
Bro,
we had a great interaction with a motorcycle cop on Wednesday. Was that Wednesday or Tuesday, chat? What day was that? Motorcycle cop asking us all about the e-bike we're on. And I'm pretty sure he went home that night and probably looked them up and maybe even bought one. Because he was pretty intrigued at what this thing is, just like everybody is. Chat, if you're wondering what we're on today, we are on the E-Ride Pro. I'm not sponsored by this company, but I do love their product. I'm also giving one away on hicksfam.com. That is linked in the chat. Top pinned comment. Every dollar spent on hicksfam.com enters you for a chance to win this bike that I'm riding, but the even better version, the SR. Motorcycle cops rolling in. So this crowd is a little bit rowdy, I will say. Compared to what was going on here when we pulled up, it's somewhat rowdier than it was before that, right? You know, I mean, that's pretty obvious. And it looks like they're moving a little bit. They're moving
this fucking guy talk. Does he never stop talking?
We'll see.
Holy fucking shit.
Motorcycle.
You suck.
Apparently there was something yesterday, so I don't know.
This guy too?
I've never been flashbanged, bro, so I've been yeah, I was here, but I left.
I don't do this. When I'm out there on the scene, I don't talk constantly to chat.
Other streamers want to know where you're at? It's pretty obvious where I'm at, bro. I'm not gonna say shit, bro, because some people be on some weird shit, so it's pretty clear where I'm at, bro.
I need to restart my computer. It's acting fucking weird, man.
Am I joining OTK? Nar? Nar.
Actually, guy's worse than the other guy. Fine. Big streamer worse. Dude, look, no hands. I refreshed. I'm waiting. I'll be here.
Yeah, people are coming down the street rubbernecking, but I think they're really trying to keep traffic flowing on this street. 18,000 in chat. If you're new here, subscribe. You can't chat unless you're subscribed. And I put it on 1 hour subscriber mode to try and curb the amount of absolute morons in chat over the last few days. You have to subscribe for at least 1 hour before you can chat. But if you're new, please do subscribe. Anytime there's crazy stuff happening in LA, we will be live for it. And don't forget to like the stream. 2 things that cost nothing.
It does cost
is
something.
requesting that the protesters leave a 1-lane open.
Now, after you reach 5,000 total likes on your account, they start dropping off. Like, you can go through your like history actually and see all the videos you liked up to 5,000. I'm well over that. So every time I like one gets dropped off from my history, and I can't see what I was doing back in the day and be like, hey, look at that. Huh, I liked that back in the day. Yeah, no, they cut you off at 5,000 of them. Isn't that weird?
They said these guys got to get home too. Accurate. Take a look at this.
Why do they cut you off?
Going back to Temple.
Really, that?
I wonder who's leading the marches. No, who's the guy who says, "All right, guys,
likes for me.
Come on, it's time to go. Round them up. Let's all start walking around again." Smaller march than we've seen the last few days. Last time I was out here, it's like I said multiple times. It started small and then it became huge. So it is a Friday night. It could follow the same path, but it's much later than it was on that day. So I'm not exactly sure if we're going to be seeing that. Joe Pepito with the 279 Canadian. Thank you.
Yo, aren't you John Hicks?
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's up?
What's good?
What's happening now?
What's happening now?
Yeah, what's good?
Well, this is the first time that they've kind of had this street open to anybody to walk down at this time of day. You know, kind of in the afternoon.
I can tell that this dude's a whitewashed
here
black
protesting.
guy. Am I the only one? I have never seen this guy before, but I can tell he's a whitewashed black guy. Let's see if I'm right or wrong.
First day where I've actually shown it.
That's his picture right there.
First day. They're gonna cash out a cool 100. 100 bands? 100
like
million?
a half and half. What do you think? He has a perfect.
Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA! Ice out of LA! Oh, dude, they are
Can I get
drinking
a
Twisted
picture?
Teas, bro.
I just get one picture of the guy.
Hey, how long was the travel? Was it like 20, 30 minutes? Almost an hour.
Then I click on words.
Fuck. It's not that close, but it's not that. Yeah.
I just want to know what I'm talking to.
Yeah, it was not gonna drive.
Yep, called it.
Yeah, no.
Oh, good.
If you did, I know the spot. The spot's like over there.
Memphis, though, dude.
Yeah, like literally, like see where that apartment is? This big
Where'd you
one?
go?
Right in front of it. There's no tolls, no nothing. Just right there, so you can park. And no one goes there. Everyone parks around over here. Yeah, so right here, they never turn that way, because if they turn that way, they're going out of the city. You get me? That's not what you did. Yeah. So I know right here.
That's the media right here.
They want to stay in this.
Jogging across the street. He's got a gas mask. He is prepared.
I started getting my...
What is this helicopter I'm hearing? It's LAPD. Go ahead and take a look at that. Hoping for a clear weather night so the helicopters can remain in the air all night tonight. And if you ask why, chat, it's because things hit different when there's a helicopter above you. I don't know how else to describe it. But haven't you guys noticed the scenes when the helicopter leaves when we're somewhere? It's just kind of like, it's a little too quiet. It's kind of like,
Used to have an old school Toyota Celica convertible, red.
Is someone going to start saying, can someone do
like
a chant? I don't know. Like, so can we,
no.
Until the helicopter comes back.
80 something.
Okay, we're hearing sirens.
Demon, you guys. I'm a fake demon.
Looks like we're getting.
I'm a fake demon.
We may be blocked off the street. From what I saw last night, they did do arrests on this street. I'm pretty sure what we just heard was black and whites coming up the 101, because I don't see anything behind me. I think that's what we were seeing.
There was an 86, I think. 85 or 86 Toyota Celica convertible.
Look at this old school Supra. Stick shift.
Sold that thing for like $500 too on Craigslist.
That's awesome.
Because the previous owner had racked up a bunch of tickets on it, and I couldn't get it
Those
registered.
guys are always up to no good, you ask me. And mini bike riders are they're a different breed, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Needed a new top.
Yeah, they're something else. Oh, yep, there he goes. Okay. Hey, have fun, man. We got a school bus.
I wish I still had that car.
That is a school bus. That's what that is. All right, so we're actually going to cross the street, try and get our close-up for our cover shot for YouTube, and we'll post up over there for a second. Let me try and see if I missed any chats. We got Biggie Shorts with the 5. Thank you, Biggie. Thank you. Shy Girl with the 10. Watching from the Bay Area. Thanks for being there. Stay safe. Thank you, Shy Girl. Kayla Williams with the 199. Love your videos. Watching on TV right now. Thank you. Thank you, Kayla. EJ with the 20. You're out here doing the Lord's work. Be safe. Love from out here. From Oxnard, the 805. Thank you, EJ. Shout out to Oxnard. W. Beautiful, beautiful biking locations out there. I love riding bikes out there. It's been a minute. Biggie Shorts with the 199. That's it. Chat, we got LE in chat. I don't know for how long, but she will bop you. You will lose chatting privileges for all future live streams. You will never be unbanned, and you will lose your commenting privileges on the main channel videos. So I do suggest that you keep it tight and under control. I think we can actually get a decent shot if we pop up right here.
Damn.
We can actually get a very rare side shot.
I think it might have actually been an 89 Toyota Celica.
Oh, wow.
Range from $1,300 to $13,000.
Here's how we're looking behind the scenes. This is the shot I've been waiting to get all week. Is up here. There it is. Beautiful. And we're blocked. Ivan with the base member, thank you. Nate Dobrowolski, watching from Michigan. Hey, go blue. Day 1 subscriber, over 5 years. Thank you, Nate. We're not going to start another sports war.
Does not ever
First
shut the fuck up,
it was
dude.
Jalen Hurts.
Oh.
Then it was
You've got
old school versus new school NBA.
4 million
We're not going to get the college football
and
thing.
I guess this is how you do it.
We ain't going to do go blue versus
I'm not good
red
at it.
or anything like that.
Ignore y'all
Unless you
for
guys
half
want
an
to. Hey,
hour.
man, it's your chat. I don't know. Just don't get banned. Santo with the 199. Love your vids, bro. Thank you, Santo. Jin J Winter.
I like to give you
with the
your
base membership.
privacy,
Thank you, Jin.
you know?
So here's how we're looking behind the scenes. This is what this is the shot I wanted. You know what's kind of funny? I don't know if you'd say it's funny, but it all started with me coming to want to get this one shot right here from my YouTube video.
Adderall, dude.
And I couldn't get it.
You know, it's funny
I couldn't get it because they already had it sealed off. And I could have got it if I went up in the crowd, but I probably would have got hit with a rubber bullet and some tear gas, which you know is not my favorite thing. After experiencing tear gas for the first time on Saturday covering Paramount, I decided that I don't want to do it again.
More than him continuing to talk,
you know,
it's his speed.
Try and back up a little bit. We can get a better shot if we back up behind these media guys. If you like tear gas, you know, if that's your thing, that's cool. It's not mine. So
yeah, I think he's on
I prefer to not inhale it. This guy just moved perfectly after I moved to get out of his way, or get him out of. So should we move back? He's gonna move again. And sure enough, right after I thought that, I was like, oh, I could go to the crowd right now and probably get my shot.
Literally saying everything that comes to his mind.
Like, okay, that was a good idea. Anyway, since that day, we have not been able to come right here and get this precise shot. Technically, I want one that's kind of in front, so I'll probably try and get that after I get this right here. But this is absolutely going to be our cover shot for this live stream. Let's go ahead and get a clean upper third right there to put our text right there. Boom.
You know what?
Maybe
a
get
lot
some
of people go to these
vehicles
events to
right
capture
there.
history.
That's perfect right there. Upper half is going to be text.
I'll be honest.
Lower half.
We're saying this dude's just there.
Is going to be those gentlemen right there. So here's where we're at.
Walking
over.
Just tuned into
the stream. Welcome.
Everything.
We're in downtown LA. I don't even know what day. I guess it's day 6. I guess if you're counting from Sunday, right?
If I can get away with slapping this guy, I probably
Saturday,
would. I would never do that.
I don't know what's going on. I didn't even know what day it was when I woke up today. I just knew that I had to get to work. All right, I knew I had a bunch of work to do and not that much time to do it if I wanted to go live today, because you guys got to account for the hour it takes me to get down here. So we're on day 6, I think. That's the number I saw before I left, so I'm just going to go ahead and roll with that. For me, it's day 4 in a row or 5. Something, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But we're out here in downtown LA. We're at the Federal Building. This is the first time that we've been able to come to the front of it. I don't know if it's been accessible since yesterday, potentially. Maybe it was because I wasn't out here. But Wednesday, I can tell you for sure, this was a no-go zone. We weren't coming back here under any means. Today, we're here. We got some shots. There's some tagging. You know, the other side of this building is pretty tagged up. And there's a small demonstration in front. There's a little bit of protesters. There's some that were just here in a pretty decent sized crowd. Things got a little rowdy. They started leaving. Whoever was manning that protest did a pretty good job of getting them out of here right before things started kicking off, because I felt the tension rising. I think most people did. And realistically, there are some people who just want to come out here and demonstrate peacefully, not break everything and yell at cops, and, they just want to be heard and seen, and not get super physical. So I think that the person who's controlling that little march that left this crowd,
I only got 22
with that and
eighths
trying to
left.
get everyone rounded up
This
and
is
left
the
before things started
eighths.
kicking off. Because let me
This
tell you
is
one
only
thing,
21
they're
eighths
not going to
left.
play right here.
How
If
much
things start
weed is
heating
that?
up, they're going to shut the street down. They're going to start pushing people out,
Eight
and
would
whoever's
be an
left's going to be
ounce,
arrested.
so 16
that's
would
just
be
what's
2
going to happen.
ounces.
They're not wasting any time here anymore. Elsewhere, it's a little different.
Well, just under 3 ounces.
Anyone who watched the stream on Wednesday, that was an adventure, huh? We took this. We took the march, or we followed the march all the way out of downtown into Koreatown. Had a standoff. That's going to be a crazy video, folks. If you missed Wednesday's stream, make sure you tune in for the video that's going to. I don't know what the title is, but it's going to say Koreatown in it. It ended up in a standoff in the middle of an intersection in a neighborhood in Koreatown, and it was outrageous. I've been living in LA my whole life, folks, and I never thought I'd see something like that. That was
all gone with you?
Was a new experience for me. I got to say that. It was something. Ange and Callie with the base tier membership. Thank you, Ange. Thank you.
The last plate I'm taking
with
out.
the Australian 5. Watching from Australia can explain what exactly is going on. I think I just did. I didn't even see that, but I kind of just did. So hopefully that's good enough for you. As far as what we're doing today, why is there riots, etc. Much love from Australia. That's a little bit of a bigger story. I can't really go too far into detail, but man, basically, if you watch my YouTube, I've kind of chronologically been on this journey with what's been going on since day 1. So go on my YouTube channel. Go back to the video I posted last Friday. It's called Massive FBI Raid. That's where everything started, right? That'll give you some context as to how all this began, in a sense. And yeah, thank you for the vibe, brother. Nate, Dobrowolski. That one's gonna keep giving me trouble. Thank you, Nate. You're the first person ever to say my last name right the first time. Well, hey, I tried again. I kind of just screwed it up, but I did my best. Thank you, Nate. Hey, thank you, Nate. Hey, hashtag go blue. Okay, brother. Appreciate you. And Vire with the 5. No message. Thank you, Vire. Thank you, Vire. Appreciate that. Axum Jack FDM with the 199. Stay safe, LALEOs. Thanks for a great stream, Hicks. Absolutely. Thank you, Axum Jack FDM, for the 199. Appreciate it. So yeah, anyone else still confused what's going on? I think I pretty much summed it up. You got to see what happened on Wednesday though. That was man. People were saying, like, people I think were just coming into the stream and saying, "Are you at a movie scene?" Because it just didn't look real, dude. It looked unreal. Yeah, it looked unreal. Robert Purdue with the 2. Thanks, Jay. Love your videos. Dedicated, brother. Thank you, Robert. So keep in mind, there's still a curfew in effect for the city of downtown LA. We're out here on business. Of course, you guys know I'm at work. So I am technically able to roll around during curfew. I'm also on a vehicle. And as you guys know, I'm live streaming, not causing any trouble. So I don't predict us running into any problems, but you know, you never know. At 8 p.m., probably well before, I assume they will start clearing this crowd out, right? So we may hover around here until 8. And see how that goes down. We may go and say hello to our buddies over there on Temple again. You know, I don't know. We're gonna play it by ear, but I'm guessing that around 8, things might pick up here a little bit, especially if that march comes back. If that march comes back to this location before 8, that could be a problem. Looks like the train's running again too. I don't know if the train's been running these last few days because people have been up there. I remember a viewer telling me, I think that was Wednesday. I think that was Wednesday, Chad. Maybe it was Tuesday. The train had stopped doing service. This line, that line right there is the blue line, I think. I'm pretty sure it goes to Long Beach. So they're telling me some lines in bus routes were out of service for the last few days, which is super unfortunate if you just got to get around, you know. And like I've been saying as I'm going around this ride, it's pretty obvious to a lot of people, or it's pretty obvious to me at least, that a lot of people that live in downtown especially just have no clue what's going on. Like some people forget that not everyone's super tapped into the news, and it seems like a lot of people are just confused as to what's even happening, like zero context at all, and they're probably just upset that they can't take the bus or the train, you know. So I don't know. Matt Ash with the 10. Thank you, Matt. No message. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you. Mad Daddy Moonshine with the 5. Thank you for covering. You got it.
Fucking asshole neighbor from down the alley.
I was telling my Discord. I was in Discord saying I'm probably going to go live today.
Shut the fuck up! Holy shit! I've been hearing him the whole time. Fucking idiot. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Shut the fuck up! Rice, I miss Joe. I don't even remember what the fuck I was talking about. I'm so mad about this guy talking so fucking much.
That's your broski here? Yeah.
All of them. Everybody out there talks too fucking much now. Sucks. Fucking shit. What's wrong with these people? I was literally ready to watch this shit with no audio than hear them talk anymore. Bad enough I gotta hear all the fucking honking and shit in the background. Let me hear that. That's what I want. Add them to it. No. No.
Yeah, I remember it, but
No, this fucking moron talks too much too. I miss me being a fucking live streamer at these things, because I'm not the guy that does that.
Awesome, like, you hit your head hard if you forgot.
You're lucky to even get a response from me when I'm out about it. I'm like Ford Fisher.
There's a lot of guys on bikes. Signs everywhere.
And fuck you. Fuck you if you don't know that. Lazy bitch. Go back and look. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know what's going on here. doing this for longer than all these fucking assholes, probably. More than likely. Not only that, I've been a viewer of live streams for even longer than that. Like, I was watching live streams when most people didn't even know the fuck they were yet. I was actually live streaming from home before IRL streaming popped off. I was streaming in Colorado from my apartment on a platform that PlayStation was collabing with. It's not around anymore. I've done live streaming on Tiny Chat in 2013, 2012. That was group chatting with people, and we had an audience in chat that was talking to us. There were multiple of us on screen for that.
Party time is over.
I'm somewhat of an expert. I got the 10,000 hours in by now, dude. I know it.
Yeah, maybe 300, maybe. Some of them kept walking. There's definitely...
I much more prefer a streamer like this who's just talking. He's like observing. Than the one that's communicating with chat constantly.
That's expensive. That's more expensive than getting arrested. You do not want to get your car towed around here.
I was going back to communicating with chat.
Barbie, you can be anything, including a protester. Opened up my eyes and saw the signs. Signs everywhere, signs. Rocking and breaking my mind. Do this, don't do that, can't you read the signs? It's an old 80s rock song by a band called Tesla.
Tesla?
Like the electrical engineer.
What?
Empty voices. Mayor Blue X.
I'm thinking of.
How you doing, Mayor Blue X?
Wait, I thought that was Ace of Base, dude. I saw the sign. It opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. Is that what he was saying?
So, do this, don't do that. Can't you?
That's Ace of Base, bro. What's he talking about?
Long-haired freaky people need not apply. So I tucked my head up under my hat and I went in to ask him why.
But he said it's a 90s song. That's
like a fine outstanding man. I think you'll do.
Einstein ever was signs from the 70s, isn't it?
Imagine me working for you. Sorry. I don't know what they said now at the protest.
I remember a sign song from the 90s except for the Ace of Base one.
What up, Alec?
Tesla? T-E-S-L-A. Let's see.
The federal buildings. 80 subscribers needed for 18,000.
Tesla the artist? Tesla the song. Tesla Young Yachty. Little Yachty.
18,000. Peaceful pro.
That's not it. Signs? Okay, here we go, here we go. Okay, so that's not their song, buddy. Okay. Alright. That's... Is it? That's not a fucking 90s song, is it? That's from Woodstock, dude, or some shit. All this time, really? I always thought that Sign song was from the 70s. Now I feel retarded. Oh, it's from the 60s, actually, or like late 60s. I'm looking more into
Hello. Mike, that is not a funny joke. Thank you for being here, though, Mike.
It's this. The 5-Man Electric Band, 1971.
How you doing? It was either an explosion out of the fire or a gas canister or something. I don't think it was
people needing all to fly.
That's the original. The new one sounded like shit. And what the one that he likes. It sounds like an 80s cock rock band.
Yeah, I was here yesterday, and outside like the federal building, like behind where the jail.
So we got that figured out.
I don't like to be. I
don't feel so retarded anymore.
I mean, they have to do something. There's those people in there. Some of them don't want to be. Some of them are. It's just a bad place to be. But nice to see you. I hope we see you sometime, or hopefully not. You can always watch. Hopefully this ends and I get back to doing concerts or something. Right? Yeah.
Isn't it? It sounds like an 80s rock band.
Carl, was I not neutral? Well, I'm a document, yeah. I'm a document.
Hey, we're the Mexican. That food's gonna go to waste tonight. Bummer.
Over there. Yeah.
My neighbor would stop driving like that. What he does is he takes a right or a left into the alley here, and he guns it right when he gets into the alley. He's like, you're a dick, dude. And it's extremely stupid to do that. Because all it takes is some drunken homeless person to maybe step into the alley while you're doing that, and now you're going to prison for 10, 20 years. Really worth it to fucking gun your car through that little area?
Experiencing lag.
Seem like it's worth it. Scared her off. She would have probably turned back around and came at 8. Tried to get Pepe to eat it. Did he eat too? Or was that all Penelope that ate
You
it?
gotta give me a chance to look and see what's
He
going on.
wouldn't eat any. Even I tried to give it to him in the backyard. He wouldn't even eat.
You have to give me a chance to look.
Hanging that. He's back there by himself without Penelope.
See what's going on. You're okay, Ty. Don't respond. Don't respond. Ty, try to make a. I guess they didn't like your joke. Sorry.
I don't know. He's not sick. Well, now we know it's not the police, though. I gave the police information. All back. Maybe that was called in.
1,000 people on your stream?
Yeah, they watching.
Can I say what's up?
You can say what's up.
What's up, y'all? Hey, we ready for this protest?
You protesting? Your buddy thinks you're not protesting. He thinks you're playing games. sir. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. So, we'll try not to do any jokes, but...
That was CCP water. Did you see that? Donated by the CCP.
Empty Voices.
All the way from China.
Oh, Empty Voices, 31, thank you for your super chat.
Keeping them hydrated.
Jeffrey Brown, you can't directly attack. No direct attacks, please. Let it go. Okay, Chris, don't feed into it. Nobody feed into it. Nobody needs to. I have to time everybody out. You guys all have to stop talking about it. So.
Dude, only losers time people out.
Are you registered to vote in LA County?
No. Orange County.
No worries.
Like minimal shit. No, I time people out, but they gotta be doing. Disrespect my authority.
Okay. Thank you, Chris Tyne. Yeah, let it go. Ty didn't need to offend. I don't think.
Ban people though. Why pussyfoot it? I'll see him in half a year when I ban people.
There's gonna be natural.
That's my timeout, half a year.
So we just gotta let people make it.
Annual timeout. Go in and undo it.
The watermelon trailer is there. Alec. We're not timing anybody out for more than 5 minutes, Alex. Just so you know, this is a political event, so you can't really like block everybody that says Trump in the chat. We'd lose half of our viewers, and then YouTube won't feed us out anymore because they think we're failing as a channel. They'll think nobody wants to watch that channel.
That's what happened to me.
So yeah, thank you, Alec.
I don't ban people.
In a coma?
I go off on them, maybe.
But we will get more and more political people as YouTube puts us in
fuck
the feed.
you.
And then new people won't know. So just remove, give them a couple of removals without a timeout.
All right, I mean that.
And then if they don't figure it out, then give them a 1 minute timeout.
Where's Gino Fast at? Is she dead? I need to know. Let me go find out.
We're normally a theme park channel. We're normally at Disneyland, so we don't let any kind of messages go about any political candidates or anything. Normally that's all off limits for us. So we apologize if one of our mods returns from an absence and doesn't understand the nature of this event. You'll have to forgive us.
Dead.
Hate the hunker.
Oh, you're supposed to. He's not
Thank
dead.
you, Just Me.
He had kids.
Yes, try to keep it civil. King's Day is just they just kind of created it. So the idea behind King's Day.
Made a thumbnail
I'm
for
not advocating. I'm telling you as a question, as a source.
It's gonna be hot too.
Of content for you. It's to advocate that we don't need a king in America. There's over 1,000 protests planned nationwide tomorrow.
Hotter on Sunday though.
I think that's what
hotter
it is.
Tomorrow than today. And it's hotter today than it was. I want it felt a little warm. 30.7 degrees Celsius in here right now. Feels like it's around 90 degrees.
Okay, we just got an alert about the curfew. We'll see what it says. We don't really know if there's going to be a curfew until they send us the alert. No King's Day. Yeah, that's what it is. No King's Day. Get that no in there, SoCal. Tom, thank you for being here.
Paradise, so I can pay attention.
It's the name of the nationwide movement. I think they
it's actually more precise.
I think it was announced before
more precise
the
than
ICE
Celsius is.
Protests started. It was announced already prior to last Friday.
Why we keep using it?
It's been announced for a longer time than the 8 days that we've had the
Why we keep using
Los
standard
Angeles
though?
protests
Is
for ICE.
precise? Standard's actually more confusing to me than metric.
Christopher Reese.
Pockets, bridges.
We try not to do name
It's like
calling
metric's
here.
just as precise, if not more precise. And I feel like it's more precise.
There's
actually.
also Flag Day tomorrow for.
Well, they're both probably just as precise, but metric's easier to
U.S. Flag
convert
Day.
in your
There's
head.
Canada Day coming up here somewhere too. Did we already miss Canada Day?
Hey, where the fuck is Bill at, dude? I kind of miss him. This lasers.
Michael, he prefers not to be.
Remember, he was the one that spoke up when I
not
was
to-
trying to figure out
Not to have to work
if
like
Fahrenheit
this.
or Celsius.
It's
is
actually
more
hard
precise.
work. Streaming is not as easy. I enjoy it. It's challenging, but this is definitely a harder job than to me when I worked at Corner Bakery Cafe as
Bill,
a
47.
line cook. That
Always
was
remember
easier
you, buddy.
work than this. So
Hey, Siam! Hey, something eating
I know all of the streamers, or at least a lot of the streamers, make it look just like it's all fun and games and fun, but it wears on you, especially with the amount of hours. Maybe an hour.
Fly right next to it,
isn't
crawling
too much
around
wear.
too.
But when you go 6 or 8 hours, it's a lot of wear. But he goes out sometimes for a very much shorter periods of time. But you should follow him on his channel. At some point, he'll start doing Fortnite streams again. I think he wants to, but it won't be for a little while. He's doing some work with his mom right now, getting their business going. She's got her own business.
Man, I've spent like 10 plates today, I think.
And he,
Hey, that's fancy feast feed. Not that,
I'll
like,
say
there's
this, I don't
definitely
wanna
cheaper cat
put
food
names
that I
out
could
right now.
be feeding.
You
But
gotta be
I feed
scared
them
to put my
quality
own
food.
name. But one of our family members is a
Going after the
citizen
fly.
of the U.S. by marriage. My immediate household is not 100% white, not 100% U.S. born. We are documented by marriage in my household. From the Philippines. I know, yeah, they'll box you in. They're about to happen right now? Okay, I'm gonna run through here. Have you been through here? If you go in that fence, you can go out there through Mocha.
Yeah,
so there's actually 4 ways out of here. This being not the way, but you have 3 signals, plus you can go through this parking lot and out if you ever need to.
Oh, with the car?
Right here, see this parking lot?
No, my car that way.
Oh yeah, go that way.
Oh, jump in my car.
But if they block that off too, you always go through this parking lot.
They go.
Like, it's just a little bit embarrassing, like how much you can help one of them.
I grew up
actually
with both cultures. They
don't always come by like this. It's unusual, especially for a warm day.
Yeah, I would say more about that, but the chat's kind of out of control right now.
I died, so they didn't want a cat anymore, but kind of big to just all of a sudden show up.
You know, Norm McDonald, that has been
doing this
before.
for a year now, at least.
That has been said before.
Hey, I mean, it's possible.
From Scotland, okay.
I've seen Pepe walking
a couple years
far
back.
from here.
I have red hair, or used to be red. Now I have no hair. But there's a lot of,
I think it's a male. I think I saw its balls. That's why I called it time.
I've been to Germany, France, south of France, Spain.
Males
I love Spain. Spain was amazing. Amazing country. Italy, all those countries I mentioned. Belgium, the Netherlands, Amsterdam, which is in the Netherlands. Mexico and Canada. That's the extent of my world travels. But I've been to
male is, I think, likely to enter territory.
I've been to Europe 6 times and no 5 times. 5 times in the last 2 years, 4 times this year. So we did a lot of coverage of Disneyland Paris, actually.
Here 3 times. I spent over 6 months there. I overstayed my visa, actually.
Police movement up there.
I was nervous coming back, dude. I thought they might pull me to the side or some shit. I missed my flight, dude. I woke up too late. I ended up staying like another week. Originally, I was good. I missed my fucking international flight, man. That was an experience. That's something everybody gets to experience.
Joseph, that is exciting. I love to travel.
Sometime. Unintentionally miss your international
right
flight
now,
back
I'd probably
to America.
Be living in a van in Europe, or just staying at hostels in Europe,
and overstay your visa at the same time. That's like a kicker. Like I was trying to go to the American embassy and talk to them about it and shit, because I was thinking I was gonna get in trouble as I came back, but I couldn't get in for some reason. I remember us waiting outside the embassy trying to figure out like what.
Got paramedics coming in. Somebody get hurt. Uh-oh. I hope they didn't shoot somebody or something worse. Somebody got hurt? No? You can pick somebody up from the jail, probably. See, that's the thing. You're blocking the entrance to the jail. Somebody has a heart attack in the jail. You know, I would prefer to peacefully protest, not at the entrance to where there's 1,000 people incarcerated, you know?
I'm having a Thailand conversation.
Just my take. I'm not trying to force that upon everybody, but...
Inside conversation. That's why I don't read every comment. I'll do your thing.
I do have a ticket. I can't go in the maze though, because it lags. It's a maze on the ship, so you can't go inside. I haven't decided if I'm going down there. J2 Fresh is going to be down there. We may just use his content.
Hey, yo, look at that. Did you see? Did you just see that? Did anybody see what I just saw? I'll give it 10 seconds. Look at what just passed his camera, dude. Look at those signs. All pre-made, done by the same person. There's multiples of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 of them right there. People aren't making their own signs, dude. Gets these, she passes them out in the crowd. Sporadically, probably, so they're spread it out. Like, these people don't just make. That's the thing. They don't just make one sign when they make them. They must have something where they tell each other this. Don't just make one. If you're going to make a sign, make 10 of them and pass them out when you get there. It makes it look like the people are way more involved than they actually are. And look, remember this guy? He got towed the other night. He's back. Got the Palestinian flag and the cart on top of his car. Already back. Apparently, I don't know. Gonna be more careful.
I don't know what happened to her. She's not marching with them anymore. They are there.
What does Palestine have to do with this? Do people, like, are Palestinians coming through the border? Palestinians like scared that they're gonna have to go back home? They're illegal. I don't want any illegal Palestinians here. Period. Oh, but they're scared of Hamas.
So we have we're blocked on one side. We have emergency vehicles, paramedics, trying to go in. I'd hate to see someone inside the detention centers having a cardiac emergency. Maybe they have a hospital inside there. I don't know. I mean, they definitely take people to the hospital from that facility. So they could block all those people in.
40.
More motorcycles riding. Possible for non-emergencies, right? Yeah, the people in that jail are a little bit at a risk right now. I mean, who knows why they got the paramedics there? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to support either side with that statement, but so that's a possible reality here.
What? I don't even know what he's... Wait, you can't fly an American flag in Thailand? I can't walk around with an American flag on a pole? No way. They'd let us do it. They had to let America do it. America! An American passport. So does Vitaly have a Russian passport? I'm a Russian. I wonder if he would have gotten as much trouble if he'd have been an American.
Josh, NC78. What kind of
does this dude have an animal in his backpack?
Do you normally produce?
Hold up. Right. Where is he? What happened? Oh, you can't rewind it. It's fucking Twitch. Or kick. That sucks, dude. Pretty sure that dude had one of the animal bag. The animal in his backpack. Oh, it's... Kick sucks in so many ways.
Cheesy flop over, yeah. I'm supposed to be, I would like to go to Universal Studios tonight. I would like to go to Dark Harbor, although we can't go in the maze because it's in the ship and it won't live stream. But we'll see if I can tear myself away. I intend to.
No human is illegal.
When they do the curfew,
that's definitely a homemade sign.
We're going to go over there.
You can tell the people that made their own because they look like shit. They put no effort into it at all. They just get a piece of paper and write some shit on it.
In Hollywood, okay. Welcome in.
They're not like Alex Glasscock. Just babies with the blood on them.
Yeah, they got...
The cops make him pick all those up. Remember, they were going to get him for littering? Well, that was something. And that whole thing was entertainment, wasn't it? Color of law. Started claiming color of law on some shit one time too. I don't know what that is. Oh, they got a black person leading them again.
I was threatened today with eggs.
Dude, we watched somebody earlier.
Cheesy flop over. Long time no see, my friend.
We watched a liberal, Democrat, whatever, earlier. 63 years old, all colorful rainbow hair. Like, I'm talking about as rainbow as you can get it. Why does that thing have watermelons on it? What do watermelons have to do with anything? I fucking forgot what I was even bringing up with that chick. Out here, there was a lady.
Nice breeze. It's not too hot today.
Oh, eggs. She said that the National Guard is there because eggs were thrown at the police. She really believed that. She's in New Jersey, so she's receiving that information somewhere. I don't know. My understanding is it's more the Molotov cocktails, probably.
Right. This guy, the guy on the megaphone, he pushes it right to the last minute. But
Run anything.
He don't leave a minute too soon.
He wants them there. He wants them there. I think because the thing is, ICE, DHS,
sunset is at 8:03.
Their main job isn't to be police for themselves, so that they can do their job. So they need somebody to be police for them, so that they can do their job. Because the thing is, the protesters know that if they can distract them enough so that they have to police instead of doing their job, they can't report anybody. You don't need someone to police while they do their job. It's that simple. These fuckers don't get it, or they don't want to get it.
They only really use the curfew as a way to help them enforce the rules. They'll still give a lot of warnings, but they can. I mean, they could kettle everybody and arrest everybody.
Because the longitude lines get closer together the further north.
For the most part, they're normally pretty busy at 8 o'clock. So they do give ample opportunity to comply, I would say. I guess you can spin that.
Truman Show. Yeah, you're in a different dome, bro.
I didn't know that.
Chill out. Breathe. It's 7:30. I have another cat. Simon's thyroid medication. Let's go. Let's go.
They built these for COVID when they passed ordinances that you had to be outside to dine. And most of them got withdrawn, but for some reason that one's still there. Yeah, a lot of people leave. A lot of people are like, okay, curfew, time to go. backpacks, yeah. Thank you for subscribing, everyone. You got a commercial break? Yeah, I put in some extra commercial breaks. Let me know if they're terrible. I can turn them down. JJ Resilient, come on, man. You've been here a long time. Let's keep it under control, JJ. Yeah, you are allowed to go to work or out for emergencies. No drug commercials. I can set that, I can put that as a setting. I do not have that as a setting now. So I apologize if you get drug commercials. Wearing hoodies illegal. Yeah, baggy pants and hoodies. Sagging was illegal. Not too excessive, okay. Grady.
I don't see commercials that have YouTube Premium.
Yes. And you know what, Grady? I used to have Premium. My credit cards got all maxed out. I don't have Premium anymore. But we actually get paid better from the Premium people by far. We get about probably 10 times more for you watching than the regular people that watch commercials. So it actually does help the creators. So you guys that don't like commercials, if it's if you watch YouTube every day, it's really a good value.
It really is for me. It is, especially streaming.
For $14 a month, I think. So I really do appreciate it. I get about a third of my ad revenue from the guys and the gals with YouTube Premium. So
I noticed that too. I used to be monetized.
YouTube Premium about a year back, right? I only don't have it because my credit card maxed out. Otherwise, I'd still have mine. I gotta get it put back on there.
Off of YouTube's AdSense, really, it was so low in comparison to Twitch's. Twitch was running commercials way more though during People's Cowboy.
Yeah, YouTube TV is expensive. That's like you're paying for cable, ESPN, all the networks. There's when I buy me a coffee. Thank you, not Edward.
I even told y'all one of the months. I was like, man, I made like $450 this month, y'all. Should I like reduce the commercials? And y'all are like, fuck it, dude. Because most of y'all had subs anyway. It was actually the people that were in the convoy. That was wild. Now, I bet, let me see how much I made off commercials for Twitch the last month. I bet it was like a nickel.
Cut through, get back to the front. Very peaceful over here in the park. longitudinal support.
Earning from ads.
Empty
3
voices.
cents.
Thank you, empty voices.
Oh, 2 cents from Turbo people. 5 cents
We got a
total.
shocked face there. I love
Ads.
it. I love it.
5 cents. That was close. Last one. 28 cents? Hey man. Pretty good. For that. 0. 28 cents pretty good. It's 20 cents higher.
Alright, LA, I'm gonna get you home safely tonight without being zip tied. Alright, because I need you here tomorrow at 10 o'clock right here, City Hall, for the No Kings March.
He's trying to arrest me, ain't he?
Chilling, you guys doing alright?
How many black people are trying to run this thing?
A little more worn out than last time I saw you.
Yeah, because we had
Kind of weird. Like, can't you just let them have their own thing, dude?
Micromanager. He's doing a good job. He's encouraging the people.
Oh, look.
In a positive
They're talking
direction.
shit. Did you hear that? You're not even Mexican.
That's commentary, of course. Commentary.
Did you hear that?
Here's our toilet
Just as
seat
I was
guy.
saying
He's wearing
something.
Toilet seat for protection, he said.
Hey, everybody ain't feeling it. They don't want to be represented by someone who isn't them, man. Why would they be? Like, I don't like being represented by Aunt Jemima at the UN. And her cousin Uncle Ben. On both. We had 2 black representatives at the UN on an international level because America's mostly black people. At least they should have had 1 white and 1 black. No, 2 black. Male and female. Surprised they didn't have a fucking tranny in there to boot. Want to skimp the country. Black tranny would have really tied things together. Black dude just running shit. It is.
Okay, so, LA, I know you.
Wow. You already had your BLM, bro. Why does this guy seem like he's a fucking professional protester? What's odd about this guy? He's fucking paid to be there, dude.
He's telling everybody to get back to their car before 8 p.m.
With it. He showed up out of fucking nowhere.
He needs us here tomorrow.
Random dude that just came out. What flag is that?
We, the community, are here with you. We hear you. We will be out here. Remember, do not be silent. Keep fighting for basic human rights. Make some mess for your soul.
Now the fucking, I recognize this guy from the other day. The ears. At least it did.
Because I know some of you say, do not get arrested. Do not be silent. They will see us. We will be heard. We will not stop until ICE is out of our way.
Don't they have an office there, though? Are you gonna leave? I think he's one of the paid protesters that got recruited from UCLA on Instagram. Given, like, game plan.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
Yeah, the vlog in the house.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
Oh, Lou. Lou. Got the longest streak, I think. Can they just go home? I don't like this shit. Are you just gonna do the really redundant chants? Repetitive chants? R-word, I know that much.
More cowbell? I do like the cowbell. More cowbell? I do like the cowbell.
Rhythm of the night. Oh no. Binoculars are very annoying individuals. They remind me of like the dude that drives past a chick and honks at her, thinks he did something. He sees a hot chick and he'll honk. It's hot. What are you doing? You didn't do anything. Why are you honking at me?
No lima beans.
In Austria and Vienna, this is illegal what they're doing. You get off the Autobahn in Austria, and there's a no sign with a fucking French horn in it. And it means no honking.
So,
New York sounds like this.
With that, this peaceful protest has either moved on or concluded for the day.
Never been to New York City.
We saw him break into this police
though.
department the other night. It was kind of crazy.
Use words. I don't care. I still need to stay there and not come here. Just to do it the proper way. Or you have to do Sarah McLaughlin music to convince me that Indians get out of the honking environment. Yeah, right. Yeah.
We need 11 more subscribers. For 18,000.
For the low price of $1 a day.
We had 6 more subscribers.
You could help an Indian escape the horrors of all the honking in New Delhi.
2 more subscribers. 18,000.
You a picture of him.
Block party.
The airport.
Thank you.
On his way to Venezuela. Venezuela accepts everybody, actually. If they accept Palestine to come in their country, they must accept everybody. Probably the most accepting country. Research. Watch these. No. For the protest. They were protesting. No.
They were shooting rubber bolts last Saturday, like crazy. Like, the sheriff's department was just going all kinds of crazy.
Really? Already?
18K, thank you, Alyssa.
Something. Okay, who is that?
Just
Fluffy.
flying past.
Wait. Oh. No, that's it. That was the final ball, Fluffy. Fucked up.
Our used to be main channel.
Outfit. Water again. Hey, get out of here. Get out of here.
You like rhubarb pie? It was a little scary.
She would have just laid down there. I'd have felt guilty.
Our friend that came with us, Tina, to a T in the chat, she got struck with a rubber grenade.
You think I won't find something else? People are leaving like I'm a schmuck or something.
Doing a lot of these little commercials.
I don't have powers. Okay, well, we want to go to Santa Barbara. We want to go to Portland, Stockton, Oceanside, La Puente. Wait, where are these people marching to?
Be poisonous in some circumstances.
We want to go on TikTok. We want to go with the TikToker. Derg.1 TikTok. 1 second. Hold on, bitches. I believe in miracles. Came along. Everything.
Somos inmigrantes.
Well, you're on
What we got here? This says it's in Los Angeles, but is it?
The last of the hunters. Feel like the hunters.
Look, one of them pre-made signs.
Estamos en Bell Garden, viejos, pero si van a venir a echar desmadre, quédense en su casa. No queremos desorden acá, la verdad. Esto es una protesta pacífica. Como lo repito, aquí no se está obstruyendo el tráfico, así que aquí se está respetando las señales. Esto es una protesta pacífica. Vean, hay niños acá con nosotros protestando.
What's going on over here? This is a different one. In La Puente? So they're in LA, but La Puente is like, Puente is not downtown. There's more here. There's plenty more where that came from, dude. There's so many. Do you want to see some titties? Hold on 1 second.
Okay, Honda.
I'm gonna look for some. There's some right there. Come on, titty! Come on, titty! Not with vulgarity already. Okay. We go to Santa Barbara, where all the white folks are. Into the chosen one. N-O underscore the underscore chosen underscore one. Some dumb shit right there. Alright, but I'm gonna go for it. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Why do people make their names so long? Literally got to click back and forth to this shit. The chosen one. Alright, alright. Alright. Shut up. Where you're located. Alright, this is Santa Barbara, so this is a bunch of rich folks. Right, Santa Barbara's rich, right? Look, he's even got some dude pulling the drum for him. That's a servant. Hey, Mama Love, what's up? Welcome back. And Lone Star, if you're here. It was that dude. He's getting interviewed by somebody. The guy that was all eating at the end there, right here.
They see it, we just send out to them out, but that's community.
I saw you in front of Little Tokyo because a lot of small businesses have been impacted.
Why are they walking?
So other than
Yeah, walk with them. Good guy. No, yes.
Little Tokyo is,
No! Dang! Fuck them! Aw, man! What that idiot has to say.
to show the world that we both be peaceful.
Gotcha. It has been peaceful.
Yes.
You've been the one that's been in front of the. I noticed. Yeah, I noticed.
Thursday, we'll catch you tomorrow.
How do I find your name? Oh yeah, you're safe. Special events. That's special. The crowds are getting smaller, but they're gonna get big tomorrow. Everybody's kind of chilling for tomorrow. Tomorrow's Trump's birthday. The big ass military parade shit is tomorrow, isn't it? And
I don't know who that is.
And their thing, their call to action.
Got skills as an interviewer. He's probably a professional journalist of some sort.
Man, it's Flag Day, no? Day of the Flag. What are you supposed to do on Flag Day? Take away the flag.
Let's go.
Okay, back to these people.
Yes, we are near Santa Barbara, here in Goleta. We are on Hollister Avenue, between Hollister and Nectarine by 7-Eleven.
Definitely rich people. They're on Hollister in San Bernardino. I mean, Santa Barbara. Well, San Bernardino, that'd be probably a mess head. That's different. That's rich in a different way. That's rich culturally. That's deeply embedded to the local culture. I've ridden Greyhounds through San Bernardino, through Vegas, because bus always seems to go to fucking Vegas after San Bernardino. It's wild after San Bernardino every time. They're drunk before they even get on. They're ready to Vegas, baby. I was sitting in the back of the bus for those trips too, because I always sit in the back of the Greyhound, baby. That's where the party's at. You're a square. If you're in a relationship or something, you might not sit in the back. But a single guy like me, I was going to the back. Going on back here. Going on back here, huh? I'm talking about the very back, if I can. Yeah, the bathroom's right there. Kind of sucks, but party's at. Especially on the way to Vegas. Back of the bus is always partying. Interesting. I've also done a charter bus with a company party to Vegas, and that gets even crazier because you're actually allowed to drink on those. Holy shit. Woo! Fucking throwing up and shit before they even get to Vegas. Hey DJ, welcome back, man. We stayed in Prim for that trip though. We didn't go all the way to Vegas, so I can just clarify that wasn't actually to Vegas. It was to Prim, but Prim's right out. It's like the poor man's Vegas. It's in Nevada. It's the first.
Don't come here with your silly ass
the first
comments
city
about board and stuff. We are doing a peaceful protest, okay?
It's a lot
There's no need
cheaper.
for violence. We just want to be heard.
Protection order. Oh, a stalker man. Dude, it hardly ever rains here. All my succulents are dying even. It's bad when succulents are party buses. Yeah, I only did it one time. Party, like, oh wait, you're talking about in Vegas? They have something that's a party bus that goes place to place or something? Bar hops? Or casino hops or something? Or are you talking about one that goes from California to Vegas? Yeah, I haven't done one of those. I don't really go to Vegas that often now, though. Like it's just too fucking tempting to gamble there. I don't like it. I've never come out on top gambling there either. Come out on top at Indian reservations, like Indian casinos. I think they're looser though. And I like doing bingo at casinos. That's really fun. Bingo, as long as it's a non-smoking bingo. I've been in a smoking bingo parlor and oh, motherfucker, you don't need cigarettes in those things. Just sitting there and some of them will have like a non-smoking and a smoking one. They'll all be like going off the same numbers. That's pretty fun. And it's like, oh, you can spend $100 and be playing bingo for hours. Rather than $100 a slots, that shit can be done in 10 minutes. That's doing like penny slots too. You guys think we're gonna have some suicide bomber situation soon because of all these protesting? We haven't had one in a long time, man. Somebody brought up earlier today. Any possible. Damn, everybody's leaving. Alright. This guy's getting in his car right now. This guy's gone. Apparently. Oh, he's just sitting in his car. Okay. This one's still going. He's in his car now. I don't think it like matters if it's encouraged or not. My theory on it though is because a bunch of Afghan nationals are getting deported in July. Like they're getting their temporary refugee status removed. We didn't vet everyone that came from Afghanistan very well. Well, a lot of them probably came here to inflict harm on us, but now the timer has started. Now they know that they're being looked for. Plus all the getaways that happened, some of those had to have been terrorists, dude. The government keeps saying it, but it's true. Like, if what was his numbers? If it was only like 0.01%, it's still like 1 million people or something crazy. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's insane amount of people. Even if it's just 0.1% of them are terrorists of the gotaways, it's still a crazy high number, 100,000 or something. What was it? Anybody remember? They just talked about it the other day. The chances of there not being multiple terrorists here is 0. They're here. All these idiots, when they see a Palestinian flag, are all lovey-dovey to it. I don't know, man. Palestinians are known for celebrating whenever we get hit. 9/11 or anything else that happens to us, they will be in the streets, not Hamas, regular civilians of Gaza. Celebrating. They'll be celebrating in the West Bank. They'll be stomping on American flags and shit. Death to America. These idiots are embracing these people. The one that gets me is the gays for Gaza. Makes me think about how the Spanish, when they conquered Mexico, how they must have gotten turned on by this and been like, yeah, we're gonna take that vagina. That's what happened. That's why they're so light complected now. I mean, really, if you're real Mexican, you're dark. Like a lot of Spanish blood. You're more European than actually Mexican at that point. But it's just like if you're just a little bit black, you're black, you know. If you're a little bit white, but you're Asian, no, you're still Asian. If you're a lot of it white and you're Asian, you're Asian. They like try to take it from us everywhere, don't they? You're never white. You're always the other. Even if you're just a small smidgen of that other race, you're that race because it's the minority race. Then I like that. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he just did. I'm trying to ignore it and hope that he goes back, but he's He just really just put his phone in that mode and thought that it was going to work out for him. Because the phone itself is probably showing him something different than we're seeing. Going now. I wish I could flip that. I don't think that's big. Maybe there is. Hold up. I'm doing too much now. Am I fucking doing this thing or what? Am I doing this thing or what? Y'all thought I was retarded, didn't you? I know how to do shit. I just get lazy. Okay? I'm not getting paid to be here. Most streamers probably wouldn't know how to do what I just did, and it's really simple. I've actually never done it before. This came to me. I use a different source. I use a Windows source rather than a display source, and then I rotated it with a transform function. Three, two, one. Lift off.
But the real work is in silence. When you're at home, it's when you're working with your family, the youth, the kids, the next generation. out today in support of representing La Raza, Santa Tomati,
Midnight, that's what I heard too. His title, that's why I heard it too. I don't know. Hey, Rumble. Bellers.
My name is Fabian Pavon. I am a member of Unión del Barrio. Yo quiero más compañeros, la compañera, Unión del Barrio as well. Thank you to all the cantantes that are here today. Thank you all for making it out here today. Thank you all for your support for our comunidades. Our comunidades are not going to be erased. They're not going to be intimidated. We're here to stand up and fight back. We denounce these colonial borders. Colonial borders. We denounce the violence of like the U.S. nation state, not just here in Los Angeles and in Santa Barbara area, right? Coming after our compañeros out there in the field, showing up to Home Depot, coming here, going head out. We denounce all of that. They want us to be scared. They don't want us to come together in a circle. They don't want us to beat the drum, just like they beat like our beating hearts, right? When we stand up and fight together. But nevertheless, we're here, right? We're here. They try to bury us. They didn't know we were seeds. They tried to stomp on us, but we inflated like tortillas. They try to keep us down, but we poke them up like tamales. So Unión del Barrio is here to say que a la comunidad los respaldamos. We are here because they are back home where our folks migrated from. Migration is natural, right? Our gente has been migrating up and down Turtle Island, Las Americas, in the border, right? Not only that, but we were able to cultivate maize, corn. We follow the corn, north, south, east, west. We built massive civilization, successful civilization, right?
They weren't that successful.
They tried to erase us, right? They even went into places like Central America, like El Salvador, right? Like Guatemala.
Did it?
Stay here.
Traffic unit, traffic, Super Oxnard, is code 3, turn 3117 and 90.141.
Nobody else there either.
Without proper passcode, it's code 3119 at 90.2141. Get on 90, roger. 8 clean 5, 8 clean 5. Orlando, Fowler, suspect, veteran, Wilshire, code 2, incident 3054, ID 838.
Oh, okay, I see. More loot here, man. Wasting taxpayer money. You know how much I paid for fucking taxes last year? They're being lazy as shit. Look, they ain't doing shit.
You guys going to the Queen Mary? That's in Long Beach.
Hop on the roof.
Yeah, looks like he's going to the Queen Mary. This is Pier.
Thank you for subscribing.
Oh, there.
Subscribe.
You know, the biggest excuse is that they're just following orders, but at what point does following orders become violence if you let it occur in front of you and not open your mouth when people are being kidnapped off the fucking street without any due process, you know? Now, we could just get a fucking drone up there and get a facial recognition on their faces. Look at these losers.
Yeah. I wanted to show y'all something.
Oh, they're running away. No, come on. Come back. I scared them off, man. Stop disrespecting. Fuck the military, bro. Same as you, following orders.
I remember who it was, though. Relating to what he just said. Hold on 1 second. I got it. I'm not drunk, dude. I'm pretty with it when I fucking drink and open. I got this. What is it? One of these. Damn, they post a lot.
Fuck the military if they're complicit with the genocide in Gaza, man.
Music is triggering me right now.
Protested at the location.
Oh, wow. 100 protesters and somebody's got a rifle in the car.
Northeast units under 1189, AEW in progress, 1455 West Sunset, versus 1, into the 3126, RD 1184, stand by for additional. Code 4, 850 West I Street, no evidence of trouble.
Here we go. This is, the thumbnail didn't look how I remembered it. Here's what I look for them. Why ICE agents are hiding their identities.
President Trump was elected into office on the promise that he was going to clean up America's broken immigration policy. And in his first few months in office, he's used everything in his power to make it happen. The resulting deportations are a cornerstone of Trump's agenda, and something the majority of Americans are in favor of.
I don't know what the beginning of this is. I don't know what any of this is. I just saw some of
as
it.
ICE has ramped up raids on migrants,
I hovered
and Los
it.
Angeles has emerged as the focal point
saw
of that anger, while
a
protests have spread
telephone
across the country.
It showed what looked like information from ICE agents plastered on telephone poles, like very
At the
personal
center of the
information.
vitriol are the ICE agents themselves, who have faced an unprecedented wave of hostility, including from Democratic lawmakers, as they carry out the
Just to
immigration
hurry up,
crackdown.
because we kind of know all this.
Get the out of LA so that order can be restored.
While opponents are quick to vilify ICE agents for raids, the Trump administration has argued that it's the agents who are
Get to what the fuck I want to see. Thank you.
Stephen Miller had to
Just gonna hurry up here.
Judge
There it is.
who posts say that for the lengths to which some are going to stymie ICE operations. Officials say that ICE agents who are just doing their jobs are now being targeted by activists who posts agents' photos and personal details online, alongside death threats to them and their families.
My officers and agents walk into danger so other people can see safely
This
at night.
fucking idiot finally
kids
turned
can
their
make it to
fucking
school
stream back.
safely and
Yeah.
I really feel like y'all can do it. Just push into the building. They have fucking ARs.
Remember this building, the ICE building here in Portland?
They got.
Watch this building
Check out
many
their
nights.
gear. They have bulletproof vests.
Always go here
helmets,
late
and
night.
ARs,
This
man.
is the late night spot. They would go from the federal building to this one.
They're the biggest
for
threat
some
out
reason.
here, pointing weapons at civilians. What type of American patriot points weapons at civilians?
I never really understood why the ICE building was involved in anything back in the day. Now I understand why there, and there's far less people outside of it than there were back then. Back then I'm like, why the fuck is everybody protesting ICE?
Well, what is this doing? It's called Occupy ICE.
Hey. I know, they're playing some extremely copyrighted music is the problem right now.
There's still
in
people out and
Portland.
about.
Stuff that
Exceptionally
can like
quiet tonight.
take the stream down possibly. At least like block it worldwide.
Last time we were out, there was a march that went from up here to K-Town. That was wild. Yeah, they said, okay, well, we can't march in the city because of curfew.
I think you're just trying to get me in trouble, Lou.
And that is exactly what they did. We're gonna go to 2nd up here and make a right.
Looks like Ozzy to me.
Okay, I'm not gonna just read people's names anymore. Thank you for the 2 Canadian. This guy's back. He's back. It's got to be the same guy. It's got to be the same guy. He's back. Thank you for the 2. Yeah, it is really quiet. That's by design though, because you're not supposed to be out if you're not working. Chat, I am at work. This is my job. So, you know, if you're going to or from work, I am doing both at the same time. You can be outside. If you're doing one or the other, well, that's also fine. Oh, here's T-Mobile. This is the last place I'll show you guys before we continue down to Alameda in 2nd. This got looted and they painted it to match.
His job is riding around in
glass
LA
on
on his electric bike.
Like a lot of it too. I don't know if you guys can see it, probably not, but yeah. No more T-Mobile. What is even the point of looting a T-Mobile? Because it's like, aren't all the phones like, don't they need to be activated? like, what do you even? I don't know. All right, we're coming up to 2nd Street. We're gonna make a right, head down to Alameda per LEs.
At the border.
Some officer stage to the right of me, right here. Of course, to the left, still taped off, closed down. We have a couple spots we're going to post up. We're still going to be live for at least another 2 hours.
Oh, you're going to be the electric bike guy?
Checking out what's going on. Right now, we're heading down here. We're already almost there. Alameda and 2nd.
I guess we'll go to
this road even open?
Phoenix.
Dude, there's no one here. The streets are literally closed. We're approaching Little Tokyo, which is where things are really popping off. In the video that I posted today. If you watch my upload from today, you'll see how things were going down out here. It was crazy. We couldn't go down this street at all. It was totally sealed shut. We got some things going on up here. We may post up. Looks like some officers jumped out on somebody. Oh, he's on a mini bike. A lot of cops out here tonight. They're just everywhere. Oh, acting up on the mini bike. That ain't good. I wonder what this cat was up to. We're gonna keep going. Price profit with the 2. What time are you going live tomorrow? Plan is between noon and 2 p.m. We'll see what's going on. Mel B with the 999. Stay safe. Thank you, Mel B. I'm being careful reading people's names now. I just don't trust anything. In Media News with the 199. Thank you, bro. Thank you. All right, this is what's going on here. It's not much. Just looks like he's getting some type of sight. Those mini bikes are sketch, man. I don't trust them as far as riding them, but they're also like they just attract cops because they're so loud. You know, they're just really loud and they're also very unsafe. The brakes are typically terrible on them. I am Lex Luthor. Did you say the other night that Matt Jones from Healthfare? No, Hellstar. I was talking about Hellstar. Hellstar is a clothing brand. I was actually going to try and go over there today too, but I ended up editing all day, and then I decided to come out and go live. So I didn't reach out to the owner of Hellstar today. No, not Healthfare. Thank you for the 5. Thank you, bro.
This isn't the same guy, is it?
You got it, man. Rewind the stream. Today's actually been a pretty great stream.
Are you?
We've had some funny moments, and it's been an overall chill experience. Just taking a little tour of the city, you know.
Changed it from Reg Life to Reg Incognito.
We're just taking a look at some things going on.
Or is this somebody else?
It is past curfew, so if you're a
youngster, he didn't used to feed the homeless and shit. This dude just ran through.
One of the only times I was pulled over in my life, I was 16. I was riding my bike past curfew.
The homeless.
If you're under 18 in Long Beach, California, I don't know if there's still a thing, but it used to be you have to be in the house by 10 p.m. And I was riding my bike at like 11, and cops pulled me over.
This guy's from Long Beach.
Like, hey, what are you doing out here? I was like, I'm just going home. They're like, all right. Eva 3 with the $49.99. This is a fantastic channel. Thank you for creating it. Stay safe and take care. What a beautiful message. Thank you, Eva. That's a very kind message. Thank you for the huge $49.99 donation as well. Thank you. I appreciate it, Eva. Thank you so much. That's very sweet.
All I gotta do is suck his cock.
And that's a big amount of money too.
A big mouth too.
Big chat. Big
cock. Fit in that bad
David.
boy.
I see. I've taken my time reading everyone's name, but that's probably your name. So David Seck. That's it's risky. We've already had some trouble. People are making usernames and trying to get me to say their name and donating. So I'm a little on edge.
Dude, I'm for real, dude.
With the 10. Thank you, David.
If I was in prison and a dude tried to suck my dick, it would be like, or tried to make me suck his dick. It would be like the Shawshank Redemption scene.
Like, so do we.
He would be losing his dick that day, and I would die. I don't give a fuck.
Real Big Moby with the $4.99. Been here since the M3 days. Keep doing what you do. You got it, player. Thank you, Real Big Moby. Some people don't even know that I used to own a BMW M3.
Sure, I got it off before he was able to kill me.
Bro, I used to live on Pico in La Cienega in the 90s. Your coverage is amazing. If you go out tomorrow night, you absolutely kill it. Oh, we're going to be out tomorrow. Chat, we're going to be live tomorrow. It's going to be...
I don't want to miss any of it.
It's going to be a wild and wacky adventure, that's for sure.
Too much information.
Go to Skid Row right now? No, I'm good.
I would probably choke on it then, though. That's what sucks.
True. I know. I need some gasoline for my e-bike. Thank you, Rob. Thank you for the bot.
Stand up.
Ellie, you still hearing anything about Alameda in a second? Still worth going over there? Or should I post up here for a second until we get something else? Brandon V with the $4.99. Be safe out there, brother. Oh, by the way, I have my scanner.
I would break my
scanner, and I will have it on my neck tomorrow. I have it fully charged, and we're gonna have scanner comms to keep us with radio chatter all night. Oh, it's gonna be tomorrow. Should be so dialed.
Go time.
We've been rapidly improving the stream by stream, and it's been a lot of fun. Brandon V with the 499. Be safe out there, brother. I appreciate the vids. Been watching for a while.
I know
Thank
what
you,
we're
bro.
talking about anymore.
Thank you, Brandon. You got it, player.
There, that way
Appreciate you.
nobody's hit.
Garth Miller, props to the mods for their hard work. Thank you. Absolutely. W mods. WLE, W smashing, W Elise. Elise's probably asleep though. Elise is East Coast, so.
Oh,
she
yeah.
goes to sleep
Luke
pretty
definitely
early
knows
when
about
I'm
that
live.
shit, bro.
Thank you, Garth, for the 10. Big W. Scanner's quiet, yeah. We'll still head over there just to see what's going on. But, yeah, looks like not much going on. So that's that. Over there is some kids getting pulled over on mini bikes. Cops are flying. There's cops all over the city tonight. Something else going on up here.
Hello. Ready. I'm ready to be Miklo. Put me in there, coach. I'll be Miklo in Memphis, though. I'm gonna be the whitest black dude you've ever met.
Kids out past curfew.
I could do that.
If you're a kid and you're out here, you're very liable to get messed with. As a child, you should not be out past curfew. That's a prime target for getting pulled over out here. Shoot, I can get pulled over, you know, chat. You never know. It could happen.
I was an albino.
Even though we are working, we are commuting to and from work currently, which is one of the exemptions of being out past curfew. So.
Here. This guy talks too fucking much.
So that's that.
He's still doing it.
We're in Little Tokyo right now. This place was absolutely getting torched during the
When you're done, there's a black card.
during the unrest. You can see boarded up right here. This is also boarded up over here to the left. All that's kind of boarded up. There's some places right here to my left boarded up as well. This is boarded up.
But he is constantly getting donos.
Just
Like
lots
he's
of
getting a
broken,
$10, $10, $20,
This right here to my right,
$50
actually is not
donor
boarded up, which is
multiple.
impressive.
Like he's constantly big
Happy to
ass
be here with
donation.
2-1 Pro. Thank you, bro. Happy to be here. Thank you, bro.
Members and
So
shit.
I'm also very happy to be here. It's a great night. As you can see, cops
he's high on super chats right now.
Just because it's quiet doesn't mean they're sleeping. You know, they're definitely on it.
17,000 people watching. You can imagine.
Yeah. Next up, we might wrap around to the Federal Building again, see what's going on out there. I'm pretty sure it's pretty much shut down at that point. Or at this point, I'm sure it's probably very quiet.
Support what I'm doing out here.
All around there. But we're still gonna take a peek. Not quite sure what's going on here, actually. I don't think these kids have a bike or anything like that. They're both look like they were probably on foot.
I think
so. Curfew is in effect. Curfew is in effect as of 40 minutes ago. So if you don't have any official business, you're not supposed to be out on the streets.
Because of its location, it's more centrally located in the country.
That's pretty much where we are. So
you know that West Memphis,
I'm sure we're going to be hearing more about that. If something, we're going to hear
Arkansas
some
is
type
actually
of
the most trucker traveled
if that's the case, but
in the country.
That's pretty much right here.
More trucks go through that
That's 2 blocks down
thoroughfare
from where
than
I'm at right
any
now.
other area. It's actually right on the other side of the Mississippi River.
Let's go ahead and spin a corner and take a look at it.
Memphis. Plus music, you know, the barbecue. We're known for barbecue and blues.
Yeah,
What is Atlanta known for? Mumble rap?
Alameda's over here to the left.
I don't even know what the fuck Atlanta's known
Looks like we
for,
got some more
except for mumble rap.
Curfew violators. This guy's stopping at a green light.
We got blues and barbecue. We got a blues and barbecue fest every May that sells out. They're separate. The Blues Fest is separate from the Barbecue Fest. Or it's actually the Memphis in May Music Fest. But, I mean, I saw BB King at it. I mean, they got blues musicians there.
So here's how we're looking over here. Alameda in second. This is precisely where that's going on. We got one guy in cuffs. So
all lose though. Sure. All kinds
I
of
don't really
bands.
see much else going on here. I think it's maybe they need it to take his mini bike because he was on one of those little mini bikes.
Maybe.
So that's probably the case as to why they needed the van.
I think a lot of Atlanta rap is
not gonna hang out here too long.
mimicking Memphis rap. Memphis was going for
Teresa with the
producing
49. Thank you for the
music.
shouts to LA Captain Channel. Much
For
appreciated.
Atlanta.
Yeah, that's great. Scanners are very expensive. Scanners are like $700. You can get free access to a police scanner tuned to LA. If you guys head over to LA Captain on YouTube and find his stream with the most viewers. He has like 10 streams, but he always has one with more viewers than the rest. And that's the one where it's like pretty much all the general LA scanner comms, you know. And that's the one that you'll want to take a look at. It's fun watching my stream when things are going down like crazy and listening to the scanner at the same time. So, anyways, that's what's going on here. We're out of here. I smell, I don't know if I smell fire or tear gas. What am I smelling?
Toss you aside? What do you mean,
Something's
Lou?
on fire, I think.
Toss you aside.
Or it's like
You
tear
just
gas.
like didn't respond.
I can't really tell. We're gonna head into the city a little bit. I'm hearing stuff blow up too to the over by the freeway.
He didn't like your name. He didn't like your loose
I
asshole.
don't know if I'm going crazy or what. Police are moving. I'm hearing code 3.
Chat on screen is half blocked. What do you mean?
It's curb alerted. Big police response right here.
What that mean, Sister T? I noticed that. Oh, I
Chat,
fixed
this is
it.
not really the night to be chasing
How
around
did
the
it
cops, so
block?
we're not just gonna go after them. But this is the direction we're going. Yeah, it smells like fire, but it also smells like the tear gas that we've been smelling the last few days.
His bikes
So
are
I don't know.
fast.
A few of those cops gave me the nod, so we're chilling.
Did he say his bike was like $5,000? I was asking him earlier. I mean, they're definitely, dude.
Some got burned right there.
When I was streaming with the live view,
See, look like these
I
young
was
cats,
so
bro. They're asking
tired
for it.
from biking. That
They're
thing
gonna
would
get
be
jump out board on
effortless.
for sure. That's what's.
I almost like wish that
that's what's
electric
going on.
bikes were
Just
never
don't go to Home
invented.
Depot. We're not.
Actually,
Look, it's okay. Chad is not going to make Home Depot a thing too. Actually, look, this place is boarded up too. They must
I know.
have. This is like an urgent care, I think. Yeah, it's an urgent care. They tried to break into an urgent care, bro. Like what?
I wish that this guy didn't have a disability. I want him to have to pedal. Like, be douching around town.
Security out here chilling. This is downtown LA after dark. It's not a friendly place by any means.
It's like a poor person can't afford one of these things. Definitely a rich person's getting everybody's way with your thing that's definitely slower than
This is
cars.
On
Faster
Tuesday
than
or
it should
Monday
be for a bike.
in this store right in front of me. Oh wow. Oh, I think all those officers were just going into whatever this building is right here. Yeah, they're all just going in a line to this. This is some type of federal building. Take a
Yo,
look
this
at how the
dude
outside
did
looks.
go to fucking Long
It's
Beach.
never been too clean,
What the
but
hell?
it's especially tagged up after all the
I said he was going to the Queen. I saw Queen Mary. I didn't think it was actually coming to it. He comes to the Queen Mary. This guy is so close to me right now, I could snipe him in 15 minutes.
Yeah, like on the lower side. You know what? You're always looking to hey, that's how we got away. Oh my god.
Dude, what the fuck? Where is it, dude? Computer's being retarded. That button's not showing up. I need to.
So we can't go on
I need
the
to
ship,
press
so
that
I'm not
thing.
sure exactly what we're gonna get to show.
Like, I've taken a stream here before.
Or not get to show. We'll try and show you what we can.
Everything. What do you mean?
Looks like they're not doing anything outside the ship, so that's gonna be a bummer.
Something going on inside the ship?
We'll show you what we can anyway.
Was this the biggest ship before the Titanic? I think so. It was used in World War I for some stuff. For troop transport even. Back and forth from England.
So they didn't set up anything outside. So the best we might be able to do is get some reviews of people that go through. So
The dome is like a cruise ship.
I was hoping they'd have.
I think that was originally where the Howard Hughes of the Spruce Goose was. Actually, it was the Spruce Goose hangar. Still exists there as a dome. Right? Yeah.
You love the Queen Mary.
This bike is hauling ass over here on the right. Jeez. Oh, raves? You went to one? In there? That's dope.
So this is live at the Queen Mary, Friday, June 13th.
Everyone has to get on board right now.
We've never heard of them. You've been on the Queen Mary? What, before it was a hotel?
Not much outside. They've got a couple of towers. We won't go through the maze.
Oh, it's a maze.
We'll lose connection as soon as we go through the maze.
It's a maze. What the heck is all this on?
J2 Press is going to go through the maze tomorrow. But
there's a maze on the ship. It's east.
Maybe we'll try and go through the maze.
You do. I thought, and maybe for Halloween or something, but Butcher's Blackout.
Yes, there's a Russian submarine. If we go inside, it's going to lag, so.
I'm impressed that they're able to make money off of this. People are willing to, like, what? Blackout. Looking. Celebrate Friday the 13th in style.
So this is the Beast Butcher's Blackout. So they're doing the maze as a blackout instead. There's a maze inside the Queen Mary.
For one night only, descend into the feast maze in complete darkness. Each group armed with nothing but a single glow stick navigate the twisted kitchens and galley halls where the butcher awaits patiently for fresh meat. The maze ends with a brand new sick and surreal finale sequence where guests witness the aftermath of his most horrifying banquet yet. We're thrilled to have the opportunity to bring Dark Harbor to the public beyond the Halloween season for the first time in the event history. 13th Floor's Director of Special Projects, Brett Martinolino, baby, states, we look forward to bringing the scares and the intensity up a notch with the blackout version of Feast. In addition to the Feast maze, guests can sip sinister cocktails, grab eerie eats, and explore the spirits of Dark Harbor and the ship's historic engine room.
Somehow, how did you get out here?
Sorry.
How did you get out here?
Oh, I'm always out and about.
You're always out and about?
For a while. Usually I wake up around Halloween time.
Oh, right, you're early.
I don't need that much peace. That's
you don't need it.
I'm just causing shenanigans out here while the butcher's doing his thing in there.
Oh. Where is that, right here?
Grab eerie eats and explore the spirits of Dark Harbor and the ship's historic engine room. Combo ticket holders will also have the opportunity to experience the summoning of Samuel, a seance where the legend of B340 is resurrected in an interactive actor-driven ritual. No other Dark Harbor attractions or experiences will be available during this. Why did he just leave? Is he going in by himself? What's going on? Oh, he started a new stream for this. Is he not going in? He's not going in though? What is he doing there? Hey guys, I'm going to be outside of the thing to show the people going in it. If you guys want to watch me show the people walking in. Hit the like button. Showing the people in the line. That's all we're doing here though. So you know. Is there anything happening on the East Coast? Let me see, probably. No. Never mind. On the East Coast. We're all asleep now. Doing up.
This is the beast. So this is our SoCal Haunts and Parks channel. Kindly subscribe if you would. People from SoCal Shorts. I'm gonna try it. It would probably just lag. It's gonna lag inside, but just hang on. We'll be right out. pattern like? Thank you, Tim.
There we go. Forgot. That guy doing? What a loser.
You should get on it.
Shouldn't lag. What shouldn't lag? Penis! Every now and then you gotta do that for the people. That's what I learned over the years. Gotta give them a little penis. The people.
This is the Federal Protective Service. The facility is closed and not open to the public. Stay out of the area of the driveway to allow for vehicular traffic. Remain on the sidewalk or across the street. Anyone convicted of trespassing.
This place is covered in graffiti. Oh no. Iranian missiles strike Israeli military headquarters. An unprecedented attack. What is this shit?
Right now. You need to get ready to pull it off the stick. Get off the sticks. All right, let's go. Time to go. Okay. Guys, come on.
2 hours ago.
Now, like many people in Israel,
That's an
our very
exciting
own
place
Trey
to live, isn't
Yangst,
it?
who was in that last video you saw, has been in and out of bomb shelters
Who wants to
all
move
night.
there with me?
He joins us now
I'm
at the
ready to
very
die.
latest.
Who wants
That
to go
was
with me?
pretty harrowing for you, Trey.
You can go,
glad
we're
you're
Americans.
okay, and
Let
the
us- let
crew's
us come.
okay. What's the very latest?
Oh, it's okay. We can
Yeah,
we
Sean,
can
thank
go.
you. It's been an
I'll be
intense
Jewish
evening
with
here
you.
in Israel. The Iranians
We can have
launching
Jew sex.
around
That's where we put a sheet
150
on, and
ballistic
only my
missiles
penis comes
into
out
this
of a hole.
country in
Are
3
you down?
separate waves.
Who's
That
down?
video that you saw there was
I wanna
the
look at
first
you.
wave. The other waves caused a lot of damage to
I'll be back.
locations not only here in Tel Aviv, but also in the suburbs. We visited 3 different sites where missile impacts happened or fragments damaged or destroyed buildings. And I can tell you that it was a very sad scene to see. The first location that we got to in a very populated neighborhood of Tel Aviv, they were taking women and children out of this building. You could just see the fear in the eyes of these kids. They didn't know what was going on. They just heard the explosion as their parents were waiting with them in bomb shelters. A lot of damage there, but then we made it to a second site when we were live on Special Report talking with Brett as another missile attack took place. And when you saw the damage at this second site in the suburbs of Tel Aviv, it looks like an entire block was wiped off the map. At that location, Israeli police tell us 1 woman was killed and at least 20 were wounded. As we were there, rescue workers were digging through the debris, and every once in a while, they would have everyone be quiet, and they would call out, looking for survivors under the rubble. They had a thermal drone overhead to see if there were any people that were still trapped. And then that missile attack took place yet again, and we had to run for shelter going into the basement of an apartment building. And then there were explosions outside so strong they were shaking the street. This is what the Israeli people have been dealing with tonight, as the Iranians are directly targeting both military and civilian facilities in this country, sending nearly the entirety of Israel into bomb shelters. And Sean, tonight we are getting reports out of Iran about explosions just east of the Iranian capital of Tehran, an indication the Israelis are once again striking back against the regime, targeting facilities just outside of the Iranian capital. Sean?
You know, Trey, one thing that Israel understood the risk. Israel also understood the risk of a nuclear-armed Iran. And I'm going to get into this in my monologue. When you think of the tens of thousands of rockets that have been fired from either Iran or from their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, over the years, and you try to identify and relate with that, they knew this risk coming into this. They were as prepared as possible. They certainly were prepared for the onslaught and the attack. They certainly outperformed. I think you reported earlier today, the Iranians felt that they were hit 10 times harder than they ever expected. Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the Iranians are certainly preparing to continue attacks against Israel because for them, this is a worst-case scenario. The Israeli strikes not only targeted their nuclear facilities, but killed their top nuclear scientists and then killed the head of the IRGC, along with his entire leadership for the Iranian Air Force. So this was not only an embarrassing attack for the regime, according to analysts in the region who have discussed what took place, but also it is a real military loss for the regime. And when we look at what's going to happen next, there's real concern that this is going to drag on for a matter of days and possibly even weeks. I've been talking with officials throughout the region today, speaking with not only Israeli intelligence and security officials, but officials in the Gulf, like the Qataris and even the Iranians, trying to get an understanding of how everyone sees this situation. And they realize this is an unprecedented moment in the Middle East because it has an opportunity to change the reality for the region. You mentioned that Israel's been at war for more than 600 days, and we have seen the missile fire from places like Yemen with the Houthis there, from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, and of course the groups inside Gaza like Hamas and Islamic Jihad. What we saw tonight was quite different, Sean. We saw direct missile attacks targeting major population centers. And the reality is that when these barrages come in so intense and so powerful, even with Israel's advanced missile defense systems, like the David Sling or the Arrow 2 and 3 system, with the support of the American systems that are currently on the ground, like the Patriot system and the THAAD system, it's not enough. And that's the big question moving forward as the Iranians will continue to target major population centers in Israel, is how the Israelis will be able to keep up with this incoming fire while they're still going on the offensive. As we know tonight, striking targets just outside of the Iranian capital. A lot of moving parts here, and the region is bracing for very tense days ahead. Sean?
And clearly the Israelis were preparing for that. Among the long list of targets that they have had in Iran include their long-range missile sites, which the Iranians had been building up, probably in anticipation of the nuclear sites being attacked, that then being their plan B to try and overwhelm their missile defense system. And to some extent, the Israelis have been able to buffer that by taking out a lot of those missile sites. Stay with us. We'll get back to you, Trey, throughout the program. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page.
Dumbass. Into this one too?
The line? Does the line go upstairs and then comes back down?
You know the girls in the Israeli army only have to sign up for 2 years, but the guys have to sign up for 3? What the fuck is that? All but one of the people live right now on protest are on TikTok. They're on Kick. They're going out on Kick. Maybe they're there. Outside again. Hello, Mark. Ew.
They probably don't know it.
I don't think there was any content for a new stream, though.
Metal ship from the 1920s.
Edit. Nothing happened anymore.
Let's go, y'all, and start dancing.
Going on tonight. No cops are involved anywhere.